Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Junior Market Barrow Show, day 2 of Wave 1. At this time, I'd like to ask everybody's attention, please, over here to the announcer stand. I'm going to turn the microphone now over to our stock show chaplain, who's going to give us our invocation for today.
Good morning. If you'd all pause and gentlemen, remove your covers. Pray with me, please. Father in heaven, we thank you for another day. As we come together to display these wonderful animals that are part of your magnificent creation, and to marvel at the dedication of these young competitors, we're thankful for their hard work and the support they receive from their parents, family, and teachers. We are united in your presence and in the spirit of competition and camaraderie that provide lessons in life that are invaluable. Let us celebrate with the winners and all who compete. Keep us from envy or anything that might mar the great achievements of all these fine contestants. We're thankful for the many volunteers and organizers working hard to provide one of the finest stock shows in the country. We're grateful for this day, for your manifold blessing. For health and safety, we ask that your hand be upon us today and in the days to come. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. And we pray these things in the blessed name of Jesus. Amen.
And now I'll ask also, gentlemen, if you'll remove your hats. Everybody put your hands over your heart. I'm pleased from Ag Science Technology Academy, FFA, to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Sophia. All righty, folks. Here we go. First call, Class 36 Durocs. First call, Class 36 Durocs. Exhibitors, bring your Duroc to the holding pin at this time. Everyone, please pay attention. Exhibitors, those pink show cards that you picked up, you need to bring those with you to the ring, but most importantly, make sure that all of the information on your barrow is filled out on that card before you come to the ring. You will need to put your validation tag, your show weight, and also circle the breed on those pink cards. Make sure those cards are filled out before you come into the ring.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Wave 1 here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. My voice is kind of waking up this morning. It's a nice, brisk morning here in San Antonio, Texas. I believe it got down to like 44 here, so all you northern people, thanks for sending us a little cold front here. I brought short-sleeve shirts today, but I did bring a jacket, so I did come prepared. So want to welcome everybody and want to wish everybody a happy Sunday morning. It is God's Day today. And wanted to, I'm going to bring a special guest up here later on, and we're going to kind of get more into that part of it and the importance of it in the ring and putting God in our lives, but also putting it in our work here at the stock show. And I hope that's okay with everybody. We're going to do it. It's going to be fun. I'm excited to bring some of that joy to the podcast here this morning, the Taylor Fort podcast. Everybody who's tuned in, want to thank you all for getting a front row seat here and support these kids early this morning. Everybody's got their coffee, their Celsius drink, their Alani, whatever it may be. I want to say welcome. We've got our Duroc classes this morning. We're going to start with class number 36. Weight ranges on those barrows goes from 250 to 256 with 37 total head in this class. Total of 9 classes this morning, so they're going to break them up into 3 different weight brackets here. We're going to judge every one of the classes, so classes 36 through 44, and then move on to our light, middle, and heavyweight division champions, followed by the overall selection of our breed and the Durocs. And then we finish out the day of Wave 2 with the dark crossbred classes. And then we start back up again on Wednesday again. The pigs move back in for Wave 2 on Tuesday. Most of them will be in line early on Monday night. And then we're going to rock and roll from there. So stay tuned. We're going to keep you posted, starting with class number 36. I think we're about ready to go here shortly. It looks like both Nick and Chad are in the ring and ready to rock and roll with this thing. And as we go on, I'll kind of explain what is happening throughout the day and through the sift and where we're at and how many pigs we have pinned, how many we're classing, how many we are, what number we're at on the placings, and where we're at. So stay tuned. My name is Landon Rohde. I'm joined by my father, Wayne, and we bring some special guests up throughout the day and had the Top Judge program here yesterday and really enjoyed getting to spend time with these individuals. They're the up-and-comers, I would call them, when it comes to judging, and they kind of explained the top judge program yesterday and the importance of it, and I feel like it is very important as well, and that's kind of why we reiterated it so much throughout the podcast yesterday. And they're making good humans is what they're doing in this program, and you know their steering rod is their judging, and it allows them an opportunity to be great judges, but great people, but put the kids above the animal, and that is the most important thing when we're judging any kind of livestock. We've got to remember this is a kid showcasing their project, not the project showcasing the kid. We've started the first class of Durocs here this morning, and stay tuned. Welcome to the Taylor Fort Podcast, and welcome to Wave 1, Day 2 at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Market Barrow Show. Well, I went downstairs, and like those of you who have been here to San Antonio, we're up about 12 to 15 feet up in the air, so I call it the crow's nest. So I went and walked down at eye level here and just kind of check out the Durocs down there, and I'll tell y'all, we're going to have a tough Duroc show this year here at San Antonio. Not that it's not always super competitive, but I will tell y'all, these Durocs, you talk about stout, big-footed already, big old ditch in their back, and just pulled apart between their blades and their stifle area. And I will tell you all that there's some really good ones, and we're only in Class 1, so they always tend to get better as they get bigger because you have more room to work with, and they're at a different phase in their life. They're closer to their limits on what you can do with them. So it'll be interesting to see what these bigger classes look like. But you talk about a really, really deep first class right out of the gate here. I'm sure both Chad and Nick are excited about this Duroc breed. It's very, very talked about here at San Antonio, how good the Durocs are here, and they really are. I used to show them all the time when I was growing up as a kid, and it was always a very, very tough and competitive show here. Looks like they already have like 12 pin back already, and that's just what I can see in the holding pins. There's other pins getting classified below us and weighed, and once again, you can weigh within 10 pounds of your weight card that you turn in. So say you turned your weight card in at 250, you can weigh up to 260, but no less than 240. Packers won't take them any lighter than that, and I use the term Packers for those of you who don't know. This is a terminal show, so the kid and the animal do not get to go back home together. The kid goes back to their home, and the animal goes on to greener pastures, as I would like to say, HEBs of the world, whatever it may be. And some people are like, well, that's mean, that's harsh. Well, it's the circle of life here, and we are in a market show. This is in agriculture, we are feeding the world, and these kids are helping steer that in the right direction here, and allowing people to have these products at home. So we want to say thank you to those animals and for their sacrifice, and these kids' time and sacrifice and efforts that they put into their projects. But it's Circle of Life, and I know there's a lot of third graders out here, so you can first start showing here at San Antonio in third grade. And it's hard because, as a third grader, that's a pet to you, and you have to say goodbye to that animal, and it's tough on some of these kids. And I want to kind of spotlight the volunteers we have here at San Antonio. There's a guy by the name of Guy here, and he high-fives every single one of these kids as they take their animal to the trucks. And he's been doing this for a very long time, and you add 4,000 to 5,000 animals here at the Bear Show, times that many high fives and fist bumps and everything else, times however many years he's been here, he's given out a lot of handshakes, high fives, fist bumps, and he makes a point to do that, so they know how good of a job they are and how special they really are, and to highlight how much more important they are than the animal. And I think that is so cool. Like, he's doing it right now. Y'all can't see him right now, but I'll make sure to point him out throughout the podcast, and I want to spotlight him and Homer and everybody for everything they do for these kids to make them feel welcome and special, and how important they are here at San Antonio and how much we appreciate them coming here. Over 7,000 volunteers make up the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, and we're so thankful for them. You ask any of the staff members here that are present throughout the entire year, they will tell you this is what makes the show. Here we go. Looks like they've already done their first initial sift here, and they don't have any out in the big arena, so that tells me that they've got everything they want, and it looks like they've got about between 16 and 18 pigs pulled in this first class. That is roughly half the class. Like I said, it just goes to show you how deep this first class is. What they're going to do now, for those of you who weren't tuned in yesterday, they're going to pull them out one at a time. And when they have this many, what they've been doing is they've been doing what I call a double sort. They'll keep back the top 10 individuals. Top 10 individuals will get a placing ribbon. Top 6 in the Duroc breed will get a sale spot here at San Antonio. So what I mean by a double sort here They will sort 10 back and then send the rest on, and then pull them out one at a time again and place from the bottom up. And I'll kind of give you all play-by-play on what that looks like. But like you see, they already sent one young lady back to her pen. With this many animals, they won't try to place 10, I don't believe, especially this early in the morning. But I know these guys have had their coffee. I saw them drinking a Dr. Pepper and a Coke this morning, so they've got their caffeine in them. Some of these kids, I don't know if they're quite half awake yet, but I totally respect and understand that. We're getting there. It's going to pin another young lady. Yeah, I can count 16 that I can see, and that doesn't mean there's not any other pigs behind me. Go and spotlight our lead judge here today, Mr. Nick Hofschulte from Oklahoma. His occupation includes livestock and feed production business. His wife, he's got a wife by the name of Holly, and daughters Kinley, Harper, and Hazelyn, and a son, Will. He is a Connors State College graduate, judging livestock there. And his hobbies include breeding and showing livestock, spending time with his family and friends, and really enjoys learning new things about business and industries that he's not familiar with as he becomes older. His accomplishments, and I think these are so important. And I'm looking at what he put down here. He's a husband and father of 4. I mean, you talk about putting family first. That is a huge accomplishment. And if you ask me the same question, I'm not looking at my accolades, what I do in business. I'm like, hey, I'm married to a beautiful woman, and I've got a beautiful 2-year-old daughter almost. And or almost 2-year-old. She turns 2 on Easter Day, actually. But that is the thing I'm most proud of, and I'm glad that me and Nick share the same kind of passion there. And he's our lead judge. He's in the blue, and then Mr. Chad Day is here as well. I'll kind of read about him here in a bit. But our Duroc lead judge here is Nick Hofschulte, and our secondary judge for the Duroc breed is Chad Day. I want to welcome both these guys here, and they've got 7 pulled back already. They're going to go ahead and pull 3 more, I believe, and then excuse these other individuals and then sort again. All right, looks like we're placing here. What they're doing now, they're doing their secondary sort. Like I kind of mentioned, they've got their top 10 individuals, and if they really like you, you're going to get re-racked again, which means you'll be in the top placings of the class. Good chance if you get re-racked that you have officially made the sale, or that's been pretty true throughout the morning and yesterday as well. And then once they place those, they'll place, say they re-rack 5 of these 10 here. Those other individuals that are still left standing, they will place 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. So if you, for whatever reason, they re-rack 5 and you're those last ones standing, you want to be aggressive out there because they're not placing from the bottom up. They are placing 6th to 10th in that order. 6th place will get you a sale slot, so you want to be the first one placed. If you get re-racked, you want to be the last one placed. If that makes sense to everybody who may be in Wave 2. I'm not sure if they're going to keep that pattern for Wave 2, but I'm pretty positive they will. Because it's worked really good for them, and they have a flow. They know what they want to do, and it keeps the ring help and kind of in the loop of what's going on as well. They've re-racked 4 of them. Those individuals will be in the top 4 of the class. And he's got the button, so he may start placing here. So I think they feel like they have the best 4 that they want to keep back in this first class of reds. Once again, we're on class number 36. Started with 37, and now we're down to 10. And he's going to place 5th through 10th in that order. Yep, so she's going to be 5th place. Congratulations to her. She made a sale spot. If you make the top 10 here at San Antonio, that's a big accomplishment. You know, they talk about, oh, I got the crying hole, I was one on the sale. Well, there's about 30-something other kids in that class that they would have wished they got the same thing you got. They didn't get a ribbon at all. So just keep that in mind when you hit a cry hole. I understand you're one on the sale, and but it's part of life. You know, some people get first, some people get second, some people get last, and life, unfortunately, you just take it on the chin and move on and continue to get better. And
looks
and
like
learn
they've
something.
let out the second one now. I've got 2 out there at this point. Really pretty sided. They're really mobile. Got a good look from the side. They're keeping their patterns pretty much similar to what they did yesterday. In our Duroc show today, the judges will go through 9 classes of Durocs, a total of 364, which is also up from last year. First 3 classes will be our Division 1 of our Duroc show. As our judges look at our top 4 here, they're going to place from 4th on up to our first place. Weight ranges was from 250 to 256. Just now joined us. We're on the first class of our second day. We're on class 36. Our judges today will be going through our Durocs and our dark crosses, and they will have evaluated 879 head and 21 classes, which is more than they did yesterday. Yesterday they did 739 head. Of course, this number will probably increase a little bit just due to some classification that moved into the dark cross class today. from yesterday. We placed our fourth place. A young lady in the blue sweater was our fourth place. And here we find our top three of the start of our Duroc show here. Our lightweights ranging from 250 to 256. It's like the young lady in the bluish purple, or purple, was our class winner. Young man was second. Congratulations to both of these.
Morning. We got some fresh air for the Hogs this morning, and a good way to start our Duroc show out with this young lady in the purple, and we think he wins pretty handily. You know, his front feet aren't perfect, but we're not going to single trade him. He looks like the one that needs to win for us in terms of just his balance and his build, and then you start talking about muscle and width and bone. He is the EST in the class and needs to win for us. The one that closely follows him with muscle and width is this young man in the red shirt. Sure, you'd like to square him up when you get right behind him, and that's why he gets in that two-hole. But it's in terms of his pattern and look and his muscle and width, we thought he was quite a bit more to that hog than the young man's that comes out in three. Really good-looking hog here that comes out in three. The young man brings to us. He's got a sharp look. Neck comes up and out of his blade extremely well. Love his pattern. Love his balance. Coming at us, he's got to be stouter for us. He needs to be stouter at the ground in terms of his rear leg bone especially. But, man, you can't deny his look. You can't deny his quality. And we think his hind leg just sets in him a notch squarer than this hog that comes next. Really a bold-bladed type of Barrow that comes here next. I think just gets a little more refined in his whole feature about his face and his arm and his front feet. One there, too. When you get behind him, we'd like to square him up, lengthen him out of his rump. But more importantly, of that top four, we thought he was probably the frailest in terms of his feature. Coming next here is a really good pig that's got a lot of muscle laid into him, especially out of the backside of his blade. We thought coming right at us, he needed to be square from blade, knee to ground. Wants to get a little rounder in the way that his hip organization is, but a really fresh appearing, really good, well-presented hog. The young lady's done an excellent job getting to this point. The Barrow that comes next is one we just didn't think was as athletic out back as our pig in front of him. We just got to lengthen that rump, lengthen that step, and he's probably the hardest and driest in his lower cage and his lower rib when you start studying him in that regard. But another one that's super fresh, super fit in terms of skin and hair. Young lady's done an excellent job with him as well. Coming next here, we just kind of get into some structural issues in terms of shoulder placement here. One that's just not as athletic off either end of his skeleton. We didn't find him quite as stout in his feature as well. But another one there that's got some muscle that we wanted to get up towards the class. And then we just end with some quality issues in terms of bone and width, moving on down through the class. But an excellent way to start our Red Hog show off with. Let's give all these kids a big hand.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Ninth place, Emery Galovic, Taylor County, 4-H. Eighth place, Jackson Hammer, Potter County, 4-H. Seventh place, Case Fisbacher, Potter County, 4-H. Sixth place, Chloe Cooper, Wiley East, FFA. Fifth place, Shane Kate Glenn, Ellis County, 4-H. Fourth place, Carly Coles, Granbury, FFA. Third place, Cason Strange, Electra, FFA. Second place, Charles Edward Owens, Clyde, FFA. And exhibiting first place, Harper Nicole Pachota, Live Oak County, 4-H. Our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 36 Duroc Barrow is exhibited by Charles Owens, Clyde FFA. Breeder of that barrow is Rising Star Genetics of Brownwood. They can pick up their association caps at our association table near the show ring.
All right, we're moving on to class number 37 here. Weight ranges on these barrows goes from 257 to 265. Starting with 39 head, they pinned a bunch so far, and kind of like Mr. Hoff-Schulte said earlier, he wants them powerful. He wants them with bone. He wants them with muscle. He wants them moving out there. So if you have all those attributes, I would say you got a chance. And it's very consistent with what he did yesterday. And somebody asked me, so what did you see? And I said, well, you got to have a front end on you, and you got to have a rear end on you, and you got to have everything in between. They said, that sounds like a good hog. And I was like, yeah, pretty much exactly what it is. And if you got a little extra bone, that does not hurt you by any means. I can tell you that much. He sees bone, he gets excited. So it's not just an Okie thing. We here in Texas like everything bigger anyway. So the bone work is very important to us as well.
I just want to thank our northern people for sending a norther down here. It's much nicer. It's 42 degrees here in San Antonio.
I don't know. I'd rather it be 80 degrees here in Texas.
Oh, no.
Y'all can keep that cold weather, but you can send moisture if you want to.
I'll take some snow. Maybe not ice, but I'll take some snow.
Hey, ice melts too.
Hey, in our first class here in Class 36, our Texas bred for that class was our second place in that class. Charles Owens from Clyde FFA exhibited that Texas bred class champion. The breeder of his pig was Rising Star Genetics out of Brownwood, Texas. Congratulations to Rising Star for well-bred Barrow starting the lightweights here at San Antonio. If you just now joined us, we're going to have 3 classes here in our Duroc division to represent our lightweight division.
And what they're going to end up doing is they're going to judge every single one of the Duroc classes and do our division champions at the very end. That way they kind of have all the barrows up here, and then once they select all of our division champions, which is our light, medium weight, and heavyweight divisions, they will then conclude the Duroc breed with the overall selection of our Duroc champion and reserve champion, followed by the dark crosses here today. We're only doing 2 breeds today, but both breeds very large breeds here at San Antonio.
If you just now joined us, we're in our second class of the start of our show here for the first wave of the second day. Our judges will be going through a total of 364 Durocs this morning, 9 total classes. It is actually up from last year. We also had 9 classes last year at 354. As they're evaluating this class, I thought I'd share with you just the results of yesterday. We showed the Berks, the Spots, the Polands, and the Hampshires yesterday. And our champion in Reserve Berkshire, our champion was Calvin Clift out of Randall County 4-H. And a reserve champion, and that one came out of class number 5. And a reserve champion came out of class number 3. That was Addison Butler out of Armstrong County 4-H. In our spot show, our champion came out of class 12. Avery Mabry out of Brock FFA exhibited that champion. In fact, she's had some great success. They've done well not only in the Barrow show. Last year she had the champion Chester here at San Antonio. So the Mayberries have done well not only in the Barrow show but also the Gilt shows as well.
And they're all 3 of them, and one of them's younger, but all 3 of them are phenomenal showmen as well.
They give 110% in everything they do. So our reserve in that spot show came out of class 11, Grady Lowry Lowry out of Troop FFA. He had our reserve champion. And then we go on to our Polands. And our champion came out of Class 16, Tate Anderson out of New Home FFA. That one was a Texas bred. It was bred by Lintner Show Pigs out of Comfort. Congratulations to Luke. He does a fine job there out in Comfort. Raised some good feed as well. And reserve champion came out of Class 16, Sloan Stedgy out of Groover FFA had it. And then we moved on to our Hampshires, which was the last breed of the day yesterday evening. Our champion came out of Class 23, Lexi Collins out of Idalou. That was a Texas bred, and it was breeder of it was All-Star Show Pigs out of Paradise, Texas. Congratulations to All-Star Show Pigs. And then our reserve champion also came out of Class 23, was also a really good one. It was Curtis Mulestein out of Stanford FFA. Congratulations to all these champions and reserves from yesterday. They've let, about 6 out, Landon, I take it? And
7 now.
7.
One got pinned back. He's going to go and pin the young man back. It'll be the second one pinned back here. So what they're going to do is do a double sort here, everybody. They have so many pinned back, and they've got 17 pinned in this class.
Yeah, that's a lot more than our first one, isn't it?
Well, no, they got 16 or 17 the last one as well. So what they're doing is they're going to pull them out one at a time, and they're going to pull the top 10 back, release those other individuals, and then sort the top 10. If you're in the top 10, they will pull you out one at a time again. If they really like you, they're going to re-rack you again, and you will be in the top placings of this class. Like I mentioned earlier, top 6 will make the sale here at San Antonio in the Duroc breed. So if you get pinned back, there's a very good chance, if not a 100% chance, you made the sale. I've never seen them re-rack more than 5 or 6, and 6 being as many as they've re-racked of the top 10. Usually it's 4 to 5. But right now they're going to get 10 of them.
Looking over this class, I think the heat's starting to heat up even a little more, starting in this second class.
And like I mentioned earlier in the morning, Dad, the bigger they get, the better they get because they're closer to their 12 o'clock weight. These guys still have a little bit of room. Maybe they don't have quite as much ham loin area. Maybe they need a little bit more power to them, which comes with age and maturity. Some of these bearers maybe not quite there yet, but for what they are, man, they look really good for the lightweight divisions here. And like you said, the heat's going to keep getting turned up as the day goes on because they have more weight to work with. And I think structure is going to come even more so than what it already is, and power and muscle and density. And you talk about mobility in these red ones, they're doing really good. That class winner had a lot of features on him. Maybe a little tighter, got a little tighter as the drive went on, but still a very good pig to start us off. And like Mr. Hofschulte said, and I mentioned it all morning, he wants power. He wants bone. He wants muscle. He wants you elevated. If you have those attributes, chances are you'll do pretty well under him. They've got 7 pinned back here. And he's got the button, so I think what they're going to do differently in this class, they're going to place 8th, 9th, and 10th place. And then excuse these other individuals out and then bring these 7 back out again. And 6 of these 7 will make the sale. So they've got their 8th, 9th, and 10th place here. And everybody else will be excused. And if you made it to this point, y'all, this is a very, very deep class. So if you made it to this phase in the game, congratulations. They did a phenomenal job showcasing their animals.
Absolutely. And as Landon mentioned, the 6 placings here, how that works here at San Antonio is the top 3 placings in every class will actually be called walking lots, which will actually go through the live auction. The 4th through 6th place or 4th through 5th, depending on what breed you were in, those are non-walking lots. San Antonio had the foresight a couple years ago to do it this way, to try to help out and allow the buyers to not stay out so late, and allowed these kids and parents not to stay out as late either. So they came up with having the non-walking lots. Those other place in there, the non-walking lots will receive $1,500, and then you can do add-ons to it as well. So great job and foresight with San Antonio being able to help and see how they could better the auction.
They're going to bring these top 7 individuals out. These are the top 7 placing Barrows here in the second class number 37 of our Duroc breed. 6 of these 7 will make the sale here. We're down to our top 4 in this class here. Another deep set of Duroc Barrows here. Real wide base, have a lot of skeleton structure to them. That's what he's going to be looking for all day today, everybody. I don't think he's going to deviate from that in any regard, especially with as deep as these Durocs are. And Durocs are known for having a big old front end on them. Real big, bold-chested. And it is not disappointed so far here at San Antonio. Once again, for those of you just now tuning in, we have 9 total classes of Durocs. We're going to judge all 9 classes, and they're going to break them up to 3 classes per division. So you have a lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight division, followed by the overall selection of our champion and reserve champion Duroc Barrow. Then move on to our final breed of the day, which is our dark crosses. And those of you wondering, oh, they're only doing 2 breeds today, you should be done by lunch. Well, no, these breeds are actually quite large.
Well, we're actually doing, yesterday our judges did 739. Today they're going to do more. They're doing 879. So we're going to do quite a few more with the same amount of classes. Looks like he's named as champion, young man, long sleeve, navy shirt. Congratulations.
Well, we thought it'd come down to a trio of hogs that just had a little more width, just base width and muscle as you study those three. And of the two, there's one that's just a little more correct in the angle of his blade, gets out here and covers the ring out of his shoulder a notch better. We think the pitch to his blade's just a little more appropriate when you study the way it's assembled onto his body. You get on top of this thing, and he's spread open behind his shoulder there with the most mass and dimension. Really has a long hip working in him, too, for a hog with that kind of muscle and width. And just gets out here and handles it well enough, we think, to go ahead and win this particular class. The one with the added presence from the profile, the added height and tallness of shoulder is definitely goes to this young lady in the red. He grabs your attention as soon as he comes right out of that gate. You love his added elevation to his shoulder. It works to his disadvantage. He just gets too upright for us, and that shoulder gets a little too short in his step out of that shoulder when you start studying the way that he moves, but still one that's opened up good as he comes at you. He's fresh in his body. He's fresh and square as he leaves you. Nice pair there on the top. Young man here that comes three just kind of runs out of bone compared to those other two when you start studying him at the surface, especially in that rear leg bone. 1-2 as the drive went on, we thought he got to jam in his hind leg a notch harder than we'd like to see, but mainly that trio, he's the frailest in terms of his bone work and his foot. That's why he ends up third today, but congratulations, you got him looking fresh. Done a really good job getting him presented. Young lady coming next is one you love from the side. It's this view right here that gets him beat as he comes right at us. We got to stouten him up in his chest and knee, but just in terms of quality look ahead of his blade, we love that about that hog. We love his added shape up in the top of his skeleton. We love his body dimension. Like I said, he's just got to be stouter coming right at us. Thought he was quite a bit fresher than this bear that comes next. Same goes for him. A hog here that just needs opened up coming at you. He gets a little staler about his head and his look. He's not quite as good in the way that he travels out of either end of his skeleton when you compare him back to that one ahead of him. But, man, he's done a great job. He's done everything he can to get him to this point, keep him fresh, and we appreciate that for sure. Another pig coming next here that's got some muscle to him. I just thought he got pretty tight off both ends as the drive went on, and we felt like we didn't drive him all that long. A hog there that we just got to make more athletic, especially out of his rear, too. He gets a little more ordinary about his look when you start comparing him to those ones ahead of him. But young man's done a great job getting him presented. He's got him skin and hair looking fresh. We definitely appreciate that. Here's one that just gets a little piecier from the side. He's harder to put together, kind of made in three pieces. We'd like to give him more body and flank. We think it'd make him balance a notch better. You get behind him, he's kind of wide up at the top of his hip and kind of runs out of bed there. When you get down low into his stifle, you study his rear leg bone as he leaves. He's just not as stout in that regard as those hogs that are ahead of him. Then we get into some structural issues here. We just got to make him go better and got to give this one that we end with just simply more muscle to move him up any higher. Let's congratulate these Class 2 Durocs. Really good set of hogs.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Riker Michael Shuffler, Lampasas, FFA. 9th place, Briley Dietze, Belleville, FFA. 8th place, Kennedy Lane Skelton, Wellington, FFA. 7th place, Clay Sides, Fredericksburg, FFA. 6th place, Jackson Curtis Powell, Jordanton, FFA. Fifth place, Olin Wayne Pearson, Hockley County, 4-H. Fourth place, Cadence Butler, Miami, FFA. Third place, Hunter Ray Huggins, Wiley Abilene, FFA. Second place, Jaylee Cole Payne, Idalou, FFA. And first place, Sladen Mark Young, Stanford, FFA. And our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 37, Duroc Barrows, exhibited by Cadence Butler. Breeder of that barrow is HF Genetics of Port Lavaca. They can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at the association table near the show ring.
Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. Hope you guys can hear that through the loudspeaker. I know I can hear it through mine. She says yes, so I'm glad I'm not the one butchering the names. Paul does a phenomenal job. He's our superintendent here at San Antonio. He's been doing it a long time, and we appreciate him and all his efforts to keep this show running so smooth. Moving on to class number 38 now. This will be our third class. My voice is finally starting to wake up a little bit. My voice has had its coffee and its Celsius drink. For those of you who know those drinks well, they get you through the morning, I can tell you. In class number 38, we have 40 total head, and weight ranges on those barrows goes from 266 to 273. We're going to do our first initial sort first and move on. They have been double sorting, so what I mean by that is they'll do their first initial sort. Those of you watching on the screen right now, they'll go to Mr. Hofschulte. He's our lead judge for our Duroc breed. He pointed straight ahead, so meaning they will go get classified from our panel of classifiers and get weighed. If you have to weigh within 10 pounds of your weight card on the top and bottom end. If he points to the right, they'll go to Mr. Chad Day. He's our secondary judge for the Durocs. If he points straight ahead, you go to the big arena for a secondary evaluation. But if not, he'll send you on to the truck. And your animal goes to greener pastures, and you get to watch and support other kids. And that's just as equally as important, supporting your peers. We try to preach that here at the Barrow Show, in any show, as a matter of fact. Once they have them all sorted from the initial first sort, they've kept between 16 and 18 barrows back. At that time, they'll pull them out one at a time, pull 10 of them back out, or pin 10 of them back and excuse the other ones. What was a little bit different in that last class, they pinned about 7 of them, placed 8th, 9th, and 10th, excused everybody else, pulled those top 7 out, and placed from 7th all the way till we had a first. And I'll kind of keep everybody posted on what we're going to do here. Thanks for tuning in.
You just now joined us. We're in our final class of our lightweight division. We're on class 38. Where the weight ranges is from 266 to 273 with 40 head in this class with 6 total sale slots that all these kids are going for. In our previous class, in class 37, our class champion Texas bred went to our 4th place. It was Cadence Butler from Miami FFA. The breeder of it was HF Genetics out of Port Lavaca. Congratulations to Jimmy and Cassidy Hayes for a job well done and that Texas bred class champion. Earlier in the show, I went over the results of our champions from yesterday, and each one of those individuals not only will get to compete for the overall grand champion drive on Thursday, but they also have won a $10,000 scholarship here at San Antonio. And, the cool thing about that is not only can they win $10,000 scholarship, they can max out at 20. They can do it in Barrows. They could do it in the Gilt Show. They could do it in any competitive events that they enter throughout their high school or throughout their years of being in school from 3rd to 12th grade. So, what a great way for San Antonio. They had this foresight, with this scholarship program. It dates back to 1984, where they gave 15 scholarships, and it was $90,000 that it totaled. Since that time, they have given to date $279 million in total scholarships over in different parts of revenues, and that included auction sales and everything. So what a great job and foresight that they've done with that. And every year they activate about 1,500 scholarships are being activated so that these kids can further their education. And it's not just a 4-year college. It's any Texas education agency. This could be a trade school. This could be a 2-year school. It could be a 4-year school. So what a great way that San Antonio is able to help further educate these kids through the scholarship program.
Well, good morning, everybody. Again, for those of you just tuning in, want to welcome you all to the Taylor Fort webcasting. Everybody gets a front row seat to here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show, day 2 of Wave 1. We're on class number 38. We've done our initial first sort. They've pinned back about 18 hogs, so they're going to double sort them, pull them out one at a time, and if they really like you, they're going to re-rack you again, and you'll be in the top part of the class. Top 10 will make a placing spot, and the top 6 in each one of these Duroc classes will make the sale here at San Antonio. I kind of mentioned it earlier. Ironically enough, it is God's Day today. Every day is God's Day. But today is Sunday, and I thought it was very fitting. I told you I was going to bring a guest up here, and I want to introduce Mr. Weston Lackey. He's a senior at Haskell. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
Let's turn your mic on. Sorry, bud.
Good? Oh, there it goes.
We're all good. We're live.
Yes,
we're
sir.
hot now. So kind of tell us about this. You are no stranger to this ring, are you?
No, sir. I was fortunate enough to win here back in 2018, and I showed some steers a few years ago for 4 or 5 years, and now I'm just back here watching and helping out our group.
It's kind of fun kind of sitting back and cheering on your peers in the show and not having to worry about, okay, I need to get my animal ready, or, you kind of miss the butterflies being here?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I was young when I had happened to win it. I was just 9, so I didn't get to remember the excitement, and the feeling, the nerves. I mean, I remember all the lights, just the feeling of what it was like to come into this stage. But it's different for sure. My competitive nature, I wish I was still back in here doing this, but I'm more than fortunate to have won when I did. But I do miss it, but I love cheering on our people.
And it's fun too. It kind of, I'm 35 now, Weston, and I'll tell you, it's fun coaching these kids and helping them get ready. You get to see it from a different light and a different perspective. And how's your senior year been going so far?
It's been good. We were lucky enough to get reserve ham there at Fort Worth, and then I was 5th overall light cross at Texas Elite, and just 2nd at San Angelo. So I've been fortunate to say the least here this senior year. It's been exciting. It's been fun, and I've enjoyed every second of it.
And I'll tell you, I think back on my senior year, Weston. It's like, oh, it's my senior year. It's going to be fun. I'm going to enjoy it. It will literally go by in a blink of an eye.
Oh, my gosh.
And it's flying, isn't it?
Yeah, it got here fast.
Yeah, it did. Well, so I'm going to kind of touch on a little bit of stuff, and I want you to kind of elaborate on it.
Okay.
You kind of started something, and I don't know if you started on Facebook or whatever, and I happened to see one of them, and you led it with a Bible verse and kind of what you're doing, and is it called Light the Ring, or what is it called?
Light in the Barn is what I called it. So I started it in the middle of October is when it was originally launched. So it was an idea for a few months or 2 or 3 months or so when I told Mom that I wanted to start something, start a program, because I've always wanted to be an entrepreneur. My Mom and Dad have always ran their businesses. Mom has owned several businesses that she's ran and owned or been the COO of. And it's always been on my mind on how and where to start a business. And I always had ideas when I was younger how I wanted to start something within this industry. And so back when I got injured and things like that happened to me that started my relationship with Christ, I just realized that sometimes in this industry I think we take for granted what God has given to us and given us the opportunity to do. And I wanted to be a place for people to be able to express themselves and realize that it's okay to be different and express yourself in other ways, especially within Christ. Good.
So how has that been going for you?
It's been amazing. I launched it in October. I think across TikTok and Instagram, I think I have close to about 2,000 followers so far, and I've gotten many texts. Actually, the apparel that I did about a month ago just shipped a few days ago, and I profited about $1,000 that we're going to be donating to the West Texas Boys Ranch there in San Angelo from the apparel store, and it's been great, and I've enjoyed every second of it.
That's awesome. And sometimes we take things for granted in life. I mean, not just in the show ring. The show ring is just a vessel for us to kind of showcase our hard work as kids, and we always talk about making the kids bigger than the animal. We need to make sure that God is bigger than anything in anything we do in life.
I agree.
And the fact that you acknowledge that, Weston, I think that is so great. And when I found out about that, I was like, man, that is so cool, because we talk about cheering on the kids and everything, but we got to give praise to the man upstairs for allowing us the opportunity to do things like that.
Right.
And I just think that is so important, and it's things in life we take for granted at times, and because as well as anybody, you're always on the go, you're always on the move, there's always something going on, you're getting texts, calls, whatever it may be. I know your dad, I'm sure his phone was blowing up during this time of year, especially or during sales season.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes we forget to thank the man upstairs, and I tell everybody, hey, take 10 minutes or 5 minutes of your day, just thank the man upstairs for giving another day, for blessing you with all the blessings you have that we take for granted at times, and thank him. And I think sometimes we get lost in that aspect a little bit.
I agree, and I think that's what's been big for me is he's going to set you into a place where you're going to eventually fall back into him. Like it says in Scripture that he's going to bring you to your knees before to eventually lead you back to him, and I think that's what happened to me. I was fortunate when I was young to have success in this industry, in this ring, and I think that took me to a place that I didn't really need to be, cocky, selfish, things of that sort. And I think back in 2023 is the December of 2023 is when I would have broken my knee. And within that injury and my collarbone, last summer, it really made me take a step back and realize how much that I have going for me and how fortunate I am. I mean, after I broke my knee, I tried to walk my pig on crutches, and that did not go well at all. So he took me out of the barn. He took me out of the places that I am all the time, and it gave me a realization of where I needed to be, where my heart needed to be, where my soul needed to be with him. And I'm so grateful that all of it happened the way it did, because I wouldn't be where I am today without it.
We always fall back on him. You know, I always tell people all the time, do your best, let God do the rest.
Yes, sir.
And do what you can control, and he will take care of you where you need to be taken care of. Whether you see that is the right decision at the time or not, you'll look back and say that's the best thing that ever happened.
Yes,
and it's
sir.
because he put it before you. So kind of want to end it with, do you have either a Bible verse or a scripture or anything you want to give all the listeners out there this morning?
Yeah, I have probably two, actually. So the verse that's always helped me when I was going through injury, actually, that always popped up was Romans 8:18, which says, "For I consider that our present sufferings are not worth the glory that shall be revealed in us." And that's been big with me, just knowing that even if things don't go our way, if things fall under circumstances that we don't expect, that regardless of what happens, our future is what's important. And if we keep our soul, if we keep our heart with Christ, with God, that everything's going to fall into where it should be with him. And I think that's what's forgotten most of the time, that we try to create our own plans. We try to create what that next step is for us, and we have to realize that we need to give that up to God. We need to let God, or we need to trust God with our plan in life, and let all of it fall into him. And then the next one that's been big on my heart, especially as we've gotten into this season, it comes out of Matthew chapter 8, verse 26, and he's talking to his disciples about a storm that was coming, and it was Jesus directly talking, and he replied, "Those of you of little faith, why are you so afraid?" And then he calmed all the waves and the storms, and the disciples were safe from the big storm that could have injured them all. And I think that's been big with me, especially into this season, when we're walking into the ring, when we're going into sale season, that I don't need to worry about what that next step is, because God's planned out whether I'm going to win the show or if I'm going to be sifted. He already knows that. I just don't know it, but I need to trust whatever outcome happens. So those have been big with me ever since I really started this.
And I'll tell you, that second one you talked about with the disciples, and you have little faith. We all sometimes fall in little faith, and we
Yes.
just have to trust in him and trust in his plan. He will. I've always said, Weston, we always ask God for patience. We always ask God for certain things in life. He will not give you patience. He
No.
will give you the opportunity to be patient.
Right.
It's
Yes,
up
sir.
to you to make that determination decision. He's not going to hand it to you. He's
Right.
not going to hand you the keys to the car and let you drive it. He's
Yes, sir.
going to say, "Hey, I will put this in front of you. It is your determination and your decision to make that decision."
Yes, sir.
And they're right in front of us. The blueprint's right in front of us.
Yes, sir.
And in our lives. And as long as we trust in that path, I think anybody in this world will be very successful by following his plan. So
Yes, sir. And I've talked about it a few times on Light in the Barn, especially about, he's going to give you, like, if you pray to win a show, he's never going to give you, he might give you the contact information. He's going to give you the whiff. He's going to give you the brush. But that pig might take a while to get there. You're just going to have to trust in him. And then I talked about one actually this past week. It comes out of Matthew 2. I forget which verse, but it's just having the faith of a mustard seed. And even with the faith of a mustard seed, it's going to take you a long way, and you don't realize that. And I think the thing that especially kids my age struggle with the most is you think you have to change in order to go to Christ. But at the end of the day, going to Christ is what's going to change you. It's what's going to change your personality, everything like that goes along with Christ. You just have to run to him, and he's going to work through you and change you. And I think that's been the biggest thing, what I've been trying to get through, that if we all fall into Christ, that eventually this world's going to look a lot different, because at the end of the day, if we're all led by Christ, our heart is going to be right where it needs to be.
amen to that, my friend. Well, before we finish this class, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I want you to lead us in a little prayer this morning. And
Yes,
everybody who's listening in, if you have a time, bow your heads, and I'm going to let Mr. Lackey lead us in a little prayer here.
Yes, sir. Dear Lord, I thank you for this day. I thank you for putting us in the places that we need to be at the right time, Lord. I know that a lot of us are impatient, especially when we get into this season, about what that next step looks like, about what it is that we want to do with our future, Lord. And I just ask that you help everyone who's watching the live stream today. You help everyone that's been talking to you daily, Lord, that I ask that you help them put their heart in the place that they need to be, because we might have to break a leg, Lord. We might have to break an arm for you to show us what that path really looks like, Lord. But I just ask that you put our heart and souls where it needs to be. In your son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen, Weston. Well, thank you for joining me today, and thank you for putting God first in this industry and in everybody's hearts this morning.
Absolutely.
I really appreciate you, bud.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good luck to you senior year.
Thank you.
First call, class 39. First call, class 39, Duroc Barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pins at this time. Be sure to have your pink show card with you. Make sure that pink show card is filled out before you enter those black gates.
Well, if nothing else, I made a few people happy today, so I like to hear that cheering for sure. And we think it comes down to this top pair of just stouter individuals. They're a little heavier in their structure and their bone work, and one of them just got a little more muscle in him when you get over the top of him. The young lady on the far side, it's like his transition out of the backside of his blade a little more. He's true and square to himself as he comes and goes. He's the man of the class in terms of foot and bone. You know, he's getting every bit as agey as one needs to be up through that head, but relative to the class, what we have have to work with in here, I think he needs to go ahead and win. The hog here in second, you know, most follows him. He's not as good out of his rump in terms of length and levelness. He's not as good in the way that he goes out of his hock and stifle hook up there. But we thought he was just quite a bit heavier structured at the ground in his arm and his rear leg bone than this bear that comes next. Super fresh bear that comes here in 3, probably the freshest in terms of his skin and hair and his look. You know, we just asked ourselves when we got right in behind this hog if he had enough true width and muscle just going away, and then you get right in behind him. His bone column gets pretty round and frail when you compare him back to these two that are ahead of him, but I commend her for having that hog's skin and hair super fresh, and he's just a notch better in terms of his balance and his pattern and just his kind than this bear that comes next. Bear that comes next does have more muscle. Can't argue with that. It's his hind leg that gets him into that 4 hole. He's got to reach and go better, and he too just doesn't have enough bone when you start studying him to them ones ahead of him right at the ground. But we love his shape. We love his center dimension that he brings to the table. We just got to make that one more athletic. Hog coming next here is one that it is a shot more athletic. Just coming right at us here. We didn't think he had enough power. Just like to open him up through his sternum and his heart as well. But a hog there that does have good flex and go out of his rear leg. You just got to make the call there if he's got enough muscle for you. For us, he didn't, so we put him 5th. Young man coming next, one there that is a notch stouter. It's his side view presence. He wants to ease in the middle of his back, and then when you get behind him there, gets a little wide in his hock placement, but a pig that's got some bone and some muscle. We just didn't think he patterned up quite appropriately to get up in that top 5. Nice pig coming next here, the young lady brings to us. He's got muscle in his back. As you study him as he goes, he just gets a little shorter and quicker in his rear step, and at the ground, he's definitely just too refined in his footwork to move him up any higher in this particular class. Nice meat and potatoes type of pig that comes next. It's got width and muscle and doability to him. He's not sound enough. He's not cool enough in terms of his presence out here to get up any higher for us. He's just a little more ordinary in his look, but the young man's got him full and fresh. We like that about him for sure. Hog coming next, just too upright in his angle to his blade. And then we just end with one that just needs a little more correctness in terms of the way his feet hit the ground for us. Nice class, real nice top trio. Congratulations to all you Duroc kids.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Well, that concludes our final class of the lightweight division. We're moving on to class number 39. Class number 39 consists of 41 head, and weight ranges on those barrows goes from 274 to 278. And once again, if y'all were tuned in for class 38, Weston, I can tell you he's a great kid. And, you can always...
And we have our placings for class 38.
Give me just a
38 Duroc Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Whitley Lane Wilson, Brownwood, FFA. 9th place, Connor Charles Pribble, Perryton, FFA. 8th place, Bracken Riley Taylor, Iowa Park, FFA. 7th place, Milena Faith Hernandez, Hebronville, FFA. 6th place, Chapel Christian Herber, Fredericksburg, FFA. 5th place, Willow Marie Herber, Fredericksburg, FFA. 4th place, Clay Allen Harrison, Swisher County, 4-H. Third place, Paige Friesenhahn, Southwest FFA. Second place, Connor James Owens, Clyde FFA. And first place, Cameron Reese Mellon, Pearland FFA. Those are our placings for Class 38 Duroc Barrows. And our Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion from Class 38, exhibited by Paige Friesenhahn, Southwest FFA. Breed of that barrow is Knese Show Pigs of Fredericksburg, and they can pick up their Certified Texas Bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
Once again, that concludes Class 38. We are currently judging Class 39. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals from that previous class. And once again, I'm going to kind of touch on Weston again, bringing God back into the podcast here. You know, today is God's day, but, you know, all the glory to him every single day, and every day is God's day as far as I'm concerned. And like Weston said, you know, he's going to put the tools in front of you. He's going to give you the keys to the car, but it's your choice to drive it or not. And you know, I mentioned this again. You ask for patience, you ask for this, you ask for that. He's not going to give it to you. He's going to give you the opportunity in front of you to get it. And like I said, Weston's a senior. He's a great kid, and he's a great, you know, mentor for so many young kids to look up to. And I've watched him kind of grow up. You know, Dad and I judged a show when he was a little kid at a jackpot show, and he was just a good kid back then. And, you know, he talked about, you know, he got big-headed at one time. He got cocky at one time. We've all been there. We've all done that. We've all been through something in our lives. We are human. We are sinners at heart, and Jesus saves. And the fact he acknowledged that and has come that direction, and we all, you know, sometimes we don't know we're doing stuff until something, an obstacle is put in front of us. And I'm glad he shared his story, and I'm glad he shared a couple of scripture verses and led us in a little bit of a prayer for those of you who tuned in. But I want to thank him for coming up and taking the time to out of his schedule to be a part of it today. And those of you who missed out, tune back to class number 38 after the first sift, and you can kind of tune in and listen to his story and what he's kind of doing in the barn. It's called Light the Barn, and really cool little thing he's got going. So I wish him the best of luck with that venture and future success after he completes his senior year of high school. Looks like we have a total of about 8 to 10 pigs pulled back so far here in class number 39. They've been pinning between 16 and 18 after that initial sort. So that just goes to show you the depth of quality in each one of these Duroc classes. I feel like it's going to continue throughout the day here. The Durocs are always very good here at San Antonio, and so are the Dark Crosses, and those are the two breeds we are exhibiting today here on day 2 of Wave 1. And then we take about a 2-day hiatus and start up Wave 2 on Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. sharp. They still have a few more to sort through here. I know that there's about 3 or 4 below us getting classified and weighed. You can weigh within 10 pounds of your weight card. And this is the first class of our medium weight division. Once again, there's 9 total classes of Durocs here at San Antonio. We're going to judge all 9 classes and then bring our first and second places back from each one of those classes, break them up into 3 weight brackets: lightweight, medium weight, and heavyweight. Select a champion and reserve champion division, and then select our overall champion and reserve champion Duroc Barrow. And as I've been mentioning all morning, they've been doing a double sort. So depending on how many they pin back, if they pin back 16 to 18, they will try to find 10 in those and then reevaluate them again. So kind of give you all play-by-play as we go. I don't want to be too redundant for everybody, but if those of you just tuning in, I want to welcome you guys to the Taylor Fork Podcast. Whether you're watching at home, getting ready for church, on the TV, in the car, on the radio, wherever you may be listening, I appreciate you tuning in to the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. The Super Bowl, as they call it, of Barrow shows. And just supporting these kids and tuning in and listening to kind of what's going on here today. Our lead judge for the Durocs is Mr. Nick Hofschulte, and our secondary evaluator for the Duroc Bears is Mr. Chad Day. Both those guys, really good guys. They have a good time out there. You can really tell they enjoy being around each other, enjoy sorting hogs, enjoy these kids. And those are the most important things when you have a duo out there judging. You know, Connor had mentioned on the podcast yesterday, he's one of the guys of the top judge program. The very first class today, he nailed it. He's like, Nick's going to like them wide. He's going to like them with a lot of structure to them. He's going to like them bold. And that's exactly what Nick's been doing the past 2 days. And, you know, Chad's more of a pretty attractive silhouette kind of guy. And you put those two Barrows kind of types together, you're going to have a pretty dang good Barrow out there in the ring. And if you have both those attributes from what both of those guys like, I have a feeling you'll do pretty well. Just trust in God, and He'll take care of you. We just finished our initial sort. The guys are coming out in the big arena. They have not put anybody in the big arena for a secondary evaluation. They've either gone to the truck or they have gone to a holding pen. There's been kind of nothing in between, but it's because the depth of quality in each one of these classes has allowed them to do that. It also has kind of sped things up a little bit too. So bear with us. We're going to pull them out one at a time. If you really like you, he's going to re-rack you. And that's what you want. You want to be re-racked. That means you got a good animal that he says, hey, this one's going to be up toward the top of the class, or a chance to be at the top of the class. If that's the case, that means he really likes your animal. I had to go down and do my math twice down there. They kept 14 pigs back, and this is the least amount of pigs they've kept back out of the 3 previous classes that they judged. So right now they pinned 5 of them back. And it'll be interesting to see what they do here with 14 in this class. If they're going to pin back their top 5 or 6 potentially and then place there and excuse the other individuals. That's kind of what they've been doing. First class, they pinned back 10 and re-racked them again and then rejudged them again. But I think what they're going to end up doing from here on out, and it could change, between a couple classes, and they're not too prideful to kind of change things up if they need to make sure they get the right animals. But what they'll end up doing is pinning back about 5 to 6, maybe 7, placing 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then going back and placing from the bottom up from there. So say you're in a class, he pins back 6 of them like he just did. He's got 6 pinned back and still has 3 more to evaluate from the initial sort. Say you only keep 6 back. If you are left out there and he starts placing, you want to be aggressive because he's going to place 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th in that order. It's not going to go 10th to 7th. He's going to place 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. The ones they re-racked, y'all, are the ones that they feel like, hey, these are the top Barrows in the class. He's pinned back 7 now, by the way. So say he doesn't end up keeping 10 back, which I don't think they will. Say he only keeps 7 re-racked. He's going to place 8th, 9th, and 10th. So if you're left out there in the ring, don't get discouraged, but be aggressive because you want to get placed. So you need to make sure you're in front of the judge. If you are re-racked, it means you're in the top 7 here in this particular class as an example. You want to kind of hide your animal. You want to showcase your animal because he's going to place bottom up. If you're aggressive, you're going to wear your animal out, number one. If he really likes your animal, you don't want to wear your animal out because it's going to be a while before they get to first place. So just keep those things in mind. He went ahead and pinned the young man in the blue vest back to her sweater. And look, he's actually going to re-rack 10 of them. Yeah, I read Nick's lips. He's going to pin back 10 total. So in this particular class, they are going to re-rack 10, your top 10 individuals, and re-bring them out again, and then place from the bottom up here. These individuals are going to get excused, so they've kind of changed it up a couple times depending on the class depth, but they re-rack 10 of them.
Yeah, that keeps life interesting too. That way they our exhibitors and advisors and agents and ag teachers are on their toes.
That's right. So what they're going to do is they're going to pull them out one at a time here, and I do think they're going to re-rack the top end of the class and then place. So, like, say they pull all 10 of them out, he re-racks 4 or 5 of them, say 5 of them. He's going to place 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th in that order, and then bring those other 5 out and place 5th all the way to 1st. That is just an example. I'm not saying that's what he's going to do depending on the depth of the class. Depends on how many he wants to keep back for the top end of the class. But in this scenario here where he's kept 10 back, that's what they're going to do. That's what they have consistently done. I couldn't tell you how many he's going to pin back. He's not going to say, oh, I've done 3 the whole time, but there's 4 good ones. I'm only going to pin 3 back. No. If there's 4 really good ones, he'll pin 4 back. So I guess it keeps the play-by-play interesting. But I will say he does like power. He wants you to be powerful and have bone. If you have those 2 things and it can move, the chances are you're going to be in the top part of the class potentially. Like this young man, he's got power, he's got bone, he got pinned, so he'll be in the top part of the class here. Young lady in the light green, lime green, is going to get pinned back too. She's pretty powerful coming at you as well. Real tall at the point of the shoulder. Real elevated hogs. Young man in the blue vest, he'll be pinned back. That'll be the third one pinned back here. Once again, top 6 in each one of these Duroc classes will make the sale here at San Antonio.
Most definitely. And the 5th and 6th place, I might have mentioned just the top 3, but it's actually the top 4 that actually walk across the live auction. It's just the 5th and the 6th that are non-walking lots that will receive a guaranteed $1,500 plus any add-ons that anybody wants to do to those lots. Can be added at the time of the sale, or they have a special site on the website that you could do the add-ons as well. As they're sorting this class, I wanted to tell you a little bit about the auction. You know, all of these kids, both this wave and the second wave, are competing for an overall grand champion and reserve grand champion title. And to give you a little background about how hard our auction has worked here at San Antonio, last year's grand champion, which is another year's record, brought $102,300, and the reserve grand brought $60,000. Both are records from the year before. So great job for our auction committee of making that happen. The Barrow Show is actually, in the total auction sales, is the number 2 of all of the specie auctions. It brought in over $1.6 million in total.
We're going to round up to
almost
1.7.
It's almost 1.7. And our largest one being the steer show, which brought in $2.6 million. So a great job that our auction committee does of, rallying contributors and buyers to the sale to help all these young people.
Well, and I'll say, a lot of these people that come and support these kids, they are not a part of the agricultural industry, but they see the need for these kids, and they also see the impact these kids make, and they want to put their money toward kids growing good kids. And people that put in a lot of time and effort and hard work, and they acknowledge that, and they come out and support these kids financially to help them in their careers, and sometimes that helps, with paying their feed bills, or helping with their trailer if they buy a trailer, or they put a lot of these kids will actually put some of that money away toward college or whatever they want to do. I know a young lady who has decided she wants to go in the trade industry, so she can put that towards school in the trade industry. Or I know another young lady from Fredericksburg who's going to cosmetology school. So, there's a lot of different avenues these kids go after they graduate high school, and these people help contribute to the next step and phase of their lives.
Well, and you mentioned the different parts of education. With these scholarships that San Antonio is really focused on since and really rallied hard, which started back in 1984. It was only 15 scholarships, mere 90,000, and now since the inception of that, they have contributed about $279 million toward.
Did you say
that.
279 million since 1984? Wow.
Yes, sir. And so with that, these scholarships, you don't have to go necessarily to a 4-year school. You can go to trade school or any type.
And they've opened that up since then too,
yes,
which is
absolutely.
good, because it used to be, I think, just toward agricultural based
degrees. Yes,
and
but that changed.
And you know what? I pride San Antonio on that. This is a vessel for them to showcase their animals in the agricultural industry, but if they choose they want to go to cosmetology school or trade school, they acknowledge, like, hey, we're going to put this toward you as an individual.
Nice class, and we think we've got one that kind of needs to win, just in terms of his kind and look out here, and one that comes and goes with great width and dimension. He's got shape up in the top of his skeleton there. He's just the best one in terms of his feet and legs. He's got enough bone out here. Balance is the best, and you get up on top of him. He's the most impressive in terms of his shape and his roll. Handles himself as comfortable as anything out here that's got enough muscle. The young ladies, we just thought he just was proportionate so much better and better in the lay of his shoulder than the bear that comes into 2. Bear in 2 is bold coming at you. He's bold through his center there. We thought he had more shape out the backside of his blade than the bear that ends up into 3. He's not as comfortable out of his shoulder. He's not as correct in his angles as our class winner, but just in terms of muscle shape, muscle width as he goes away from us, and just there in his knee and his chest, we thought he suited us a little better. Love this hog from the side. We love the added structure and bone that he brings to the table, but as you start studying him coming and going, he wants to close up in his skeleton pretty much, and then you get on top of him. He's a little blander in his shape right out of the backside of his blade. He's not as impressive there through the lower part of his stifle as the bear that was ahead of him, but man, you got to get him up in that top 3 just for his added stoutness of bone and his added durability out here. Thought he was just a little more comfortable out of his rear leg than this bear that comes next. Here's one that looks a lot like our class winner from the side. He just never wants to get comfortable and go and drive off that hind leg. Kind of wants to tuck and duck a little more than I'd like to see. Gets a little more set to that hind leg. A little more awkward than that hawk stifle hookup, but you do like that hog's shape and roll that he has up in the back side of his blade. You like his true squareness as he goes away. Like I said, we just got to make him more athletic off those rear 2. Really a bold, shapely bear that we just thought had a notch more muscle than the one behind him. Really shapely when you get up on top of him. Thought he was the frailest of those top 5. Just didn't maybe have as much bone, as much rear leg bone especially. That's why he ends up into that 5th hole. But his muscle and his width in terms of his chest allows him to beat this bear. This bear coming next, like I said, just got to have him more opened up coming at us. His blade sets just a notch forward for us, and then you start studying him through his arm and his front foot. We got to man him up in that regard. Just not as much real muscle in that hog as those ones ahead of him. Same goes for this bear here. We just got to make him a notch more shapely when you get up on top of him. He gets a little blander. He gets a little choppy in the way that he moves those rear 2 in terms of his step. And he's just a little more ordinary about his look and presence out here. One we just like to freshen up a notch in terms of his skin and hair to make him a notch more eye-appealing as well. Pig coming up just closes up a notch too much as he comes directly at us. Gets a little blander there behind his blade. Thought he gave away quite a bit of internal dimension. Same goes for the bears that in the class here. We just got to give them more bone, more width as they come and go. But a nice set of kids, a nice set of red hogs. Really nice class winner. Congratulations to all of you.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Addison Scott Adams, Farmersville, FFA. 5th place, Dawson Jack Shymank, Lee County, 4-H. 4th place, Brylan Joe Kunkel, Eula, FFA. 3rd place, Jacob Curtis Powell, Jordanton, FFA. 2nd place, Kate Jackson, Goliad County, 4-H. And 1st place, Fisher Dub Waldrop, Dallam County, 4-H. Fisher is also our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 39, Duroc Barrows. Breed of that barrow is Wintex Farms of Lubbock, and they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
Well, if you just now joined us, we're on our second class of the middleweight division drive of our Durocs. In this class, we have 39 head, and the weight ranges are from 279 to 284. In our previous class, in class 39, our Texas-bred class champion went to our first place, and it was Fisher Waldrop out of Dahlem County 4-H, and breeder of that, his Barrow, was Wintex Farms out of Lubbock. Congratulations to Fisher and Wintex Farms. Will Winters does a really outstanding job with his genetic program, and so congratulations. If you were with us yesterday, one of the feature things that we did on our show was the Top Judge program. And it was such a great experience for both Landon and I to interview these young people that had been selected for this Top Judge program. There were over 31 kids that were selected for this program, which this is only the second year that they've done this. And last year it was started out with 20, and this year it was 31. And each and every one of these young people did an outstanding job, and really they're really geared and focused on wanting to be the next judge of the future.
Well, and I'll tell you, that first year they were pretty impressive on the mic, and if all you first-year Top Judge program people, these year two guys and the young ladies gave y'all a run for your money. Just saying.
Well, they most definitely.
Sure, Cole Murphy wants to get back on the mic and speak his piece and defend his reign. He did such a good job. I love Cole, and I'm glad we got to see him at the Exarban show when we were doing that.
Oh,
and then,
absolutely.
Like I said, there were several kids, and Reagan Gibson, that was a pretty kind of special moment.
Yeah, she did a really good job as well. And there were many
having
more.
Her dad judge me back in the day, and when I won grand, and that happened to be his daughter. We didn't put the pieces together till during the podcast part. We'd say, oh, my dad judged this skill show a long time ago. And I said, well, and then you asked her, like, what year? It was about 2007, 2008. And you're like, hold on. Your dad made Landon grand champion that year.
Well, Supreme.
Yeah, I guess,
overall.
same thing.
But. Yeah, same thing. But anyway, I just want to thank Dan and Scott Greiniger, who had the foresight to get this program started.
Absolutely.
And teach these kids, if they want to further their judging career, how to groom them for that. And I'm very pleased on what we heard from these young people yesterday and what they've done and also what these two guys gathered together in their mentors. There were some really good people there that are guiding these young people. Some that come to mind is Shane Brenning and Galen McCune and Warren Beeler and Clint Swab. All of those are just outstanding people that I know have done an outstanding job with these young people and mentoring them. And this is kind of the start. For San Antonio, they approached San Antonio about doing this, and they immediately said, yes, we're on board, let's do it. So this is kind of the start of their mentorship, and this will go throughout the year. So it's just a great program of teaching these young people to be the next judge of the future.
Looks like they have 10 pinned back so far. They haven't put anybody in the big arena yet, Wayne. And I don't know if obviously the depth of quality is there already, but they've either been going to the truck or getting put in the big arena, in the holding pen.
Sounds like they really hit them hard or not as hard.
Uh-huh. Well, and with the Duroc breed especially, and I've kind of mentioned that throughout the morning here, it's deep. And you talk about front ends on these Barrows, even at the lighter weights, man, they look like a Mack truck coming at you. I see 12 pinned back now, and there's probably a few below us getting classified and weighed. Once again, you can weigh within 10 pounds on the upper or lower end of whatever you turn your weight card in. So, like for this class for instance, class number 40, if you turn your weight card in at 280, you can weigh up to 290, but no less than 270. Is that correct?
That is very correct. And it's real interesting if to our viewers, the ones who become a breed or reserve breed champion here at the first wave, when they go out for these overall grand drive on Thursday, they have 23 pounds to work with instead of that 10 pounds. And then the ones that come into wave two, when they're showing for all up through the breed, it is 10 pounds. But when they get in the grand drive, those barrows get up to 15. So they get an added 5 pounds in the second wave before they go out for the grand drive.
I heard somebody hooping and hollering, so somebody just got
picked.
Yeah. Looks like they've done their first initial sort, and we've got at least 14 to 16 pigs pinned back here in class number 40. I would say closer to 16 here, and that's been pretty consistent with what they've been doing in these Duroc classes. Where it kind of varies a little bit is sometimes they'll pin 10 back here, and sometimes they'll pin 6 or 7 and then place. Each class has been a little bit different, but also the quality's been a little bit different from top to bottom here. Top 7 have held true in being very deep.
As these kids compete here for the breed and reserve breed champion, the champion, of course, that's named, if they haven't maxed out at 20,000, will receive a $10,000 scholarship in addition to being able to compete for the overall grand and reserve grand title. They started these scholarships, as I mentioned, the first scholarships of any kind started back in 1984. But as far as these breed scholarships and stuff, the first one awarded in the Barrow Show dates back to 2007. And the first one that received that scholarship was Cheyenne Hill. And she received that first scholarship of $10,000. So a little history behind that. And so it's really great that San Antonio has given this amount of maxing out at 20, because that's a lot of scholarship money there, and you know, they don't have to continue to compete in the pig show or the Barrow show or the gilt show. Any competitive events, it can add up to that. And then if that person has maxed out, for example, if the champion that's been named has maxed out already, then the reserve champion will get the $10,000 scholarship. So what a great thing that San Antonio has done to just further the education of our kids, to allow them to be successful.
Is this what you wanted? Looks like they're going to do like they did earlier. They kept 10 back, and they're going to excuse these individuals here. And I appreciate Nick going out there and telling these kids, good job. Here's what your animal needs to do to move up higher in the class here. We're going to pull these out one at a time. He's going to pin back his top individuals here, and we're going to move on from there. They've got 4 pinned back here so far for the top placings in this class. It'd be interesting to see if they pin 1 or 2 more back here, or if they're going to start placing them before too long. Young lady got stepped on. So y'all can't see it right now, but poor young lady got stepped on. That doesn't feel good. Another young lady helping her out here. I think it's awesome. Everybody doing a really good job here. They've got 5 pinned back now, and they're going to start placing. So the young lady that just got stepped on, actually, she made the sale. Congratulations. They're going to play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th here, and then pull those other 5 individuals back out, and they will be the top placings in the class. Once again, top 6 do make the sale here in the Barrow Show at the for the Durocs. Young lady in the green was 7th. Young man is 8th. Young lady in the flowers is 9th. No, excuse me, she was 10th. I apologize. They have them kind of switched around here. Young lady in the white was 8th. Young man was 9th, and the young lady in the flowers was 10th. Now they're going to bring the top 5 out here in this class. All 5 of these barrows are really, really good. I can tell you all, you talk about power, width, just a lot of really good things about them. And it looks like it's just top 4. Young man, the striped white and blue shirt is 4th. We got 3 really, really good barrows out here. Phenomenally good barrows. All 3 line up very, very well. I think it's going to come down to how wide they walk down low. All 3 have a adequate amount of muscle. All 3 of them very powerful. I mean, very elevated in their shoulder. Just good hogs here. I'm tickled to watch this. This is a really, 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 really good class. Young lady is going to be 3rd.
First call.
Young man in the pink's going to be 2nd.
Class
Young man in the
41
plaid will be
Duroc
1st.
barrows. First call, Class 41 Duroc barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding bins at this time.
Well, a nice class, a little harder to put together, but I think we've got one we need to land on, and he does something goofy when he comes out of the pin there and kind of gets uncoordinated, but you let him have some time to get comfortable out here. He's easily the best one, and that's all there is to it. He's good coming and going. He's got a good look to him, and he just got more muscle, more bone than these others out here. Still got a really high-quality look about him. Nice place to start in this particular class of red barrows. Then you got some judging to do from 2 and 3, and I think they're contrasting in type and kind. We just felt the edge of quality from the profile and bone and soundness. We called him having enough muscle to get up here in this 2nd spot. spot. And we just like this hog better in terms of his bone and his overall kind that he brings to the table over this dark red Barrow. Young lady here's got him looking fresh. His skin and hair looks good. We thought he ran out of bone. He wants to twist and turn out in his elbow as he comes at you too. He definitely has more muscle in the Barrow ahead of him. We'll give you that. We just didn't think he had the bone. Didn't think he had the soundness up front, especially to go ahead and be in the second hole. Young man coming next got one that's real similar. He just a little frailer about his bone work, really shapely up high, really shapely when you get behind him. I thought he was the frailest of that top four. That's why he is where he is today. Another nice pig that comes next. It just gets a little staler in his look out here. He gets a little drier in his rib. His rib design's just naturally flatter than those ahead of him. And when you get behind him, you'd like to just square him up there in his hock ever so slightly. But mainly, we just want to give him a little more condition, a little more shape to that rib to get him up any higher. But a nice job there getting him drove as well. Coming out next, we got one here that's just a hind leg away from maybe getting up in that top pair. Love his look as he comes at you. Love his look ahead of his blade. Really, really robust in the center part of his body. Young lady's doing a great job. Got him to this point, super fresh. You get behind him, he's simply got to be square, got to be sounder in that hock. Nice pig coming next here that we just thought really closed up as he come out. Good job, young lady. Thought he really closed up coming at us in terms of his knee and the way his front feet set. That's why we stuck him where he is today. We love his balance and look. Just didn't know if he had just enough true power underneath in his base of his skeleton. Nice pig here. Just gets a little staler, gets a little plainer in the way that his back is laid into him there. Not quite as neat in the way he handles his hip back in terms of his hock set, but a nice pig that's got some fundamental value. Then we just got to make these last two sounder in the way they go. Congratulations. Really nice class winner in this particular class.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
And we have our placing for Class 40 Duroc Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Sydney Grace Baldwin, Mineral Wells, FFA. 9th place, Banner Wilkes, Marion, FFA. 8th place, Hallie Maxwell, Burnett, FFA. 7th place, Zaylee Bessler, Wellman Union, FFA. 6th place, Starla Allie Marie Edwards, Clyde, FFA. 5th place, Braxton Butler, Bell County 4-H. 4th place, Sterling D. Evans, Cochran County 4-H. 3rd place, Bailey Joe Bowman, Fouard County 4-H. 2nd place, Brazos Clinton Herber, Fredericksburg, FFA. And 1st place, Jagger Collier, Snyder, FFA. And our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 40 is exhibited by Brazos Herber, Fredericksburg, FFA. Breeder that barrow is Lights Out Livestock of Fredericksburg. They can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
Well, that concludes class number 40. Moving on to class 41 now, 47 total head. Weight ranges on those barrows goes from 285 to 290. This is by far the largest Duroc class of any of the 9 classes. 47 total head is the largest of the Durocs in class. So if you're in that class, you got a deep set. Like we mentioned in the previous class, very, very deep class. Like they mentioned, like Nick mentioned on the mic, there was some kind of got a little piecier in a sense on where to line everything up. But at the same token, the width, the power, the structure was there in all those top 4 individuals there. Just a few little subtle differences between them.
Absolutely. Nice representation of our Duroc breed in each and every one of these classes. I have the Texas bred for class 40 here. If you our Texas bred went to our second place Duroc in class 40, and the breeder of Brass's Herber's Barrow was Lights Out Genetics out of Fredericksburg. Congratulations to
Lights
Brass's.
Lights out livestock.
I mean, Lights Out livestock, sure.
Looks like we have 6 or 7 pinned back right now. And once again, I'm going to mention they haven't put any in the big arena, so I just think they know the depth of quality coming out of the gate here, and maybe Nick and Chad have been kind of talking about it and saying, hey, if I've got plenty out there, and unless you see something I totally missed, put it out in the big arena kind of thing. And got 8 or 9 now. They've consistently pulled between 16 and 18 of these Duroc classes now that we're in the middleweight kind of division. And this is the last class of the medium weight division. Then we move on to our 3 classes of our heavies. Total of 4 classes, including this one, to judge for our Duroc breed. Not totally sure when somebody asked me already when we're taking a lunch break, and I'm like, it's 9:20. We got a ways before lunch. Some people just woke up and started breakfast already, so I'm not sure when we're taking a lunch break. And it's determined by the judges and where we're at on the class, and you don't want to break mid-class kind of deal. We'll let y'all know as soon as we get to that point. We have just 2 breeds to judge today, but both breeds are very large, the Duroc breed and the Dark Cross breed. I have a feeling they're going to pin between 14 and 16 for sure back, especially with this class being so large. Once again, this is the largest class. The next largest class of Durocs is 42. There's 47 in this class. Most of them have been in the high 30s or 40 total. Just goes to show you everybody had a Barrow that was between 285 and 290. They've got 14 pin, and this is the first class where they put one in the big arena so far. So Chad found one where he's like, man, this is actually a pretty good hog. Maybe we need to take another look at this guy. So we'll see what they do here with that one. This is the first class. Like I said, they put one in the big arena for a secondary evaluation. They've got 15 pins so far, and they still have a few more to go through here. I see 3 or 4 still on the big screen right here that haven't got evaluated yet. I see 17 pins so far, so this is another big, very deep class, but once again, this is the largest class of the Duroc breed. So I anticipated they would keep between 16 and 18 for sure. And there's one young lady in the big arena right now. So we'll see what they do with her. I would anticipate there's a chance that they will maybe weigh her. We'll see. Yeah, they're going to go and weigh her. So that makes it between 18 and 19, potentially. Be a fun class to watch. So just bear with us. They're going to pull them out one at a time. I have a feeling they'll pin 10 of them back, release the other individuals, then pull those top 10 out one at a time and place according to there. We'll give you a play-by-play. Thanks for tuning in to the Taylor Fort live streaming today, wherever you're at, whatever state you're in. Thank you for tuning in and supporting these kiddos. Going to go and pin a young man back pretty quickly here. That's 4 they pinned back so far. I'm pretty certain they're going to pin 10 back here. Excuse the other individuals out of the ring, and then pull them out one at a time again. Put his top 4 or 5 back, and then place however many he has left, and then bring those other 4 or 5 back out and place till we have a winner in this class. Once again, I know there's at least 18 that they've kept back from the initial sort. It'll be a 5th one pin back, 6th one pin back now, excuse me. Another very deep, powerful class here. A lot of structure. Feet and legs have been really good on these Durocs, by the way. Another young man pulled back. He'll be the 7th one pinned back. So they'll have about 8 more to go through here. That's another one pinned back. That's 8. Top 10 make a placing, and we still have several to go through. So just shows you the depth of quality in this big class here at San Antonio. We have 3 more classes to evaluate at the conclusion of this one. Then we bring all of our 1st and 2nd places back out again. Select a light, medium, and heavyweight division and reserve division champion, followed by the overall selection of our Duroc breed. Then we move on to our dark crosses. Once again, we'll be judging 2 breeds here today. That'll be a 10th one pulled back now. Be interesting to see what the guys do here. Still have a few more to look at. They've got 10. I think with what's left out here, they're more than likely going to maybe excuse these individuals here because they've got enough to make a class here. Oh, he's going to pin another one back. That'll be the 11th one pinned back here. I'm not sure if they know that there's still one young lady that needs to come out here. Here we go. This is the first time they've kept 11, and they're going to pull a 12th one now. Just a really, really big class. Now they're going to excuse these individuals here. So this is the first class they've kept more than 10 back. That tells me 2 things. Tells me, 1, there's a lot of good hogs in this class to keep more than 10. And I applaud these guys for doing that. Like, hey, you know, just because we have 10, if there's 2 other really good ones that we need to compare in there with those 10, we're going to pin them. And the second thing is this is a much larger class, and they acknowledge as many as they pulled back that there's a lot of depth of quality here, and they don't want to wear these animals out either by just keeping them out there and keeping them moving all the time. They want to get all the ones they want to keep back and let them rest for a minute and then really get after it here shortly. There's been one young man here that has been pinned back pretty quickly both times, so they really like this animal a lot. That the young man was pinned back. He'll be in the top placings of this class. Once again, top 12, or excuse me, top 10 will get a placing ribbon. Top 6 in each one of these Duroc classes will make the sale here at San Antonio, and I do believe Wayne said top 4 walk across the stage. The other 5th and 6th, there are a lot they don't have to show up for the sale itself. That's for the sake of time, I believe, in the auction, because there's a lot of animals that they run across the stage for the pig auction, and it's a wonderful thing that they do for these kids. And sometimes it's gone to 2 o'clock in the morning, I believe, in years past, and there's still people there giving money to these kids even that early in the morning. A few more to pull out here. They've only pinned one back so far, and this is number 2, young man in the pink. He'll be the second one pinned back. So he'll have a top placing position. Still have 5 more to pull out here. Of these 12 they kept back from the secondary sort. That'll be the third one pinned back now. They've got 4 pigs pinned back so far. And still 2 more to pull out here. They're going to pin the young lady in the kind of lime green shirt. Avocado green, whatever you want to call it. She's got a good animal as well. That's 5 pinned back. And now they have all 12 that they've sorted out here in the ring. 5 of them pinned back for a top placing position. And they're going to look to see if there's one more maybe, or he may start placing here. And so what you're going to do, say you're in this situation here and he's going to start placing, you want to be aggressive here because he's going to place 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. 6th place will get you a chance in the sale here, top 6. So let's see who our 6th place individual will be who will make the sale here. So you want to be aggressive here in these placing positions because they don't place from the bottom up, they place from the top up here on these placings. So young lady in the black shirt is going to be 6th place. She will qualify for the sale.
Yep, she got that hole that you're looking for sure.
And you want to be aggressive. Young man was 7th. This is where it kind of changes here. If you're in this situation, you want to be aggressive so you get a placing spot because he kept 12 back. This is the first one he's kept more than 10 after the secondary evaluation. After this double sort here, the top 5 are in the pins right now to be evaluated at the conclusion of placing these, but there's 2 that won't get a placing ribbon here, but that just shows you the depth of quality in this class. He kept 19 back, Wayne, in this class.
Well, that's like what we saw in the Hampshires yesterday.
Oh, yeah, no, I think they kept 21 in that one class. because they had some
so.
pinned back in the very, very back.
Yeah, the Hampshire Drive, there was a lot of classes they kept a large amount like this. But it's like you said, it just shows how much depth they see in this class, or consistency.
So he's placed his 6th through 12th here. Now we're going to pull the top 5 barrows out, and we're going to place from 5th all the way till we have a class winner. This young man and the young man in the other blue shirt that's coming out now, he pinned both of those barrows back very quickly, and he's done it consistently throughout this sort. So I have a feeling these 2 barrows are going to be toward the top. He really likes that young man in the blues.
Yeah, he's really good from behind. If you can view him from behind, he's very square and true to the ground.
And yeah, he's very fluent in his motion too. Sometimes when you get wide, you can either start swinging on your hinges, or you get a little tighter. It'll be interesting to see how this barrow kind of shakes out as he drives on throughout the morning here.
He's a little smaller of the ones he's got out at the top 5 as far as height to the ground. He's a little bit lower to the ground, but he's just really balanced. But all 5 of these are really unique in their makeup. It's a very strong class.
Maybe he's not quite as tall at the point of the shoulder, but I think he's tall enough for what they're looking for, because Nick is a big width and power guy, and that barrow speaks true to what Nick has been looking for. Now, granted, I like there's some other ones that are a lot taller at the point of the shoulder here.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Young man in the pink has got a real tall,
he's really
very elevated barrow there. Maybe not quite as much lower 1/3 there as compared to the young man in the blue shirt. But all 5 of these barrows are very true and consistent here. There may be some subtle differences between them, obviously, but there's like 2, I think, that will kind of rise toward the top of the class, and then they'll place accordingly. But all 5 of these individuals have made the sale here at San Antonio.
These judges have done a really outstanding job of working with these young people. I was actually down on the floor area and talked to a couple of parents there, and they were so impressed how both of these judges gave explanation and so kind to the kids. And so, that's what this is all about.
Absolutely. And it looks like young man in the blue shirt that I've been talking about all morning.
Yeah.
That's going to be your class winner.
He's a good one as well.
And we think one of them is just a little heavier structure there at the surface. Young man in the blue here is going to start this class. And a hog there that's balanced. He comes at you good and bold there. He's got a good stout mug on him in terms of his face and his head. Just like his added feature, a notch better than this young lady that comes into 2. Young lady in 2, really fresh, really opened up in his chest as he comes at you. He's every bit as straight up there through his shoulder as he needs to be. Didn't find as much bone in him as our class winner, but just liked his added openness of structure and base width over this barrow that comes next. Really just kind of a no-holes type of barrow here that has some freshness to his body. He's got some freshness about his presentation. He's got some quality from the side, from his flank forward. He wants to gauge up a little narrower as he comes at you. He wants to get just a little off in his hip there and just not have quite the roll and turn and freshness to his center body as that barrow that ends up in 2nd. But we thought he was just a sounder option than the barrow that comes here in 4. The barrow that comes in 4 is probably one that's wider chested. He's got a little more shape in his back. If you can handle his hind leg and live with his hind leg the way that he moves and motions out of his hock. You probably have him up a little higher. For us, he got a little too quick in his step. Just didn't piece together as well in terms of proportionality and length of hip as those ones ahead of him. Hog coming next here is one that's really, really fresh in terms of skin and hair and presentation. I just thought when you got this hog coming right here at you is how he gets beat for me and gets in the 5-hole. I got to square him up in his knee. I got to make his bone a notch stouter as he goes away. He's probably the flattest in his rib design as well, but love the presentation. Young man's done a great job getting him to this point. Here's a pig here you could have a notch higher if you want, and I wouldn't argue with you. He's probably the heaviest boned one. We thought he got it awfully sloped in his rump there. Just doesn't go good enough off that rear leg. He kind of wants to hitch step, but most importantly, big picture in my mind, when you get over the top of him, he's the blandest in his shape. He's the narrowest gauged out of his hip and his stifle there. I just like to make him a notch heavier muscled all the way through. Nice pig that comes next. Got a big, bold chest. Thought he'd run out of bone when you start studying him at the surface in terms of his foot and his rear leg. He wants to get a little bouncy off those hind too as well when the drive goes on. Young man's done an excellent job getting him to this point. He's a fresh-bodied, fresh-haired one there. Just thought he got a little frailer in terms of his rear leg. Nice pig coming out next here too. Just needs more fill through the lower third of his body, but love his shape up high. Good job. Love the shape up high. Young lady's Barrow coming next here. Just gets a little awkward in the way he moves off his rear too. Need to be more coordinated there. Same goes for the young lady in the green. Love his look and design from the side. Gets a little frailer in his rear leg bone. Gets a little shorter in that step, the way that he moves off those rear two. We end with one there. The young man's got him looking extremely well here in 11. A hog that just needs more opened up as he comes directly at us. Needs pitch back in his blade. Young lady we end with here, we just got to make your pig stouter at the ground. Nice class. Congratulations to all of you there.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California, expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
So we've just now completed Class 41, and that was the end of our middleweight division. We're beginning our start of our heavyweight division, which is Class 42, and the weight ranges are 291 to 297 with 42 head in this class.
And we have our placings for Class 41 Duroc Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Mila Wagner, Montgomery County, 4-H. 9th place, Carly Ann Carpenter, Jayton Gerard, FFA. 8th place, Jordan Daniel Powers, Stephenville, FFA. 7th place, Race Patrick McLaughlin, Sanger, FFA. 6th place, Nicole Colmenero, Friendship, FFA. 5th place, Lane Thomas Anderson, Young County, 4-H. 4th place, Callie Anna Grimm, Giddings, FFA. 3rd place, Callan Smith, New Home, FFA. 2nd place, Brooklyn Renee Peoples, Van Zant County, 4-H. And 1st place goes to John Wayne McNabb of Winkler Loving County, 4-H. John Wayne McNabb is also the Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion from Class 41. Breeder that Barrow is Clay Farms of White Deer, and they can pick up their Certified Texas Bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
Yes, and as you heard, the class winner of that class was also Texas bred, belonging to breeder Mike Clay of Clay Farms of White Deer, Texas. Mike's been at it a long time, really good friend, and congratulations to you, Mike. Job well done.
Attention to the swine barn. Charlie Caro, Meadow FFA, and Luke Gresham, Cochran County 4-H. Please come to the announcer stand. Charlie Caro, Meadow FFA, and Luke Gresham of Cochran County 4-H. Please come to the announcer stand.
As we're starting Class 42, which is the starter of our heavyweight division, I just wanted to let our listeners know that on the completion of Wave 2, there's going to be the scales available. WW and Murdoch scales, or Murdoch, provides the scales here at San Antonio. And they're all new scales that are being used to weigh your animals or your barrows while you're here at the show. And anyway, they're going to be for sale. And so if you're interested in purchasing the scale, they have some really good prices on those scales. I don't know what they are, but you sure can find out by contacting Bo Sanders. His cell number is 580-467-1506. Again, 580-467-1506, and that's Mr. Bo Sanders. Or you can also go by the Murdoch booth, which is right in the main drag behind the our main area where all the exhibits outside are. Behind the swine barn is where the Murdoch booth is with the WW scales there. So anyway, if you're in need of a scale, they've got some really good prices. Contact them and they'll be happy to help you and get you fixed up. If you've just now tuned in, we have started the heavyweight division. We have 3 classes of heavyweights to round out the heavyweight division. This is Class 42 with 42 head in this class. On the completion of our final class, which will be Class 42, we will then go into our lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight division for the selection of each of those division champions and reserves. You know, San Antonio has worked really hard in their scholarship program. They saw the foresight of trying to further the education of these young people and help them with funding that. And the first scholarships ever given was back in 1984, where there was 15 scholarships given with a $90,000 in total of scholarships given. To date, this year they're going to be giving $1,865,000 worth of scholarships, and that's in all aspects of the scholarship area. This would include not only our livestock show side of it, but it's also calf scramble, junior ag mechanics, and that's one area that has really grown here at San Antonio as well. I mean, they basically in the scholarships for the ag mech is like $285,000, and that's a lot for the ag mech area.
I think what's really cool too, Wayne, is some of the other contests they brought in here, and not necessarily scholarship based, but just like, and I'm not sure they may be, but like the taxidermy competition's really cool they brought in here. The sheepdog trials, I actually stuck my head in the cattle barn yesterday, kind of witnessed some of the sheepdog trial stuff, and that was really cool to watch them, those border collies working sheep. I thought that was really cool.
Oh, absolutely. And one thing that San Antonio has added on this Barrow show this year, Landon, is the light crosses. Now they have 3 categories of crosses. They've got the dark crosses. They have the other crosses, and they added the light crosses, which in addition to not only adding that, they've also added a $10,000 scholarship. So last year it was $100,000 in scholarships for the Barrow Show. Now it's $110 total for the Barrow Show by adding this additional breed.
Hey, so I just got word. This is America, and USA men's competed against Canada in hockey at the Winter Olympics, and USA just got the gold. This is like that story from
it's like that
USA. Story from
I
watched that movie Miracle the other day with whatever that guy's name is. Anywho, but that's a big deal. I mean, they're our neighboring country, but man, go USA, way to win the gold. Totally unrelated to the pig show. But those of you who tuned into the pig show over the hockey game, you're supporting these kids, so you have a really good excuse. And there's no better place to be than watching the pig show right now. But USA men's hockey, congratulations on taking home the gold.
Absolutely, proud of them.
One thing I have to say to these Canadians, sorry. They've got 14 pinned back so far. They still have a few more to sort through.
As they're sorting them, I'd like to mention about how hard the auction committee has worked here at San Antonio, is gathering money together from businesses and people that they're not even necessarily in the agricultural business at all. They're just people that see the need of helping these young kids and know that they need that help to further their education to be leaders of tomorrow. And, all of these kids here in our Barrow Show, there's only 346 total sales slots here at San Antonio, and we'll hit over 2,000 plus total barrows here at San Antonio. We're already up from last year. We were at the first wave last year. We were at 1519. This year we're at 1618. And I really expect that we will be up on our second wave as well, especially with them adding the light crosses as an additional breed here at San Antonio.
So my question to that, Wayne, how many come usually the second wave?
Well, the past last year it was like it was right almost at 800. It was 792 to be exact, and so I really expect it to it could go as
Push
high
to 1,000
as, it could
almost.
hit 1,000 because, we look at the gilt show last week, and we were up on our gilt shows too, both the crossbred and the junior breeding purebred show. Both of them we were up, and both up 50 to 75 head in each of those categories.
Well, we're going to be pushing 3,000 barrows here potentially.
Oh, it sure could possibly happen.
That is crazy. And we were talking about Guy earlier. He high fives and fist bumps every kid that goes to the truck. I mean, that's like, and he's been doing this a long time. That's a bunch of high fives and fist bumps. That's like 3,000, close to 3,000 fist bumps between.
I tell you, it takes a lot of energy, and he's
got it.
He's always been on his A game ever since I've known him.
Well, and, he says, even if I'm tired, I want to make sure that I'm encouraging these kids, and there's so many. It's so much bigger than he is, and he makes sure that, like you said, he's got plenty of energy. I'm sure he either has carpal tunnel or arthritis in that hand by now, but that ain't going to slow him down any, I promise you.
Well, and you bring up a really good point. I mean, this show has very few paid employees here at San Antonio. What makes up this show and allows it to run as successful as it is the 7,000 volunteers.
7,000 plus, man.
Yes. That it takes to run this show, and we appreciate everything that they do. We appreciate the swine committee and the entire volunteers that make up this Barrow show as well. Also like to take the time to give a shout out to Taylor Ford and his crew and what they do in bringing play-by-play views to you that are at your home or at your office or wherever you might be, that you're not able to attend this show, but you get to see it firsthand ringside, and for them to allow Landon and myself to give you the play-by-play. And so we thank them, and we also thank the sponsors that help fund this as well.
Looks like we have about 18 pinned back, Wayne. There's 18 that I can see.
We got 2 pinned back.
Well, yeah. So what I'm getting
well.
at here is there still might be a few more behind me. I'm not sure. I see 18 hogs. They will pin back at least 10 and then do a double sort and excuse the other individuals out of this ring. So last class they actually pinned back 12, which is 2 more than they normally do. But they wanted to make sure they got it right, so they kept back a few extra. Top 10 get a placing rosette. And top 6 make the sale here at San Antonio.
Well, and what it tells me, Landon, when they pin that many back out of a class of 40-ish, it shows a
42 to be exact. If we're counting, what's funny about that? We're on class 42, and there's 42 head in that class. How ironic? How ironic is that?
Well, and just it shows the credibility of our judges and the fairness that they're providing for these kids.
Of course.
The 6 placings, they could come back and say, I got 8 of them. That's enough. All I need is 6. No, they want to make sure they get the right 6 in the sale and the right 10 with rosettes. And that just shows the credibility and integrity of them wanting to be fair to each and every one of these kids that have worked so hard with these projects.
When it's so hard to get here as a judge, too. The San Antonio, they call it the Super Bowl of Barrow shows for, many reasons. But to be able to judge this show, they know what it means to this community. They know what it means to the industry. They know what it means to these kids. So they are putting these kids above themselves and knowing they are called to do a job here. And they want to make sure they do a fair, honest, and good job and are true to the kids and the animals themselves.
Well, and they know what's at stake here for, naming the Grand and Reserve Grand when it comes to that on Thursday. The Grand Champion, we mentioned the auction committee, how hard they've worked. Well, they set records again here in 2025, and I know they're working hard to do it again for 2026. But the Grand Champion Barrow last year brought $102,300, where the year before it was $81,000. So congratulations to the auction committee on that. The Reserve Champion also broke a record at $60,000, where it was $55,100 before. So they have worked really hard, and not only with the Barrows actually top out to be the number 2 species of the total sale of the entire show. The auction is almost $1.7 million that they brought in to help these young kids. The steer show is the largest at 2.6, and the third largest species is our sheep or lambs, which are at almost 1.2. So congratulations. We appreciate all that the sale committee does in doing that, because they have to work on selling 1,012 lots that go through the auction here in 2026, and 346 of them will be our Barrows. Looks like we've got 7 pinned back at this time. As you see, we've got a lot out in the ring yet, and I suspect they're probably going to go possibly, well, no, it looks like they're going to go ahead and place now. And as Landon had mentioned previously, looks like they're going from the top down to their 10th place. So they're going to place 8th, 9th, and 10th. All of those will receive a nice rosette. There's so many kids that, that rosette is worth a lot and means a lot to these kids, and they'll take pictures with that, because some kids might never get that opportunity again, or get that high, because it's such, as Landon mentioned, this is the Super Bowl of the Barrows.
And I mentioned it yesterday too, Wayne. There's some 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place Barrows here that were either champion or reserve champion at their county shows.
Absolutely.
They're going to keep 10 back, I believe. Well, no, they're placing. So
they're
doing it a little bit different here in this class. They've got 7 of them that they've kept back here,
yes,
Wayne.
That is correct.
They have not placed 7, so they place 8th, 9th, and 10th. These individuals will get excused. They're going to pull these 7 out, start placing from 7th till we get a class champion here. Total of 2 more classes to go in the Duroc breed at the conclusion of this class, followed by the selection of our lightweight, medium weight, and heavyweight division and reserve division champions. And we round out the Duroc breed with the overall selection of our champion and reserve champion Duroc. Donna.
Like we're
almost
ready
a little
to
traffic jam here. They're trying to get the young lady out of the ring here.
Yes, and it looks like they
Good
got
luck
the
to
first 2 out there, and they're going to sort these last top 7 here and placing them from 7th down to our class winner. As they're doing that, we've mentioned some about the scholarships. The first scholarship given in the Barrow show of $10,000 dates back to 2007, which the champion Duroc received that $10,000, and that recipient of that first scholarship was Cheyenne Hill back in 2007.
They're going to pull all 7 of these guys out. And I wonder if they may pin 1 or 2 back. They've done this before.
I bet they do,
Yeah,
just to not tire them out.
If they only kept 4 or 5, I could see them just leaving all 5 of them out there.
And it looks like they're conferring on these top 4 that they've let out to see which ones they want to put back.
And there's still 3 more they got to let out, by the way.
Yep,
they're going to
pin back the young lady in the pink.
I think they'll pin back maybe 1 or 2 more.
Yeah, I suspect they probably do the top 3.
Well,
maybe not.
Well, that one class when you were away, he only pinned 2 back.
Oh, okay.
We'll see. He may just leave 1 back.
Well, and that's that just shows the integrity of our judges. They, these that are at the top and have to continue to compete further for further advancement. If you don't pin them and give them a little rest, they're going to be wore out by the time they get to, if they're lucky enough to get into the division drive and even the champion breed drive. They're going to be wore out if you wear them out too much in class.
One more to let out here. He's going to pin the young lady back as well. She'll be a third one pin back. One more young man has to come out yet. So one of these young individuals will not make the sale here, but still placed in the top 7 in a very deep class. That's something to be proud of. In the gray, that'll be the 4th one pinned back.
So that.
Wow.
Well, this is
So
really
this is
class.
actually a triple sort then.
Yeah.
Or quadruple sort. We had the initial sort, we had the secondary sort, we had this sort of the top 7, and then now we have 4 pinned back for the top. Those individuals that were pinned back, they will make the sale. They're in the top 4 for sure. But yeah, you talk about a very powerhouse class. The 3 that are left out here right now, man, they got a front end on them. There's one that kind of tapers down low in the step, but very wide chested. All these bearers are very, very pulled apart in their shoulders and chest floor.
Well, and this Duroc show is really tough. They basically, the judges, when they complete this Duroc show, have evaluated 364 head in 9 classes total, which is up from last year. Last year we had 354, and the Durocs being the largest purebred show, but the second largest in Wave 1. Our largest will be our Dark Crosses at 515 head.
Wow, that's a lot. Now we're going to bring our top 4 back out here. We place 5th through 10th place now. Bringing them out one at a time. Young man's got a really powerful bearer coming at you. Real elevated, too. Young lady in the pink, hers kind of rounds at the shoulder, I feel like, or at least it appears that way from where I'm sitting.
Well, I think what you're seeing a little bit is maybe that chine coming out of that
It's
blade
the chine,
just a little bit.
No.
And
But see how it kind of looks like it still very pulled apart and really good from the side
absolutely.
profile, but all 4 of them have humongous backs, by the way, if y'all can't see it on the screen. I was telling the guys yesterday who were part of the top judge program, I said, man, if you poured water on that back, you could call it a stock tank because it would just sit there.
Yeah, it could hold water. We're just not used to seeing rainfall.
Yeah, what's rain, right?
Well, we're one day closer.
The way I look at it, they'll say there's an 80% chance of rain. It's like, man, there's a 50% chance it's going to rain every day and a 50% chance it's not. Period.
Like going to Vegas, rolling dice.
Yep. These are our top 4 bearers here in class number 42. For those of you just tuning in to the Taylor Fort live streaming webcast here, want to welcome you guys and to this front row seat here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show, day 2 of Wave 1. Young lady in the gray is going to be 4th place. Now we're down to our top 3 in this class. He really is gravitating to that young lady in the pink. He keeps looking back at hers.
Yeah. And I don't know if they're discussing her for the top position or for the third. It'd be interesting. I think it's not sure. Looks like they're discussing her for the top position.
She's second, and the young man. I thought the young man was the class winner in my mind.
A little freer off the rear leg, I believe. A little freer moving. Congratulations to each and every one of these exhibitors.
Maybe not one that's super logical that has a super easy class winner in it, but the young man's pig is one that definitely hit us with the first impression of the most, and we seen him in the back, and he's the one that hit us the hardest. And he gets out here and he kind of wants to start out and get a little choppy in his front end, but as the drive went on, he got more comfortable, and we felt he was comfortable enough and just had the added extras to go ahead and win this class. He is the squarest just out of the backside of his blade. He's the boldest there in his forerib and his heart, and he's the most impressive when you get up on top of him relatively with those that are balanced well enough and can move well enough. We thought he was just more of a man than this Barrow that comes into 2. The Barrow in 2 is really sound. He's bold-chested. He's a boxy-made type better that's a little better in his angles than the 2 that are underneath him. We thought he got out-horsed compared to that class winner in terms of just forearm and front foot, and he's a little blander when you get over the top of him. But he's just so much more comfortable out here, so much more sound than these 2 that come below him here. This is a bigger-legged one, and one that I like. Initially, he hit me hard in the back when he come through the sift ring. As the drive goes on, he's just too short in his step off of both ends of his skeleton, but you love his added bone and feature. You love his added shape and mass that he has, and we thought he still yet was a little more appropriate in the angle of his blade and his chest than this Barrow that comes next. This one here gives you an awesome look from the side. Neck really comes up and out of his blade great. Love his head shape. If you can live with this Barrow coming at you, you probably have him up a spot or 2, and that's how we've seen him. We talked him that way. If he's good enough in the angle of his blade and his chest is wide enough for you, you can move him up a couple times. For us, he was just too closed in his knee, too flat in his blade there to move up any higher. But man, she's got him trained perfectly. She's really put the work in, and we appreciate that, having him so fresh and so well presented. The hog coming next is a one here that gets a little staler about his look. He's a little later in his cut there when you get behind him. He's a little sloped in his rump when you get off the side of him. We felt like that's how he gets in the 5 holes. Just his presence from the side isn't quite as appealing from his flank back in terms of his rump structure, but love that pig's just natural shape of muscle he has, a natural arm size. T2 wants to come together at his knee as he drives directly at you, but just that hog's shape up high out of the backside of his blade is how he goes ahead and beats this pig, we think, in 6. The pig in 6, really heavy bone. He gets a little timid out of his front end out here, but a hog that's really stout in his feature. He's big in his center body, got a real big hind leg. We just got to edge him up when you get up on top of him. Make him more comfortable out of that shoulder. Go ahead and drop your pig out, young lady. He might come out of the pen then. This pig coming next, if you want to say he's comfortable, more comfortable, you want to get him up a few spots, I wouldn't argue with you. He's got a great fresh look from the side. For us, he got too fragile down low in terms of his foot and his bone. We just got to stouten him up. And he's a hog that's kind of deceiving. You look at him from the side, you think, man, he's got enough muscle. You get on top of him, he gets pretty bland and apex there in his blade, and out of his rump and down through his stifle, just gets a little flatter. But we thought he was just a nicer quality in terms of his look from the side than the Barrow that comes next. Nice pig that comes next here. Just got to have him a little more appealing in terms of his freshness and his shape. But a hog here that just gives up a notch 2 in bone. The one coming next, we just got to make him stouter at the ground, more muscle. Same goes for the young lady that ends. Congratulations. Real nice top end of this particular class.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Sixth place, Ellie Mae Wilkes, Dallam County, 4-H. Fifth place, Hunter Blake Hinsey, Sealy, FFA. Fourth place, Tatum Westbrook, Lubbock County, 4-H. Third place, Isabella Rose Lawson, Williamson County, 4-H. Second place, Reagan Amelia Whitney, Bullard, FFA. And first place goes to Maverick Colt Orr, Collingsworth County, 4-H. Maverick is also our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 42. Breed of that Barrow is Hot Rod Genetics of Canadian. They can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
Well, that concludes our first class of the heavyweight division of the Duroc breed. Moving on now to class number 43. 40 total head in this class, and weight ranges on these Barrows is from 298 to 300. So this class and the final class, same weight ranges. They have two classes of that, so that just tells you the depth and the number of total that fell within that range. That is a total of 79 head that turned their weight cards in between 298 and 300. So they broke that up into two classes of that weight break. It'll be interesting to see once they get all these firsts and seconds back out here again. At the conclusion of our final class, this is our second to last class of Durocs. Then we'll bring all the firsts and seconds back up, and we broke them up between the 9 classes. First 3 classes make up your lightweight division. 4th through 6th class made up your medium weight division, and your last 3 classes make up your heavyweight division. We'll get a division and a reserve division of each one of those 3, and then conclude it with the overall selection of our Duroc breed.
Well, we had a nice set in the start of our heavyweight division in class 42, and our Texas bred was also the first place and class champion of that class, and it was bred by Hot Rod Genetics out of Canadian, Texas. That's Rodney Walser and the Walser family there. A long-time breeder of red ones and other crosses and other aspects as well. Do a really good job. A great family. Congratulations, Rodney, and to you and your family for breeding that first place and Texas bred class champion.
Looks like they have 4 pinned back so far from the initial sort. For those of you just now tuning in or trying to figure out what's going on, they will see Mr. Hofschulte first. If he points straight ahead, that means you go to the classifiers, and you make it through classification, you get weighed. You get to weigh within 10 pounds on the upper or lower end of your weight card. Say you turned your weight card in at 300, you can weigh up to 310, but no less than 290. If he points to the right, they will go to Mr. Chad Day. And if Chad points straight ahead, you go to the big arena. If he points to the left, your animal goes on to greener pastures, or the truck as we call it, and you get to go support your peers and anybody else who may be showing today. And we wish you the best of luck at other shows. This is a terminal show. The animal and the individual get separated when this is all said and done. They don't get to take their animal home with them.
Yeah, the only species that's allowed to be
steers,
brought back
right?
home is steers. Yes, everything else at these shows are terminal, and that's at every state show of a market show. That is at all the state shows here in Texas.
Is that so? Like the steers in any one of the majors, they can take their animal onto a different show if they want to.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
We've got 8 total pins so far. I anticipate they'll pin at least 14 to 18. That's been pretty consistent throughout the day here. Stay tuned. Looks like we have about 14 to 16 pulled, which is pretty consistent with what they've been doing with this Duroc breed. a lot of good depth in each one of these classes here. Once again, this is the second to last class of our Duroc breed. They're getting through it, y'all. Once again, those of you who tuned in, we've got about 16 to 18. I know actually there is 17 for sure. I don't know if they still have one going across the scale. They're underneath us, but they're going to double sort these again like they did last class. Pin back their top 6 to 7. Place through 10th. Excuse the other individuals out of the ring, and then place your top end of this class here. Young man and young lady are both in the pink. And the young lady in the pink sweater are going to get pinned back. So they'll be in the top 10 for sure of this class. I believe there's 17 that they kept back in this class. I don't see any other ones, but only top 10 get a rosette here, so they're going to evaluate them accordingly here. These are the big ones, and you can tell some of them were battling weight a little bit, maybe not quite as full, but that's because they got to stay under a certain weight here. They can't turn their weight card any higher than 300. You can weigh up to 310, but the maximum you can turn your weight card in is 300 here at San Antonio. I know a few families that said, man, we've got a really good one. He's weighing about 310 right now, and we're battling, trying to keep him under that 310. They pinned back 7 so far. That's how many they kept back in the last class before they started placing. But they still have 3 more to evaluate here. He's going to pin back an 8th one here. So I have a feeling You may pin back 10 more, or 2 more, 10 total, and then re-rack them and excuse these other individuals, and then take them out one at a time and re-rack the top end of the class again. So we may do a triple sort again. 2 guys doing both a phenomenal job with these kids and really talking together and having a good time out here judging. You know, I talked to Nick a while ago, and he's having a little bit of allergy problem. I don't think it's allergy. It's just dust in the barn, typical stock show barn. You know, we all get barn crud or the dust bunnies. I'll tell you a good remedy that I do that has been helpful for those of you at home. Chapstick or Neosporin, if you put it inside the inside of your nose, it kind of helps filter some more of those dust particles, and it keeps it from getting in your lungs, and it does help. Somebody told me that a long time ago, and I thought they were crazy till I tried it, and I'll tell you, it really does help. So those of you at home listening, if you got some Neosporin or some chapstick, put it on the inside of your nostrils there. It does work. You know, I know we're past COVID. Some people still wear masks just for the breathing purposes. But, I mean, it doesn't matter what stock show you're at. There's dust in every barn. It's not like – I don't know how they can keep a barn super-duper clean just based on, you have a bunch of livestock in here, a bunch of people in here, shavings. But they do a phenomenal job keeping it clean. So we've got 10 pinned back for a chance at a top 10 placing, and they're kind of looking at them. Looks like he's going to excuse these individuals, and we're going to move on to the top 10 in the second to last class of Duroc Barrows. If you have a kiddo that's still out there in the ring that is being excused, just know that they showed their tails off, and they should be proud to make it to this point. Congratulations to each one of those kids, and we wish them nothing but the best of luck at future shows or in their show career. Moving on now to our top 10 in class number 43 here. Two really, really good Duroc Barrows coming out right now. They're really evaluating them right now and taking a look at them. I have a feeling they're going to pin back their top 4 to 5 in this class and place the other ones accordingly. Say they keep 4 of them back, or they pin 4 of them back. They're going to place 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in that order. Bring those other 4 back and place from 4th to 1st. Depending on how many they keep back will determine where we start on the placing side. They're not going to pull all 10 of them out and leave them out here. The top individuals in this class that kind of rise to the top will get re-racked again. Young lady in the green with the chocolate colored barrow, he's going to get pinned back. Good looking barrow there. Still have 4 more to pull back here. They've only pinned 1 at this time for a chance at a top placing in this class. Went ahead and pinned another young individual back. Young lady in the black vest looks like she's been pinned back. That'll be the second one pinned back. Still 2 more to pull out here.
Okay, both for your planning purposes, we will be taking a lunch break upon completion of the selection of.
He's pinned 3 back now. Young lady in the pink sweater's getting pinned back. Still 1 more to pull out here, and that should be all your 10 individuals. They've all got a fair look out here, and he may pin 1 or 2 more back potentially based on the last class, and then start placing from there. Both Chad and Nick are talking about him right now. Mr. Rolf Schulte in the blue blazer jacket, and Mr. Day in the khaki vest. Mr. Rolf Schulte is our lead judge for the Duroc breed, doing a really good job with this breed. But they judge together. I mean, you have one guy who's talking on the mic, but don't think that other guy who's not talking on the mic is not just as involved as the guy on the mic. So he's going to go ahead and start placing. So they're going to place 4th through 10th in that order. So young lady in the black striped shirt, she's 4th place. She will make the sale here at San Antonio. Young man in the striped colored shirt, he'll be 5th. And this one's very important, and I know Mr. Rolf Schulte knows this. This is the last one that makes the sale here. Last placing that makes the sale of these. Young lady in the black is going to be 6th place. And now we're going to place 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th here. Then pull these other 3 individuals back out for our top 3 placings in class number 43 here at San Antonio. Young man in the pink is going to be 7th. Young lady in the red is going to be 8th. Young lady in the pink is going to be 9th. And the young lady in the light blue is going to be your 10th place individual. Congratulations to all those exhibitors from 4th through 10th place. We're going to bring these top 3 individuals back out here until we have a class winner. We're going to place 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. And so this will be fun for these guys to really sort. They're going to really take their time and evaluate these 3 especially. And we're excited to see what happens. Stay tuned.
Well, we thought it come down to a pair in this particular class of just stouter, wider Barrows that had a shot more muscle, and of that pair, there's one that's fresher, and the young lady in the green, just a little fresher in his body and his look ahead of his blade, one that handles his hind leg a little more appropriately out here in terms of the length of his step. He wants to reach his hawk past his tail a little further than the young lady that ends up in 2. You know, he's not as heavy structured, but we thought the freshness advantage went to him pretty significant. significantly. That's why he went ahead and won this particular class. It's a really stout, heavy-boned individual here. He gets a little agier up through his head, and, with that, you get that added stoutness. He is one that's just a notch more shapely than the bear that comes out behind him. We didn't think he was as good in the center part of his body in terms of that fresh roll to his rib. He's not as long in terms of his hip and his step out back, but that is one stout, burly bone thing that's got a lot of shape up high. That's how he goes ahead and beats this bear that's in 3. Bear in 3 is just one that comes in here in 3rd by default. He's got some width to his base. He's got some shape up there in the middle part of his back. Starting to push his chine up in him just a shot, starting to get a little blander right out of the backside of his blade. And we didn't think his hind leg just laid in him as appropriately and just as smoothly as those two that were ahead of him. But a nice pig that just had some fundamental wit. Just thought he had more width and muscle and bone than this bear that comes next. This pig here that comes out in 4 is really good design. He's really sound in terms of his structure. He's not heavy enough in terms of his bone and his foot when we compare him to those contemporaries ahead of him. But we thought he was a little fresher option than this one that comes next. Thought he was a little better in terms of his hind leg usage. This bear that comes next does have more muscle. You want to move him up a spot higher, I wouldn't argue with you. For us, he needs to go better out of his hock and his hind leg. Gets a little rounder just in his whole hip design as you study him out there from his flank back, but appreciate his freshness up high. Hog coming next gets too straight off of both ends of his skeleton in terms of the angle of his blade and his hock. But young lady's done a great job, though, getting him to this point in terms of his skin and hair. We appreciate that. Like his shape a little better than this bear that comes next. Bear that comes next, just gets a little blander. Like I said, gets a little more laboring out of that front shoulder. But when you get on top of him, it's how he gets beat. Just too bland up there. Needs more shape, more muscle. Good job getting him to this point, though, young man. Nice pig here that is a notch fresher. Thought he got stilty off of both ends. Then we just got some issues to work through just in terms of feet and legs out here at the bottom. But a nice class, good class winner there. Congratulations.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Well, that concludes our second to last class. We are now evaluating our final class of Duroc Barrows here at San Antonio Market Barrow Show. Wave 1, Day 2. That's a little bit of a tongue twister, but 39 total head in this class. And once again, in this class, the weight ranges on these barrows goes from 298 to 300. At the conclusion of this class, we will bring all of our first and second places back out again and judge our light, medium weight, and heavyweight division champion and reserve champions of those 3 divisions. They're broken up 3 classes per division.
And we have placings for Class 43, Duroc Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Emma Grace Barons, Lee County 4-H. 9th place, Macy Lee Wunderlich, Canyon Lake FFA. 8th place, Macy K. Katzmorik, Atascosa County 4-H. 7th place, Wyatt Barbie, Hawley FFA. 6th place, Hudson Reese Hohertz, Early FFA. 5th place, Cooper Winston Sands, Winkler Loving 4-H. 4th place, Lillian Marie Dudick, Penelope FFA. 3rd place, Mackenzie Smart, Blue Ridge FFA. 2nd place, Kinsey Lee Gendrish, Falls City FFA. And first place, Braley Grace Kirkpatrick, Toller FFA. Those are our placings for Class 43. Duroc Barrows, our Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion. From Class 43, exhibited by Mackenzie Stewart, Blue Ridge FFA. Breeder that barrow is Wisen Brothers and Show Pigs of San Angelo. They can pick up their Certified Texas Bred caps at our association table near the show ring. Okay, folks, we got one barrow missed check-in here in Class 44. Jaylee Jaime, Dimmitt County 4-H. If you're in the holding pens or if you've gone through, could you wave a hand? Let us know, please.
If you just now joined us, we are in our final class of our Duroc show. The judges, by the completion of this class 44, will have gone through 364 total head in 9 classes. Last year, there was 354. So here's another breed that is up from last year. The Texas bred results, if you did not hear what that was, our class champion Texas bred was our 3rd place in class, Mackenzie Smart, out of Blue Ridge FFA. The breeder of her barrow was Wisen Brothers, Show Pigs. They do a really good job up in that Wall, San Angelo area, and a really hard-working family. So congratulations to you boys for doing a great job in breeding that Texas bred class champion. In our class 42, we have 39 head in this class, and the weight ranges is from 298 to 300 pounds, the same weight ranges as we had in 43. Looks like we've got 8 penned back, actually 9 now, penned in the pens that I can see, and I'm sure we have more underneath the scale.
There's about 3 underneath the scale. I was just down there looking just to confirm. I mean, last class he had 17, Wayne, that they kept back, but it's been pretty consistent between 17 and 18, especially in the last 4 to 5 classes.
Absolutely. It's they've done a really good job of ensuring they check all the boxes and do it to their satisfaction, and giving each and every one of the young people a fair opportunity to try to get that Barrow into the top 6.
You hit the nail on the head there, Wayne. Now, I don't know if you've already mentioned this or not, but for those of you at home kind of wanting to know when we're doing a lunch break, we are doing a between a 30 and 45-minute-ish lunch break at the conclusion of the Duroc breed. This is our final class of Durocs. Then we move on to the division and reserve division selection of each one of the light, middleweight, and heavyweights. Each one of these Duroc classes is broken up into 3 classes that make up each one of the divisions. And we conclude the Duroc breed with the overall selection of the Durocs.
And then after our lunch break, we're going to start into the dark crosses. And this year we have 515 that showed up here at San Antonio that was designated as dark crosses. So there could be a few more than that classed into that category. But they'll have 12 classes to go through in those 515 total head.
So if you got kicked out of the HAMP classes, you automatically go to the dark crosses, or do you go to the other crosses?
Well, the other crosses will be the second wave.
The second wave, got
it'd be the dark crosses, unless they didn't qualify under the dark crosses. And when we start the dark crosses, I'll kind of just touch on a few things that these classifiers look for in the dark crosses.
So this ring is a little different too. This is only the second time out of these 9 classes they've had one in the big arena here for a chance at a placing spot.
And they kept it too.
Yeah. And that's only fair to the kid too. If you're the only one to say, "Oh no, we got enough, send him on," that's just a respect thing. Even if Mr. Hofschulte knows in the back of his mind he's got 10 other ones that are going to possibly beat him, that's just common courtesy. Hey, you know what? You made it to here. That means there's something really good about your animal that Chad saw that I maybe did not. We're going to weigh you.
Well, and you know, and you've touched on this before, and you're a walking example of it, or testimony of it. You got the big ring when that one year you were here at San Antonio. Ended up winning the class.
Well, and I touched on it yesterday too, because it happened in the first class. You know, a young lady was in the big arena, and then she got pulled from the big arena and ended up making the sale here at San Antonio. And Mr. Hofschulte said on the mic, he's like, you know what, I totally missed this hog. Or, you know, I didn't get a good look at it, whatever it may have been. But he's like, I missed this hog. This is a good hog. This deserves to be in the top 5 in this class.
Boy, this young lady with the flowery shirt that just got pinned back is super wide, big-topped, and big-rumped hog.
Yep. Young lady in the purple got pinned back pretty quickly.
That's a really pretty designed one as well. And you just now joined us. We are in our final class of our heavyweight division. And we've gotten, of our second sort back, we've got 4 back in the pen at this time. At the conclusion of this class, and we'll bring back all of your first and second places out of all 3 divisions, and then we will select, starting with the lightweight division, your division champion and reserve, and then going on to your heavyweights, and then we'll go on to our champion and reserve overall breed champion, which that one will not only have an opportunity to compete on Thursday in the grand drive, but also receives a $10,000 scholarship. Here at San Antonio, they have had the foresight to really work hard on these scholarships, and to date, like in 2026, they're going to be giving $1,865,000 worth of scholarships. And it's just great that they do that, and each kid can max out. They can go all the way to $20,000 in scholarships in competitive events. This does not count when, upon their senior year that they apply for the 4-H or FFA that San Antonio gives. This has no bearing on getting selected for that. So, you have some great opportunities here at San Antonio to be able to advance your and further your education by helping support the finances of that here that San Antonio works hard at. What's also really cool about what they do as well, if you receive these scholarships upon graduation, basically in order to be eligible for these scholarships, not only that you were an exhibitor in either in a public school, private school, or home school. And then if you've won one of these scholarships, then you're allowed to attend any accredited Texas college or university or any accredited recognized agriculture or natural resources, vocational or technical training school in the state of Texas. So it doesn't matter what your plans are or how you're going to further your education. If it falls under one of these, you've earned these scholarships. You can go on then, and it'll help finance that. So thank you, San Antonio, for what all you've done for these young people. Looks like we've got 7 back, and if you've been keeping up with this class, the young man that was in the pink was in the big arena, the only one kept back, and he's one of the top 7 that gets an opportunity to come back. So here's a prime example of what we were discussing. Never give up, because even if you get that big ring, that doesn't mean it's over. It's not over till it's over. And here, this young man has another chance to try to make the top 6 here and get a sales slot here at San Antonio. Got the top first 3 out. They've penned back, I think, actually, both of them. So the first 2 they put penned earlier, went back to the pen again for the next evaluation. So they're definitely got a sales slot and are in the opportunity to win this class. 2 really outstanding barrows in this class. Really wide base, both of them.
I went down there and looked at them in the pens, and I was like, holy moly. those two that he pinned back, I was like, wow, you talk about a Mack truck coming at you.
There's a lot of product there, especially over the top through the front end and shoulder, isn't there?
Yeah. And one of them doesn't have quite as much rear end, but just structurally so correct and sound and so
really
fluid
big
in the
bone
motion. Yeah.
too.
Very, very massive bone pig. This is getting fun. I told Leslie Van, I was down there, I was like, man, do you remember these pigs being that good back when we were showing? He said, man, he said they look very similar, but they're just bigger, they're fatter. And I was like, yeah, kind of like us as we get older, right?
That's just more seasoned and mature. That's all it is.
Yeah. Hey, you're a mature crossbred, Dad. You show some age in
I'm
your
just seasoned, son. I'm not getting older.
Hey, I will tell you, went from a Duroc to now you're kind of looking more like either a Landrace or a Yorkshire now, Dad. Yeah, your ears aren't droopy, so I guess you're more of a Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Or a White Cross. Going back to the pin, they pinned 3 back, so it'll be interesting to see. They're going to place these, I believe. They're going to keep these
Landon,
3 back.
I mentioned to our listeners, that one in the pink made the top 7. He was the one in the big arena, the only one.
Was he really?
Yep. He was the one that was out there that they decided to keep, and he was the only one kept in the big arena. So, as I mentioned to our listeners, you never give up because he's got an opportunity to make the top 6.
Top 7.
Well, top 6 for a sale slot.
Potentially,
is what I mean, yes.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how they place these, but I have a feeling they're going to place 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th.
And it looks like he's going to make it because he just played the young lady.
Well, but they place 4th that way.
Oh, gotcha.
4th place, yeah. That's how they've been doing it all day. They don't place bottom up here.
Gotcha. Well. But just even if he doesn't make the top 6, just of not giving up and giving a chance to show again is
He is going to make top. He'll be 5th.
Oh.
So he made the top 5 out of coming out of the big arena. So that's really cool. I mean,
that is.
Young lady in the flower will be 6th, and the young lady in the blue, she'll be your 7th place. And we're going to pull these 3 Barrows back out again, and let's see what they do. Yeah, they're both of these two right here are just exceptional Barrows here. Other one might have a little more ham, and that's what they're probably talking about.
The one in the purple's just got that square, widest chest floor coming at you, and like you mentioned, the other one's got probably more muscle going away from you and not quite as wide up front and a little prettier maybe, but both are very, very good. And you bring out the 3rd place, and he kind of matches up with a little bit with that prettiness. Well, it'd be interesting how they put this together, but they appeared they liked these first 2. They pinned them at the same time together, basically, when they called them back.
He's going to keep those 2 together. I'm willing to bet.
I would agree with you. Yep, that's what they're going to do. Now, what are they going to do?
Young lady in the purple will be second. Young lady in the black shirt will be your class winner.
All right. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. And here's the comments from our judge.
Well, as you can expect, when we get into the heavy reds, freshness is going to sort this top pair, and that's how we made our decision. The Barrow that wins is just so much more impressive when you get over the top of him, and his roll about out of the backside of his blade and into his forerib and heart is much more impressive. He's not as heavy structured as the Barrow in second, but just his ability to come and go with more freshness, more width and dimension, he needs to win this particular class. Young ladies Barrow here that's in second is the heavier structured one, one that just wants to get a little flatter and drier there when you get on top of him. We don't find him as square right in his knee as he comes right directly at you. Probably not as mobile out of that shoulder, but he definitely is stouter through his chest and now the backside of his blade than the Barrow that comes out in three. The Barrow that comes out in three paints a beautiful picture from the side. Talk about quality of head. His neck comes up and out of his blade extremely well. You get over the top of him, he's pretty bland in his shape. He's the flattest in his rib design and down towards the lower portion of his rib as well. But his main issue with us is as he comes at us, he's got to be wider and more bold in terms of his chest and knee. A nice pig that comes out next, and one that we thought just probably got a little frailer in his foot and his bone as you compare him to them ones ahead of him. A Barrow there, too, that just gets maybe a little shorter out of his step, out of his front, too. And then when you get over the top of him, he needs just more flair and more shape there through the center part of his body for us. But a nice pig there the young ladies kept together up to this point. Here's a pig that Chad threw out in the big ring, and one that we just questioned him in his knee and his front shoulder angle, but when you get him out here and compare him, he's still fresh-bodied. He's fresh-backed, and appreciate Chad finding him and bringing him out here. A pig there that just kind of moves up in terms of that fresh body, fresh roll to his center of his top there, but a pig that we just think needs to be better in his knee and out of his blade angle. Nice hog coming next here that's got some muscle and some forerib. We have a harder time getting him to balance from the profile. He gets a little longer and shorter in his hip, longer in his side and shorter in his hip, which takes away from his look. But more importantly, he just needs to go better out of that hock joint to move him up any higher. Nice pig that comes out next, real fundamental type of hog. Just got to make him more athletic off of both ends. Then we just have some pigs here we end with, and these three that just need more muscle and more width to move up any higher. Let's congratulate these kids in this heavy Duroc class as we move into picking your division champions.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
And we have our placing for Class 44 Duroc Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Hannah Evelyn Coyle, Hondo FFA. 9th place, Kinsey Scott Fishbacher, Randall County 4-H. 8th place, Frederick Coleman, Brazos County 4-H. 7th place, Andy Ray Pearson, Grayson County 4-H. 6th place, Jaden DeGarmo, Perrin, FFA. 5th place, Creed River Jordan, Lubbock County, 4-H. 4th place, Shelby Lynn Barons, Lee County, 4-H. 3rd place, Stockton Mathies, Midland, FFA. 2nd place, Gertie Beth Dudley, New Braunfels, FFA. And 1st place goes to Dylan K. Lowry, Comal County, 4-H. Dylan is also our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 44. Breeder that Barrows Francoiac Show Pigs of St. Hedwig. They can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring. Attention to the swine barn. At this time, we need our first and second place barrows from class 39, 40, and 41 return to the holding pens for staging for our medium weight division champion round. First and second place barrows from class 39, 40, and 41 return to the holding pens for staging for our medium weight division champion round.
So we're going to start with our lightweight division first. We're going to pull those three classes, that being class number 36, 37, and 38. All of our first places come out first, and we're going to crown a champion and reserve champion, lightweight division Duroc. Bring classes 39, 40, and 41 out for our middleweight division champion and reserve champion, and round it out with class 42, 43, and 44 for our heavyweight division champion and reserve champion. Then crown an overall champion and reserve champion Duroc. Then we're going to take a 30 to 45-minute lunch break. Now, this has been fun to watch.
Oh, most definitely. And
all right, folks, I guess we are ready for our selection of our Duroc lightweight division champion. From class 36, we have Harper Nicole Pachata, Live Oak County 4-H. Your class 37 champion, Sladen Mark Young, Stanford FFA. And your class 38 champion, Cameron Reese Malene Perlin FFA.
as we get our lightweight divisions out there and they're evaluating them, the Texas bred results of our last class of Durocs was our first place. Our class champion was also the Texas bred. It was actually bred by Frank Koviak Show Pigs out of St. Hedwig. Know the Frank Koviak family very well, Cade, and he's they've
Polacks.
They've done
Polacks
an
are
outstanding
doing a good job with these red ones.
What's interesting about that barrow, and in fact, both that barrow and the second place were actually litter mates, and the sow that bred or sired those. Basically ferreted those.
We started out our reds in our division, and we started out really good with a fresh, bold one that really covers the ring well. He's got a fresh look to him, and his fresh look is what we think separates him from the other two. Our Class 1's going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Harper Nicole Pachota, Live Oak County 4-H, exhibitor of our Duroc Division Lightweight Division champion. Now coming into contention, Charles Edward Owens, Clyde FFA.
Very good Barrows here. So your first class was crowned your lightweight division champion. Bringing the second place out now and matches up very nicely with the other two first places from the other classes. Talking about how that hog kind of ties into his head and neck area. And all three of them are just built like bulldogs over here coming at you.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially for a lightweight class, it's hard to find them with that much width at that size, but man, they have it. Little subtle differences between the three here, but not much, not enough to really fault them in any one area. One that has a lot more maturity on him.
We bring that second out here, and same goes for him. Love his width, spread, and dimension. When you get over the top of him, when you get off the side of him, he probably smoothest and the best in terms of his transitions and his lines and the way that he patterns. He's our second favorite one in this division. Congratulations, young man here in the red shirt.
And congratulations to Charles Edward Owens, Clyde FFA, exhibitor of our lightweight division runner-up Barrow.
So they kept that class together for your lightweight division. So that first class of the day was as deep as any when it came to the lightweight divisions. So a young man who had second in that first class was also your reserve division lightweight champion here in the Duroc breed. Now we're moving on to class number 39, 40, and 41 that make up your medium weight division. We're going to crown a medium weight division and reserve division champion of our Duroc breed. Here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Market Barrow Show, Wave 1, Day 2. Let's go. Once they put them in the pens. Stay tuned.
Kitchen Swine Barn, at this time we need our first and second place barrows from class 41, 42, scratch that, class 42, 43, and 44. Return to the holding pens for staging for our heavyweight division round. That's first and second place barrows from class 42, 43, and 44. Return to the holding pens for staging for our heavyweight division round. Okay, folks, we're ready to select a medium weight division champion in reserve. At this time, your class 39 champion, Fisher Dub Waldrop, Dallam County 4-H. From class 40, Jagger Collier, Snyder, FFA. And your Class 41 winner, John Wayne McNabb, Winkler, Loving County, 4-H.
An excellent trio out here for your next division, your middle division of Reds, and we think they're way more similar than the last trio we've seen out here. We're very comfortable of them. We think it comes down between a pair of that are like in their kind and their type and their look. I think one of them's got a shot more bone, is a little looser in his hock joint. Young man here, you're going to have our champion in this division.
Congratulations to Jagger Collier of Snyder FFA, exhibitor of our medium weight division champion. Now coming into contention, Brazos Clinton Herber, Fredericksburg FFA.
We bring the second out in that class. Maybe not as fresh. He gets in the mix in terms of bone and density, but just not as fresh in his overall look. We thought it was close between the pair. Young man in the blue, you're going to have reserve.
Congratulations to Fisher Dub Waldrop, Dallam County 4-H, exhibitor of our medium weight division runner-up Barrow.
Well, Mr. Hofschulte said it best. That was a very, very good classes of the medium weight division there. All very uniform, but all three of them there. There was that one that was kind of the outlier there in a standpoint. They didn't match up quite as good as the other two, and that's what he was kind of alliterating on the mic there. Just there was two of them that really stood out, and he kept those two together when it came to the medium weight division. Now we're moving on to the big boys, the heavyweight division, which is class 42, 43, and 44, all your first places. And, man, it'll be fun to watch all three of these out here just to kind of see how they all match up and just base width and structure and muscle and all the things and just freshness of kind. He talked all three of them pretty hard in class. So now that we have all three of them out there, it'll be interesting to see kind of what they do with these. Good luck to everybody in this heavyweight division.
Right, we're ready to proceed on with the selection of our heavyweight division champion, your Class 42 champion, Maverick Colt Orr, Collingsworth County 4-H. The Class 43 winner, Braley Grace Kirkpatrick, Toller FFA. And your Class 44 champion, Dylan K. Lowry, Comal County 4-H. Attention Swine Barn, there's a red Chevrolet license plate VLM 8736 parked in the pedestrian walkway in the gold lot. That's a red Chevrolet.
We get our heavies out here, and we were able to keep these things still fresh and still good looking in terms of their body shape. We think it comes down between a pair of heavier structured ones, and of them two heavy structured ones, we think there's one that's just a little more edged up out of the back side of his blade, a little more appropriate in terms of the way we've been using them and the way that they're put together from the profile. Young man here in the black shirt, congratulations.
Congratulations to Maverick Colt Orr, Collingsworth County 4-H, exhibitor of our heavyweight division winner. Now coming into contention, Reagan Amelia Whitney, Bullard FFA.
We dumped the second one out in that class, and one that still has some chest width, has some muscle, some doability. He too's just a little frailer than the other, another one out here when you study him at the surface and his arm and his front foot. There's another one that gets in the mix. We just think is so stout in his arm, really flexible. Didn't have as much shape as our champion, but young lady in the green, you're going to be reserve in this particular division.
Congratulations to Braley Grace Kirkpatrick, Toller FFA, exhibitor of our heavyweight division runner-up Barrow.
That was a really stout division. And now we're going to go on to our champion and reserve champion, Duroc Market Bear, here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. At the conclusion of the champion drive of the Duroc breed, we're going to take between a 30 and 45-minute lunch break before we start our dark crossbreds. We're going to get all the light, medium, and heavyweight divisions loaded up here shortly, and then we'll go from there. Thank you for tuning in to Taylor Fort Webcasting, wherever you're at, whatever state you're in, country you're in, county you're in, city, whatever it may be. Thanks for tuning in and supporting these kids and watching the Super Bowl of Pig shows, as they call it. And what a great show it's been here at Wave 1. Can't wait to see Wave 2 and obviously the Grand Drive on Thursday.
And we still have these dark crosses to do
Yeah.
after lunch break,
And
so
it's gonna
I
be-
bet
it's
it's going
gonna-
to be a heavy hitter like the Hampshires
yeah.
were as well.
Oh, I'm sure. And the Durocs did not disappoint either this year.
Oh no, I'm as we look at the entire first wave here so far, I mean, I'm very satisfied with what I've seen, and each of the breeds have been very dominant, especially on the top end.
Yes. Well, and you talk about base width. These Durocs, they're known for being big-chested hogs, but I'll tell you, every one of these hogs in the top 10, 12, a lot of them had chest floor.
Oh, absolutely.
And consistency of chest floor. So, back when I was showing, you'd have 4 or 5 that you're like, man, they got a big chest. Well, nowadays we're talking, man, they all have a big chest. What else do they have? And they've really been working on the rear legs a lot. And I've seen that a lot in the Durocs, and that was a point of emphasis. I remember back, and I hate to use this word, PPLO. I mean, that was one thing we always looked for, like did they have a swollen hock or whatever. And the breed as a whole is really focused on correcting that and done a phenomenal job of just making these things
I don't see it as often.
Oh no, you
now.
don't
They've
see
been
it.
able to
But
get
like I
that
said,
out
they,
of the
like I just
trait.
said, they've been working on that and getting
Sure.
that out of there.
But I think that one of the problems that the red ones had for the longest time was the rear hock and the rear
hock,
leg,
yeah.
and they've really come a long ways through genetic breeding to get that more correct, and even the front ends are as better as a whole.
Well, and we got to the point where we were doing where they were a little more straight-shouldered because we tried to elevate that front end.
All right, let's go for it. Here we go. Our lightweight division winner, Harper Nicole Pachota, Live Oak County 4-H. Your medium weight division winner, Jackson Collier, Snyder, FFA. And your heavyweight division winner, Maverick Colt Orr, Collingsworth County 4-H.
We get our division champions out here. Let's give these Duroc kids a big round of applause. Been a great Duroc show today, and knew it would be coming over here. Lots of quality all the way through in every breed we've seen so far. We think it gets pretty logical. You get them out here. There's one that's just a notch fresher. He did a little goofy stuff when he come out class, but, man, he put it together for the champion drive. Congratulations to our middle.
Congratulations to Jackson Collier, Snyder FFA, exhibitor of our champion Duroc Barrow. Now coming into contention, Fisher Dub Waldrop, Dallam County 4-H.
We bring our reserve in that division out, and we thought that was an extremely tight pair. We're going to keep them together. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Fisher Dub Waldrop, Dallam County 4-H, exhibitor of our reserve champion Duroc Barrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be taking around a 45-minute lunch break, and then we will return after lunch to judge our dark crossbred classes.
Well, that concludes our Duroc breed, and we will be taking a lunch break for about approximately 45 minutes, at which time we will start the Dark Cross show. So anyway, we'll have 12 classes to go through in the Dark Crosses, and there'll be a total of 515 head that our judges will go through. And that'll be the end of Wave 1 at the completion of those 12 classes. So look forward to having you join us here after lunch for the start of the Dark Crosses. Thank you.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Attention swine barn, we need a parent adult leader. Dallam County 4-H to accompany Fisher Waldrop to the vet clinic. Need a parent or adult leader from Dallam County 4-H, accompany Fisher Waldrop to the vet clinic. Thank you.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
At this time, if I could have all my swine committee members, interns, and volunteers, please report to your workstations. All swine committee members, interns, and volunteers, please report to your workstations. Attention swine barn. Christy Elliott, please report to your workstation. Christy Elliott, please report to your workstation. First call, Class 53, dark crossbred barrows. First call, Class 53, dark crossbred barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pens. Be sure to have your pink show card with you as you enter those black gates. Folks, our Junior Market Barrow auction will be held Friday, February 27th. It's 1 o'clock p.m. at the Keith Martin Auction Barn. Exhibitors should report to the back side of the auction barn and check in with the special sales committee. The first 20 lots will be there around 30 minutes prior to the start of the auction, and then all others should report around 20 or so lots before your lot goes across the sale. They have requested that we announce that you please refrain from bringing any buyer gifts, as no exhibitors will be allowed in the buyer area. There is a TV available in the back of the auction barn for parents and ag science teachers to watch the live stream. There's no public access to the buyer area. Attention, the swine barn. Alexa Hill and Bowden Owen, please return to your camp. Alexa Hill and Bowden Owen, please return to your camp. Now back to the auction. Youth exhibitors with non-walking sale-making lots do not attend the auction. A guaranteed base premium of $1,500 will be awarded to each exhibitor of non-walking lots, along with any funds generated in the add-on portal. All exhibitors with 5th and 6th place barrows are non-walking lots. So once again, all exhibitors with 5th through 6th place barrows are non-walking lots. They will be listed on the sale order and they are in the add-on portal. All auctions will be broadcasted live via sarodeo.com, and contributions can be made on sarodeo.com for specific lots via the virtual auction portal.
Thank you. Welcome back to the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, Day 2 of Wave 1 Market Barrow Show. We are now on dark crosses. Yes, they look a little Hampshire-y, but they don't classify as Hampshires, so that's why they're in the dark crosses. Plus, they are crossbreaded up, so we call them dark crossbreds. For those of you who don't understand the terminology, and hopefully I made it as simple enough for those of you at home. We have a total of 12 classes of dark crossbreds. We're going to break them up into divisions, so we're going to have Division 1, 2, 3, and 4, made up 3 per class. Division 1 is made up of the first 3 classes. Division 2 is the second 3 classes, so on and so forth. So here in class number 53, total of 45 head, and the weight ranges on these barrows is 250. We have the next 2 classes are broken down with the same exact weight, so there's a lot of barrows here that weigh 250 on the dot. And there's 45 total head in this class, so they can weigh up to 260 going across the scale if they go to that level, or they can't weigh any less than 240. Looks like they pinned a few back so far. Starting to warm up here in the barrow barn. When I say warm up, I mean it's getting warm. The fans aren't going, and the roll-up doors are all closed off, so we have no vent air circulating through the barn, but it might be about time to at least open these gates up. I'm going to talk to the guys and see, but it's starting to warm up a little bit here in Texas. We had that northern blow through last night, thanks to all those people up north. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Looks like they're about done with the first initial sort of class number 53. Like I said, there's 12 total classes. There's a bunch of hogs here for the dark crossbreds. 551, I do believe, to be the exact numbers, if my math serves me correctly. They pinned back 14 to this point, and I do believe there's probably one or two below us. With the dark crosses, you don't have to worry about classifying these animals. You just have to make sure they weigh within 10 pounds of their weight card. So it should go a little bit quicker. When you're classifying, you're looking at all the different, breed characteristics of each one. But since they're crossbreds, there's not really a true breed characteristic. Looks like there's two in the big arena right now, or maybe three, for a chance at a secondary evaluation here. And the guys are moving into the big arena now. I see 15 pinned right now. See what these guys are going to do here with these two. See if he's going to go weigh them or not. He's going to send them on their way. Wish both these two individuals the best of luck as they go on to other shows or in their future. We know they worked very hard to get here. I do believe there's 17, possibly 18 pinned. So they kept a bunch back in this class, 45 total head. Most of these classes are very large. They're in the 40s. We only have 2 of the 12 classes that are 38 on both of those classes, so might as well call it 40. The guys have a good rhythm going, and now that their bellies are full from lunch, they're energized and ready to rock and roll. I don't think they're ready to take a nap. I think they're ready to judge some hogs here today. Our lead judge here for the dark crosses today is Mr. Chad Day, and our secondary judge is Mr. Nick Hoff-Schulte. Nick was in charge of the Durocs, and now they flip-flopped, and Chad is now going to be judging the dark crosses here today at San Antonio Market Barrow Show, day 2 of Wave 1. And this breed will conclude our Wave 1 round. Barrows move back in on Tuesday and show Wednesday and Thursday for Wave 2, and that includes the Grand Drive on Thursday. That's the one we all strive to get to, is that Grand Drive at the end of the day on Thursday. They're going to pull them out one at a time, and I'm pretty sure Chad will kind of follow the same suit as Nick. They're going to pull them. If they really like them, they'll re-rack them in their pins until they have probably 10 or so, and then they'll place the other ones if they need to. If all the ones that don't make the top 10 will get excused, and then they'll judge those top 10 individuals. We'll see how Chad does if he follows the same pattern that Nick kind of started this morning before lunch. We'll keep you posted. Welcome to Taylor Fort Podcast, and thanks for tuning in today. And once again, how about those USA men's hockey team winning gold, beating Canada? Another 1980-something rivalry. I think it was 81 or 80, something like that. All you old-timers can probably tell me. But it was pretty cool to go for the gold against our neighboring country there, and ended up taking the gold. Team America, baby. Stay tuned. Looks like they're going to pin 10 back here and then excuse the other individuals out of the ring. And a very deep first class of dark crossbreds. I really have a feeling all 12 of these classes are going to be extremely deep and extremely what I call salty. God's telling all the individuals to kind of back off a little bit in the sense of, so that way you can see them better. If you're crowded up on the judge and everybody's in a big pile, you really can't get a good gauge of what the animals look like because they look like one big ball of pigs here. When you spread them out a little bit, you can really take a really good look at the side profiles and the angles of these animals. And you don't feel like you're running into each other. I appreciate the aggressiveness, but just when he says back off a little bit, doesn't mean to tell you to get away from him. Just mainly give him enough room to where he can really look at all these animals here. Young man, the lime green will be the 10th one pulled back, and I think they're going to excuse all the rest of these individuals, and they're going to pull these other guys out one at a time, pin back the top end of the class, and then place accordingly. Looks like Chad will be following the same pattern that Nick had this morning with the Reds. Holding these barrows out one at a time here. If he really likes you, he's going to pin you back again. We're down to our top 10, Wayne. We did a double sort like kind of what Nick was doing with the red pigs. He's going to go ahead and pin the young man in the pink. Excuse me.
Yeah, one of these pulling backs really, again, that same
Wide.
pattern, wide base, big top, big butt.
And, they gave a little bit of butt away. You didn't have to be the biggest rumped hog, but you'd have structure. They were real big. I mean, Nick was really big on bone work and width.
And the red ones.
And the red ones especially, yeah. And usually when you get to the dark crosses, you have a lot of extras that come in those packages. And that just comes with being a crossbred. Young man in the black. Shirt is going to get pinned as well. That'll be the second one pinned back. He'll pin the top individuals of this class to the front and sort accordingly. So, for example, say he only pins 4 pigs back in this class. He will then place 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. In that order, bring those 4 back and place 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st in reverse order there. Depending on the number of pigs he pins back will determine how many he has to place, if that makes sense. Went ahead and pinned another young individual back. Young man in the light blue was pinned back as well. I have one more to come out after the young man in the green. This is the final pig of the 10. They've pinned back 3 so far, so I have a feeling they're going to pin at least 1 or 2 more back. The young man in the pink will be pinned as well. Young lady in the blue will be pinned back. So that makes it a total of 5 pinned back. And I think Mr. Day is going to go to the buttons now. So now they're going to play 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. These individuals that were pulled back for the top 5 placings, they will make the sale. In the dark crossbreds, the top 5 individuals from each one of these classes, makes the sale here at San Antonio.
And then 4 out of the 5 will actually go to the live auction.
Yeah,
the
they'll
5th
walk
one
they'll
will be
walk
a
the stage.
non-walking.
Yes, correct.
And that non-walking, if you haven't listened to us on that, that's the non-walking will be guaranteed. However, that be guaranteed $1,500 plus any add-ons that could be that we're wanting to be added on to that lot. That can be done at the actual sale, and it can be done, I think, on the website as well.
They're going to place 6th through 10th here. They've kind of sorted themselves out here. Now we're down to our top 5 in this first class of dark crossbred market barrows here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo.
This first class, they've started out with 45 down to the top 5.
That's correct, Wayne. Going to pull them out one at a time and place from 5th down until we have a class winner in this first class. Like I mentioned earlier, Class 53 and Class 54 are both 250 weight ranged animals, so they had a total of 90 hogs that turned in their weight cards at 250. This is the
which
first
is a good amount because you think about this. This whole show has 515 total in this whole 12 classes.
Now we have our 5 barrows out here. Now we're going to start placing from 5th down to 1st here. 2 young men in the pink, 1 young man in the green, and a young man in the black, and a young lady in the blue. 2 guys are going to kind of converse with each other here in a minute. I have a feeling that Chad's taking a look at him, Nick's taking a look at him. Now they're talking about him. They're like, okay, here's our top 5 individuals here. What do you think? There's a couple of them in here I really, really like. I kind of gravitate to. A couple here at the bottom that maybe we want to start with in 5th and 4th. What are your thoughts? And they're looking at the silhouettes. It looks like they're all looking at them from a side profile here. Chad's making sure he has his buttons all in order here. Young lady is going to be 5th. Young man in the black shirt is going to be 4th. Now we're down to our top 3 here. 2 young men in the pink and 1 young man in the green shirt. They'll be your top 3 in this first class of dark crossbred market barrows. One kind of maybe swings outside of his skeleton just a touch.
I think the pink's got a 2/3 chance of winning, too.
I think so, and I think he's going to give the young man in the green a 3rd place, and he's the one that was kind of swinging outside of skeleton.
Yeah.
And 1st and 2nd goes to both young men in the pink.
Yep.
Pink was the winner today. Let's hear from Chad.
And a good set here as we get them worked down. And the young man here coming across the middle of the ring is going to start this class. And both Nick and I having a conversation there. The one thing that we both commented on is just when he steps in the ring, the amount of freshness in terms of just shape, condition, and cover out here. And then you start putting that into fact with the matter of that he's built the best of the top trio, in our opinion. He's got a good build, good comfort level to him. He's got a good look in the front third. You tie that into the backside of his blade. He gets out here and goes. He takes a long enough step, a square enough step there. When you get in and analyze him, a nice way to start this particular class. The one that ends up being in second is another one that follows right in type and kind. And not that he's not fresh. I thought maybe he just read a little bit more mature there from his shoulder forward in terms of just that skull and that head shape that he's got. But once you get past that and you open that one up in just terms of quality, that one there's got a big back in him. He opens up extremely well. He's good. He's still fresh in terms of his body shape, in terms of the roundness of his rib there. I didn't read that one, maybe just quite balancing it up and just having quite the wow factor that the one that started off the class did. But at the same point in time, that's a very fundamentally correct hog there that brings a lot of good attributes to this class to hang up here at the top pair. We get down here to third and one that mixes right in there in terms of just eye appeal and balance. Again, another square built one coming at you. He's good in terms of his shape out of the backside of his blade. Where you get to analyzing this one and nitpicking him is where he ties in there at his ham loin hookup. We need to blend him there just a notch smoother, make him just a notch more comfortable in the way he sets those rear wheels down, particularly from the side. Squareness from behind is good, but just reconstruct that area there ever so slightly to move him up any higher. One that comes out next. Now, you can stand this thing still, and I promise you, you're going to like to start the class with him because he is the elevated, good-looking one of this particular drive right here of the group of the top four. Great build, great silhouette to him, but at the same point in time, when you get in on this one here, he's just got to be laid further back in his shoulder. He's got to take a longer step off those rear two to beat those three sounder structure ones right there ahead of him. But again, another fresh-built Barrow that's good design, that is a very high-quality individual, just needs to be nitpicked in those areas to get around them ones there ahead of him today. Another one comes out, a little bit of the same scenario. Build, design, and quality and just freshness keeps him up there as well. When you get to digging in a little deeper on this one, he's the narrowest of the top five in terms of his chest. You get to study him. He plays out the most when he goes away from you in terms of just base width, but an awful good pig in terms of just build, design, comfort level. Very, very good in that particular hog there. We get down here on down the line here, and you got some give and take between 5 to 10. This one here I felt was the next one in terms of just overall lines, elevation. That's a tall-fronted, good-looking one that's still got power, big hip, big stifle in him, got comfort. Didn't read him quite as bold, as fresh in his center body there when you step off to the side of him. Just not as round, just not as massive at this particular weight for where I felt he should be in terms of just body shape versus those ones there ahead of him. One that comes out next has the advantage probably in that particular area. When you get to analyzing this one in terms of just front foot placement, he's softer on his front feet. He's not as comfortable when you get him out here on the move. Didn't read with just the overall expression when you got right up on top of him. The one here that comes out next is one we kind of pinned back right there out of the gate. He hits you hard when he comes out in terms of chest, his skull, his look that he brings to you. His design is very good. At the same point in time, when you get off of this one, he gets to laboring. He gets to laboring when you get to study him in terms of that hind leg and that squareness. When you read him in the rear third of his skeleton there, we just got to make him move a notch better. We get down here and we start to round the class out. We end up with two of them. Nice build, nice balanced ones here. Simply ran out of gas, whether it be from a bone feature standpoint or just from a sheer product standpoint when you get right up on top of them and study them in terms of just shape and overall expression. Good class here. Give him a nice round of applause, please.
Congratulations to our top 10 individuals.
Thank you, Judge. We have our placings for Class 53 Dark Crossbred Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Jet Monroe, Bosque County, 4-H. 9th place, Hadley Cole Reeves, Hamilton County, 4-H. 8th place, Cassidy Dutra, Shallowater, FFA. 7th place, Jordan Hernandez, Dimmitt County, 4-H. 6th place, Brig Kenneth Bogey, Chambers County, 4-H. 5th place, Kellen Holly Merkel, Ellis County, 4-H. 4th place, Parsons Creed Spencer, Albany, FFA. Third place, Jake Aiden Duke, Navarro County, 4-H. Second place, John Hernandez, Dimmitt County, 4-H. And first place goes to Bo Anderson of New Home, FFA. Our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 53 Dark Cross, exhibited by John Hernandez, Carrizo Springs. Breeder that Barrow is Brockman Farms of Montgomery, and they can pick up their caps at our association table near the show ring.
Moving on to our second class of 250-pound hogs. That being class number 54, a total of 45 head in this class as well. This is our second class of 12 total classes of dark crossbred market barrows here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. We're just now starting our sort here. And I think they're going to keep true to what they've been doing. They'll do an initial sort, keep about between 14 to 18 hogs, pin back 10 of them, excuse those other individuals, and then place your top 10 individuals. Once again, top 5 in each one of these classes of these dark crossbred breed, of this dark crossbred breed, got a little tongue-tied there. Top 5 individuals in this breed will make the sale here at San Antonio. Top 4 are what you call a walking lot, so basically the kid will walk across the auction. Fifth place is guaranteed $1,500, not including add-ons that can come after the fact. So congratulations to all those exhibitors who do make the sale. And if you make the top 10, which you get a nice rosette here at San Antonio, is nothing to be ashamed of by any means. That is a huge deal to make a placing position here at San Antonio. They call it the Super Bowl of pig shows for a reason. Not only is it competitive, but the number of animals that show up here is unbelievable. And each one of these individuals here can only show one animal. Doesn't matter what wave, it's just one animal, period. You can take to San Antonio. This is a terminal show, so that the animal and the pig go their separate ways at the completion of San Antonio. Wayne's going to get the Texas bred and everything and kind of reiterate, give them a shout out. You know, we're proud here in Texas and proud of what we do here, and we appreciate everybody else in the country that helps us to have some really good show hogs, whether you got them up north or got them here in Texas or used one of the boar studs up north or vice versa, whatever it may be. We appreciate everybody in the industry that gives these kids such competitive projects. So if you have a kiddo out here that does well here or that showcases one that y'all raised very well, be very proud of them, because every one of these kids here is doing a phenomenal and exceptional job showing off their projects.
As our judges are sorting through our second class of dark crosses in Class 54, I have the certified Texas bred class champion out of Class 53, it being our first class of this afternoon. It was awarded to our second place, who was John Hernandez out of Dimmitt County 4-H. The breeder of his Barrow was Brockman Farms out of Montgomery, Texas. Congratulations to Josh and Carrie for doing such a great job and breeding that class champion there in Class 53. Looks like we've got 6 so far, Penn. Correct?
I think there's 2 more over here, so we've got
8
total that have been pinned. We can only see 7 right now, but there's still several underneath the scale being weighed right now. They have to weigh within 10 pounds. Now, on the first class, you can weigh a minimum of 250, or can you weigh down to 240?
You can't. Well, as far as legally, you have to turn in the minimum weight here at San Antonio. The minimum you can turn in is 250, and the maximum is 300.
But let me just put it this way: in other classes, you can weigh within 10 pounds on either end.
It would be the same. So they can go across the scale at 240.
Gotcha. Perfect.
Or 260.
Correct.
Max.
Either way, either end of the spectrum of what your weight card says, but the minimum here is in fact, like Wayne just mentioned, 250, and the maximum you can weigh here at San Antonio is 300.
And any of these breed champions or reserve breed champions that has been selected here in our first wave that go on to compete on Thursday into our Ring of Champions, competing for the Grand and Reserve Grand, will be allowed to weigh 23 pounds greater than what they turned in. So, it's a great thing that San Antonio, they look at that as far as the basis is. They're having to stay here that much longer, and, they gain weight. So that allows and takes that in consideration to be fair on both ends of the spectrum here.
Yeah, on both ends of the spectrum there. And I see you have a sheet in front of you. What is this?
Well, some of our listeners might not realize this, but on these crossbreds, they're going through a classification.
I was going to ask, do they classify
yes,
even though they're crossbreds?
They are, but they're considered dark crosses. So if they don't have this criteria that I'm fixing to go over, then they will be they will be disqualified to the truck. So what is it that makes them a dark cross? What's red here is Barrows with black or red pigmentation, and that's not rusty or sandy or orange or rome or gray or blue. And then comprising of at least 20% of the total body area shall be considered a dark cross.
So they could have a black face with a white body and still qualify as a dark cross, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. These Barrows may be black or red belted, or black, red patched, or spotted.
Okay.
And then it goes on and says Barrows with only blue, rusty, sandy, orange, or gray pigmentation are not considered dark crosses.
They would be in the light round
so that if they brought them here and they fall under that statement that I just made, they would be disqualified and sifted. So I thought our listeners would be interested in that. You think in other cases, well, if they got sent to the dark crosses, that they automatically would be into that. But that's what they have to be to become a dark cross.
Good to know, Wayne. Looks like they have a total of 12 pigs pulled so far. Like I mentioned in our previous class, they'll keep anywhere between 14 to 18 is what kind of the number is. I think the most they've ever kept is 21, and that was a Hamp class yesterday. But consistently, they haven't kept more than 18.
If you just joined us, of course, we are in our second class of dark crosses, giving you a little history from what showed up this year. We had 515 show up this year. And it's up from last year. Last year we only had 478 that showed up for our Dark Cross class, so we're up. And every show we've had in this first wave is actually up. And in fact, the total wave for our first wave for this year's numbers was 1,618 total head, where last year it was 1,519. So it's great to see that people are interested in getting out and competing here at the San Antonio Livestock Show Barrow Show. In these 12 classes, of course, they'll be placing 5. And with 12 classes, that means there's only, out of 515, there's going to be 60 sale slots here for these young people that are working really hard to get to that point. Looks like our judges have finished, and they're ready to let out the first one that they initially pinned. Got a second one out.
They didn't really keep as many as they did the first class.
The second one coming out, boy, he's out on the corners. Really level rumped type hog.
Is he outside of skeleton, though? Is that what you're kind of
insinuating
a little bit?
I wouldn't want him any further for sure. He's right there.
They only kept 12 back, it looks like, Wayne. I could be missing one or two that might be either getting classified or weighed here. But in this case, they may just – I don't think they're going to do double sift here if they only have 12, because 10 of them get a placing rosette. So they'll probably pin their top individuals back for sure. And then in the pink's going to get back
the young
to,
lady in the pink sweater.
That's a good hog.
Yep.
Really good hog.
And a young man in the pink as well.
See, like this guy right here, he's got a good hog, but he's borderline getting outside.
Yeah,
his,
both of those out there, young man in the blue and the other one there. It's real close there. And I guess they're kind of seeing that too. That's why they didn't pin him back yet at this point. But still a really nice hog.
Front 2/3 of that hog are really, really good.
Absolutely.
He's a little bit outside of skeleton. I don't think that'll put him back. So other young man here.
Which one did he pin?
And the black shirt. He's going to pin that one back.
Got a little white stripe on his head, on his nose, going up between the eyes.
Yeah, I did confirm there's only 12 pigs. So they're not going to sift any here or move 2 of them back. I really think they're just going to pin 4 or 5 of them maybe, place the other ones, and then bring those top 5 individuals back out for a chance at a top placing position here in the second class of dark crossbred market barrows. Have one more to pull out after this young lady that just came out. And this should be the final one out of the initial first sort, pinned back in this class. So they've pinned back 4 so far.
Young lady in the black.
And the black shirt's going to be pinned back 2. That'll make it 5. And I think they're going to go one more little final round to kind of just look at them. And then I could see them getting the placing buttons. I know Mr. Hofschulte was kind of looking to see how many him and Chad have pinned so far.
I think that's kind of what they're discussing right now as well, is to see. Oh, they're going to pin one more.
Young man in a kind of light red shirt, he'll be pinned as well. That's 6 of them. So he pinned back half of this class from the initial first sort here. Yes. Okay, so they're kind of gauging right now kind of where they're going to start with, and I do think they're going to start placing him. So since he has pinned 6 back for a chance at a top placing position, he's going to now place 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. And I believe, yes, he did get the buttons from Dr. Griffith from Texas A&M University. Young lady in the white sweater will be 7th place. Young man in the gray will be 8th place. Taller young man in the plaid will be 9th place. And one more placing here. It's going to go to the young lady. She will be 10th place. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals and these other 2 individuals that didn't get a placing rosette. They did a phenomenal job showing their animal in a very deep class. That young man in the blue has a really good hog, but that's the one I was kind of talking about. His back wheels are kind of outside their skeleton, and they noticed that, and that's probably what put him down where he was.
Little more flex to his rear hock as
well. Yeah, exactly. Now we're going to pull our top 6 individuals. Once again, top 5 will make the sale here at San Antonio in the dark crossbreds. And we're going to have 6, and we're going to narrow it down to 1 here, Wayne, in the second class.
Absolutely.
That being class 54. Like you said earlier, we started with 45. Now we're down to 6.
First call, class 55, dark crossbred barrows. First call, class 55, dark crossbred barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pens at this time. Be sure to have your pink show card with you as you enter the show ring.
Down to our top 3 now in this class. He did it pretty quickly. There's one I really, really like out here. Just my kind of hog.
Yeah, it'll be interesting how he lines these up, but
get into our next class here. I think we got a good class of darks here and some give and take. And but at the same point, as you get up here towards the top end, I think you got quality, and then it's just a matter of taking what you want and where you want to put your priorities. But with that being said, felt like the belted hog here hit me probably the hardest in terms of just being a balanced hog, very practical in terms of his build. He's the biggest up on the upper side of his skeleton. He's the stoutest when he comes at you. He's the stoutest when he goes away from you. He's got the most feature when he drives away. He's comfortable. I'd clean his sheath up there if I'm going to nitpick him. That's probably the thing that I don't like the most about him. But in terms of just sheer build, sheer quality and comfort, that one there suited us the best. Young lady here in the pink with the solid black bear is going to end up being second. And again, that hog there in terms of just freshness and design there, as we compare these two black ones, we thought it maybe got a little bit closer between second and third. I thought this one here just blended a notch better everywhere, from his head and neck, read a little fresher about his head back into his top there. And this hog's a little bit deceiving when you're standing off to the side of him there. He doesn't read near as stout as he is when you get up on top of him. That pig's got a big back, a big hip, a big stifle in him. He maintains his squareness. His rear leg comfort in terms of the way his posture and flexes at the ground is what does it for me versus the one that comes out here in third. The black bear in third, again, he's a monster in terms of width and dimension. He's super stout. He's got plenty everywhere. At the same point in time, like I said, when you step off to the side of that one, you ask him to drive, he gets shorter in terms of his length of hip. He's a little shorter in terms of his step. He wants to knuckle there in his rear pasture just ever so slightly. I didn't see him with the extra comfort that the one there had right ahead of him. But boy, from that one's hip forward, he's certainly got to be appreciated in terms of just the dimension, the back, and the power in this particular class. The one coming out next, again, he's like one we talked there, maybe a class or two, a class before there, in terms of just a silhouette and build, is jet level in terms of his top line. At the same point in time, when he does blend there out of his shoulder into his neck there, he gets a little bit deeper there in the front third of his skeleton. He's a little more upright in terms of his skeleton off of both ends, shoulder, length of hip. It gets a little edgier for me there when you step in right behind him. But a nice pig, still got a youthful look about him, fresh in his appearance, kept him up there in the top 4. One that comes out next, a good designed one here. Didn't read this one quite as heavy duty in terms of just foot, bone, and feature. Like the build, like the dimension of that hog. Again, a fresh built, fresh bodied one here. Just got to get him out here and stouten him up relative to his contemporaries in this particular scenario. One that comes out next, again, we get into another one that's got width and power as we talk, freshness. I didn't see this one right here, maybe just collecting himself in terms of his hind leg, quite as good as the one right there ahead of him. And he too gets a little frailer about the bottom side of his jaw there, and just didn't hit me quite as stout in terms of just chest width, front foot, bone, and feature there in that front leg column comparatively. One that comes out next here, again, a good built one from the side. He just simply needs to be wider chested when he comes at you. He closes up the most, probably reads the most mature as any of them in terms of his head in this particular class. And at the same point in time, just get him out there, get him to drive there just with a little more reach off of both ends. One that comes out next, probably a bigger centered one here comparatively to the one right there ahead of him. You get to studying this one from back here. He wants to slope off out of his tail set there. He doesn't want to level up out of his hip and just plant and drive and extend that hind leg to be ideal in this particular drive. Good built, good design one here. Just simply got to have more width and dimension. Next one comes out, runs into the same scenario. Build and design, like the look from the profile. You step in, that one gets a little flatter from the side. Doesn't have the round body shape as some of them on up the line there. Good class. Give them a nice round of applause if you would.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California, expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Before dark crossbred barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, J.C. Keith Corzine, Stanford FFA. 9th place, Owen Traver Newton, Brown County 4-H. 8th place, Witten Harper, Kendall County 4-H. 7th place, Peyton Jules Van Beek, Dallam County 4-H. 6th place, Shancy Dawn Scott, Iowa Park FFA. 5th place, Leonardo Gabriel Arenas, Friendship FFA. 4th place, Blaze Tyler Tomlinson, O'Donnell FFA. 3rd place, Addison Tarpley, Lipan FFA. 2nd place, Aniston Terrell, Jones County 4-H. And exhibiting 1st place, Heath Noble Hensey, Sealy FFA. Heath is also our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 54. Breeder of that barrow is Cozart Family Genetics of Early. They can pick up their caps at our pork producer table near the show ring.
You just now joined us. We're in our final class of our first Division 1 here, Class 55. Their weight ranges are 251 to 257 with 42 in this class. In Class 54 that they just completed, our Texas bred class champion was our first place in that class. It's Heath Hines out of Sealy FFA. The Cozart Family Genetics there in Early, Texas was the breeder of that barrow. Congratulations to that breeder on winning and breeding that first place and Texas bred class champion. You know, these crossbreds here in our dark crosses, they are working toward a breed champion in this division and in this breed. And the winner, of course, of the overall champion dart cross will also receive a scholarship of $10,000. The first dart cross scholarship that was given, and I mentioned dart cross because the first scholarship ever given was just in the straight crossbred show. That was back in 2007. And at that particular time, that crossbred in 2007, which was a $10,000 scholarship at that time, went to a good friend of ours, Miles Delm, Rory Delm's son, back then in 2007, won that first scholarship of $10,000. But as far as the dart cross scholarship, that first came about in 2 years later in 2009. And that was awarded also a $10,000 scholarship. And that was the first year they've awarded that. And it was won by, at that particular year, by Mandy Stevenson. So congratulations if you guys are listening. Congratulations back from some, history back then. And I know those scholarships did well for you individuals and helped you further your education. If you've just now joined us, of course, we're going to go through all...
Attention Swine Barn, we have a lot of tack trucks that are parked out here that have been there for quite a while. Folks, when you bring your trucks in to get your tack, you need to get your tack up, pick it up, and head on out. Don't sit around and watch the show some more. We need to leave those spaces open for the other exhibitors who are also trying to load their tack out and hit the road. So please get your trucks loaded as quickly and efficiently as possible, and then move your trucks as quickly as possible. Thank you.
As the judges are sorting our Class 55, which finishes out our first division, they have 42 in this class. As they're sorting these, I just want to share with you guys, if you just now joined us, about how much our auction committee has done in getting funds together to help all these young people that do make the sale slots. There's only 3. We'll have well over 2,000 barrows for this total barrow show here at San Antonio, and only 346 make that sale. And they've worked really hard to put monies together. And just give you a little past history. The Barrow Show in the auction is the number 2 highest amount of money raised here at San Antonio. The highest is the steers with $2.6 million, almost $2.7 million in total auction monies that they got these young people last year at the auction. Barrows, as I mentioned, is second highest at almost $1.7 million. And both of these are records from the year previous. The Grand Champion Barrow in 2025 went for $102,300, which was a record as well. Whereas in 2024 it was $81,100. Our Reserve Grand Barrow received $60,000, where in 2024 it was $55,100. So they've just done an outstanding job to raise money and getting people to contribute to a fine cause. And a lot of these people aren't even in, necessarily in an agricultural type business. They're in other types of businesses, but see how important this is to molding the future of our young people and furthering their education.
Looks like they have 14 to 16 pinned back here. When I can see 14 for sure, there might still be a few getting classified and weighed over here. They're going to excuse these two individuals out here in the big arena. And we're going to pull all these out one at a time, and if they did like the last class, they will just pull back their top end, place some, and then the other two they'll excuse. But having 15 to 16 in here, it'll be interesting to see what we do here. Pulling the first one out now. A lot of good, powerful hogs. And, man, I was down there. I was looking at all the bone work. I mean, you talk about heavy structured. Some of them are kind of borderline on that edge of base width from behind. Some of them kind of getting outside themselves a little bit.
They're a little forgiving from the outside corners a little bit. And that's a good way of putting it. From judge to judge, sometimes, some are very critical on that, and others, they'll accept
they'll allow a little bit outside of your skeleton, a little bit on the rear end.
Yeah.
Looks like the young man and the young lady are both getting pinned back, the young man in the peach and the young lady in the brown here. That'll be 3 pinned back to this point. They've got 4 pinned back here, fixing to be 5, I think. They're going to pin back another one. That'll be 6. One more young man to pull out here with a total of 16 pinned from the initial sort. Young lady in the red. One of the young ladies in the red is going to be pinned back as well.
And as they're sorting this class here, I just want to let our listeners know, if you have any interest in purchasing or a need of a scale, WW will be after the end of the show here on Thursday. We'll have scales available. They're all new scales that they put out here into the show area and throughout the barn, and they provide discounts on those scales. And if you're interested in one, you can contact Bo Sanders of WW. His cell number is 580-467-1506. And they also have a booth over at Burdock, which is right behind this swine barn here, and where all the exhibits are down the main drag of in between the barns here. So if you're interested, either call Bo, again, that number, 580-467-1506, or go by the Murdoch's booth.
And his home address is, I'm just kidding. And it looks like they're just going to keep 6 barrows back here, and they're going to start placing. So Young Man in the Green was 7th place. And they're going to place 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in that order. And then they excuse the other individuals out of the ring and bring those other 6 individuals they pinned back for a top placing rosette in this class, that being class number 55. This is the last class of our Division 1 of 4 divisions. Total of 12 classes. Young lady in the striped shirt is going to be 8th. Young man is going to be 9th. Young lady in the black shirt and white is going to be 10th. And congratulations to those individuals as they excuse them out of the ring here at this time. We're going to pull these top 6 individuals back out again and place them from 6th place all the way till we have a class winner in this 3rd class of dark crossbreds. Welcome to the San Antonio Stock Show.
Folks, give these exhibitors remaining in the ring a nice round of applause for their efforts today. Exhibitors, please have your pink show card ready to give to our committee members as you exit the ring. First call, class 56, dark crossbred barrows. First call, class 56, dark crossbred barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pins. Make sure you have your pink show card with you as you enter the ring.
Got a good pair right here, and some give and take here on the top end as Nick and I just went back and forth here and talked the differences among ourselves. And when you get back to it, we talked there a little bit about yesterday. It's simply for me about checking boxes, and it's about totals. And the hardest ones to make are the ones that are the totals. And some people's explanations of what's hard to make in mine, I don't see eye to eye on. And I think totals is what brings it together. And in this class, we come back to the painted up one here to be the totals hog of the pair. I think he reads better about his skull, and when you start talking to him from front to rear, this one is one of those when you get up on top of him, he's without a doubt the stoutest, biggest back one in this drive. He's got the most expression out of the backside of his blade. He's stout out of his hip, and I think when you step off to the side of that one and you get to studying the way he uses his hog and the way he picks him up and sets him down and drives forward, I actually prefer his hind leg movement deem it more correct than I do the one in second. Now, that's not saying the one in second doesn't move good enough, because he's athletic as well out here. We're just nitpicking some small areas in those two pigs because they're very good. Love the shape of this one. By no means is he not heavy muscled. He's got dimension in there. The more we studied him, they went on. I didn't read that one maybe just as cool in his head and neck there. And when you get to studying that one, like I say there, he maybe just gives up just a little bit. He wants to waddle there just a little bit when you step right in there behind him, comparatively the one right there ahead of him. But at the same point in time, that's an awful good hog that brings a lot of genuine shape still, body shape and freshness. We just had to make those decisions, those close decisions there, and talk those differences. But a good bear to end up being in second. One that comes out in third is certainly one that'll demand your attention here in terms of a wild look there in the front third of his skeleton from the side. When you get in to start breaking this one down and study him, he gets to be just a nickel beakier about his head there. He's not quite as square, and he's not quite as good in terms of just his squareness out of his hip. And then particularly when you step in behind him and watch him go away, he is the widest and the most extreme of that top three. And we didn't think he just quite fit in there from a structure standpoint, from a sheer mobility standpoint, to move up in that top pair. One that comes out next, a good balance kind of a hog here. Heavy bone. Thought he got a little longer, a little flatter, and a little drier in terms of just his body shape. Didn't think he had quite the power in the upper portion of his skeleton versus the three right there ahead of him. The one that comes out next here, this particular hog right here simply got to be better when he comes at you. He's flatter in his knee, and he doesn't have near enough chest width when he comes at you, because from there back, that's a pretty darn good pig in terms of just having some spread. He maybe just gets to dragging that hind leg a little more than ideal comparatively, but most importantly, we just got to give him more natural width and dimension whenever he comes right at you. One that comes out next here may have a slight advantage in terms of power. Thought he got a little mature about his head, but more importantly, structurally off of both ends, he's too stilty. He's straight up in his shoulder. He drags that hind leg. Drags that hind leg. Just needs to go just with a little more ease off of both ends. Got another one coming out here in terms of just in terms of one that's got some freshness up high. He too's another one, though, that gets a little shorter and rounder about his hip there. Doesn't seem to drive and plant with the authority that we need in this class here. As we get on down the line here, we get into a group of them that get a notch flatter in terms of just their body shape, don't have the roundness of rib. This one here gets a little postier in terms of the way his hind leg works. Got one here that comes out that just needs more shape and more expression when you get right up on top of him. Run into the same scenario here with the young lady that rounds out the class there. Just simply gets to be a little plainer in terms of his overall makeup. Good class. Give him a nice hand if you would.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Sixth place, Kinley Shield Knight, Groover, FFA. Fifth place, Cade Allen Pape, Marion, FFA. Fourth place, Clayton Cole Powell, Farmersville, FFA. Third place, Kinley Morgan Rohan, Fort Bend County, 4-H. Second place, Collins Faith Withers, Prairieland, FFA. And first place, Callaway McMorris, Martin County, 4-H. Our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 55, dark crossbred barrows, exhibited by Collins Withers, Prairieland, FFA. Breeder of that barrow is Brockman Farms of Montgomery. They can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving on to class number 56, 47 total head in this class. Weight ranges on these barrows goes from 258 to 263. This is our first class of 3 classes that make up Division II of our dark crossbred barrows. And I kind of put this young man on the spot. I kind of pulled a Mike Leach and pulled him out of the stands here. I've got a special guest with me, Mr. Wyatt Ducos of Medina County. And what is so special about Wyatt Ducos? Well, he's a baseball player. But other than that, he was the grand champion market barrow shower of 2025. So he was your grand champion hog here last year. Wyatt, welcome, by the way.
Thank you.
So tell us a little bit about yourself, man. Tell us about you outside the ring. What do you like to do? What's your favorite hobby outside of showing? How old are you? Where do you go to school?
I'm 16. I go to school at Medina Valley High School, and I like to play football, baseball, hunt and fish, and do stuff outdoors.
So you like to do everything that's fun.
Oh,
is that correct? That's good. That's good. So so you like to hunt and fish. What's your favorite kind of fish to go after?
Probably bass, or we do a lot of jug lining catfish tournaments at lakes.
So is there any water in Lake Medina right now at all?
Not much.
There's never any water in that lake. I think I have more water in my stock pond most of the time than Medina Lake does. So, you were the grand champion market barrow last year, and it's funny because we were talking during the program yesterday. We have what's called the Top Judge program. It's a bunch of college judges who come down and they build these kids up in the sense of what's good as a judge, what do you do as a judge, make the kid more important than the animal kind of thing, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to judge the kids, and it's through the avenue of showing animals. So you were the grand champion market barrow last year. Tell me the emotions you felt winning this show last year.
It was great. I was excited.
So did you know you had a good hog before you even got here?
I mean, I knew he was pretty good, but San Antonio is a hard show, and I placed 2 years prior to last year. I was like, I'm just trying to get a place to make the sale. And then I come out, and I win my class. I'm like, dang.
Kind of cool, right?
He really liked him.
Yeah, I could see on their face when he came out, and we saw him in the ring during class. I was like, that's going to be a really tough one to beat in class. And you were in the Hamps, weren't you? Or were you in the dark crosses?
It was dark cross.
So this is very fitting for you to come up here during the dark crosses almost exactly a year later from last year and know that you were in this same position last year. It's crazy. Isn't it funny how fast a year goes by?
Oh, yeah.
So you have, 2 more years to show after this year?
Yes, I'm a sophomore.
So what would you tell some of the young kids who are maybe just getting started showing and being so successful? And, it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience sometime to just place here, let alone win the entire show. What would you tell what was some good advice you could give some of these young kids starting out showing here at San Antonio?
I would just tell them to work hard and put all the work in because it may not seem like it right away, but in the long run, it'll definitely pay off.
Yep, and it's kind of cool getting to watch your peers and your friends, just like you just did. You watched one of your buddies or one of your family friends in the group show his animal just now, and pretty special, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you have a sister who's showing, is that correct?
Yes, she's a 7th grader.
Okay, and so has she had any success here at San Antonio at all?
Last year, she got 2nd or 3rd with her Duroc,
Good for her.
I was real happy for her. She kind of got left out of the spotlight since I did so good. But
Hey, she's still your sister, and you know, family's super cool to support, and obviously, you know, where she stands in your book, and I'm sure she feels the same. I bet she was just as excited for you as you were, kind of deal,
yes.
when you won. So
I'm just trying to help her do the best she can.
see, and you get to be like me. You know, I don't have any. I've got a 2-year-old at home almost, and I don't have any kids showing. We're out of the pig business now. We've been out for the past 3 years. My family raised Durocs for over 50 years. And it's kind of cool getting to sit here and help these kids and watch them succeed and be a part of it kind of behind the scenes. And you kind of got a taste for like what your parents did for you and helped you with. And so what what other shows are you going to this year?
We have one more pig at home. It's either going to Austin or Houston. We don't know yet.
So you're either going to go one or the other kind of thing?
Yes.
You're not going to just show up at Houston and Austin together kind of thing, even if you don't have a pig?
Probably not.
It's hard to do baseball and do that both shows, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure you're very needed on your baseball team as well.
Yes.
So what positions do you play in baseball?
Third base, pitcher, and catcher.
Oh man, so you're a hot box and catcher, and then when you're not catching, you're pitching.
Yes.
Hard to do all three at the same time, isn't it?
Yep.
Where are you batting in the lineup?
3 or 4.
So you're the power hitter of the group then.
Try to.
Try to when you get a hold of it, right? That's good. That's good. Well, what is the most special memory you had other than winning grand champion here at San Antonio?
Just having a good time with our show group and all my friends at show. Just creating a bond with everybody and helping everybody do good.
Good. Now I'm going to ask you one more question, and this is kind of off-the-wall question. If you were going outside to the food stands out there, what is your go-to food here at San Antonio?
Probably a hamburger or, I don't know, hamburger. Or
like I said.
Last year I got one of those Korean corn dogs. They were pretty good.
Oh, were they really? I've seen people walk around with them. I'm like, what is that thing? And then they're like, oh, it's a corn dog. I was like, oh, interesting. Well, good deal, man. Well, hey, Wyatt, I wish you the best of luck and success in your career, showing career. What's left of it, enjoy the ride, and good luck to you. And thanks for coming up, Wyatt.
Thank you.
See you, bud. I will say that's pretty cool to have White up here. White's a good kid, and I didn't get to meet him till last year, but he comes from a great family. Got to know his family a little bit. His mom called in and ordered a buckle for him one time, and just really good people. And I wish their family nothing but success, and not just the show ring, but outside of it. They're, like I said, they're just really down-to-earth people and very humble and grateful for anything God gives them. Got a total of 13 to 14 pinbacks so far in class number 56, which is about consistent with what they've been doing the past few classes. It looks like there's 2 out in the big arena for a secondary evaluation here. And we saw in the Durocs earlier throughout the day, there was a young lady who was out in the big arena and ended up getting pulled out of the big arena after the first initial sort, ended up placing 5th and making the sale here at San Antonio. So what's really cool about that, y'all, and why I say that is if you're out in the big arena, don't get discouraged. I've seen people go from the big arena and end up placing first. You just may not get the hog set up. The hog doesn't want to cooperate in the smaller pins as they're doing their first initial sort, and that's okay. That happens. It's just like us. Sometimes we don't want to cooperate, and sometimes we got to get head on straight and get out in the big spotlight, and that's where we have time to shine. That's your opportunity in the big arena for a secondary look to see, and that's really a chance for your hog to really get out there and spread their legs a little bit. And, I would say wings, but as we all know, pigs really can't fly. They've got a total of 15 pinbacks so far. I see 16 now, so this is another really deep class of dark crossbreds. Once again, this is our first class of Division 2. We have 4 different divisions, 3 classes per division. And at the conclusion of our final class, which is class number 64, we will bring all the firsts and seconds back from each one of the classes and select our division and reserve division of all 4 divisions, followed by the conclusion of Wave 1, which is the selection of our dark crossbred champion and reserve champion of the breed. Guys are coming out here now to come evaluate these 2 individuals still left out here. And they have 17 pin that I can see here. That's kind of what they're talking about here. Going to go ahead and pin the young lady in the red. She's going to get weighed, and they're going to evaluate this one as well. Just to see, and I think they're going to excuse this young man and just might not be what they're looking for, but gave him another opportunity, and we appreciate that from both those 2 judges.
Folks, let's give this young man a nice round of applause.
So I know for a fact we have at least 18, so that just shows you the depth of quality. We're going to pull them out one at a time. And depending what they do here, and this is where it gets a little interesting sometimes. If they have that many, they'll pin back 10 and do almost a double sort. And I've also seen them where they've had 16, pin back about 5 or 6, place 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and excuse the other individuals. So I really think it has to do with the depth of quality and the number of pigs they pin back. And they've kind of flip-flop a little bit between those 2. And it just, like I said, it just depends on how many they keep back. But they've been consistent in that basis. And you can read it like, okay, we're going to do this or do that kind of thing. Right now, you're going to try to get pinned back. I can tell you that much for those of you coming Wave 2. If you have this many in your class, you want to be the one pinned back. That means you're going to have a chance at least a rosette in your class, if not better. Going to go and pin one young man back now. A total of 7 of them out so far. They've only pinned one back to this point. Usually they'll have a few more pinned back by now. And sometimes they're just trying to figure out, okay, like they want to make sure with this many animals that they have the right ones pinned back. There's one obviously that hit them really hard, and I'm sure that young man will be toward the top of the class. Young lady in the black and white striped shirt, she's going to get pinned back. Really good all black hog here. For those of you showing at home right now, there's a bunch of animals out here. You want to be seen out here right now, but you don't want to get lost. Basically meaning trying to find a place where you're kind of standing alone, where the judge can still see you, but you're not in the sea of barrows, because a lot of these individuals, what they're doing, they're getting kind of tied up with each other trying to get to the judge, and at the same token, they're going to go and pin another young lady back. She was kind of back away from everybody, so that way the judge could get a really good look. If you're kind of in the sea of barrows here, kind of tied up, it's really hard to get a good read on all the angles of your animal. Another young lady is pinned back here. She'll be the fourth one pinned back. And I think what they're doing is kind of, like, okay, we've got a lot of barrows out here. Let's go and pin a few back that we like, and they may end up pinning 10 back here. And then excusing the other individuals. It'll be, she'll see here shortly. Still have 3 more to evaluate here. Young lady doing a good job showing her animal here. There's just a lot of barrows out here right now. We have 5 pinned back to this point. There's another young man out here at the gate right here, and we have 1 more to go, and she came out of the big arena. This is her time to shine with everybody else here. And I think he's going to pin her. Look at her. Yeah, good job, young lady. She came out of the big arena, so that's another example of don't ever give up here, because you just never know. Maybe your bearer didn't want to cooperate earlier, and they kind of took her out there, and I think Mr. Hofschulte was like, man, that's a good hog. Stay tuned. We'll keep you posted what we're going to do here. It looks like he grabbed the button, so he's going to keep these in the top 6 here, and then place 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then skews the other individuals out. And then we're going to pull these other 6 barrows back out again, and they will be your top 6 here in class number 56. We're almost a third of the way done with the dark crossbreds.
Folks, put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring. Exhibitors, please have your pink show card ready to give to our committee members as you exit. First call, Class 57, Dark Crossbred Barrows. First call, Class 57, Dark Crossbred Barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pins at this time. Make sure you have your pink show card with you when you enter the black gates.
Down to our top four here. And the young lady in the red, I'm just going to spotlight this, and I've been kind of talking about it all day. Don't ever give up. She is now in the top 3 in this class. She was in the big arena to start off, and now she's in the top 3 of her class. She's not only made the sale, but now she's in the top 3 of a very, very deep class.
As we're looking at these final 3 here, the Texas bred in Class 55 was our second place. It was Colin Withers out of Pearland FFA. Brockman Farms out of Montgomery. Again, congratulations to Josh and Carrie Brockman. They've had several of these, so they've had a great first wave. So congratulations to them for a fine job. They do a really good job in their genetic program and their breeding program.
Young lady in the green is going to be third. Young lady in the red is going to be second, and young man is going to be first. That young lady in the red came out of the big arena, and now she's second in her class. Congratulations to all 3 of those individuals in that top 3 And class
Another
number
good class,
56.
and probably the most challenging class that we've had here, particularly in the darks, and just differences. Quality is in here, and then it's just a matter of just talking through some of them things. And as you could probably tell, we were going back and forth in a few places of what we felt comfortable that we could live with in an area or two. And we both come back to the young man down here at the far end of the ring. And from just a build standpoint, he comes out here. He's got a great look from the side. Of the top three, he maintains the most comfortable skeleton with still having a power dimension on the upper side of his skeleton. He's stout, he's square when he goes away from you, and he's one of those hogs when you really step in behind him, you really appreciate him more in terms of his substance and his feature when you get down to the ground and study that one going away from you. The young lady that comes out here in second, and certainly one that in our minds we dang sure had him in the first spot there for a time or two. And particularly from this view right here. He complements the one that wins the class from a balance standpoint. He too's got enough shape up high. His width, his comfort out of his shoulder is very good. For me, when you step right in behind this one, that's where you got to start asking yourself the question, does he square up good enough, and where he fits in terms of just his hawk relation out of the base of his stifle to the ground, and just where he is in that relation to the upper portion of his hip. And today, I give the advantage to the young man in terms of just being a nice square and just a little more mobile there on his rear too versus a young lady there in second. The one that comes out here in third, again, another very good balance type of a hog, and he's one that Nick and I talked about. When you get up on top of him, breeds with more up high in the upper portion of his skeleton. For me, he's the narrowest of the top three. When you study him coming right at you, he's a little more hesitant just in his movement off of both ends of his skeleton, and we just need to simply give him just more underneath in terms of width and dimension to compete with those two right there above him. We drop out the next one here, and this particular hog, he's a big chested, he's a big body type of an individual. He's got some dimension up high. He's the lowest in terms of where his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder there, and then he wants to drag that hind leg. He's got a little more set there. He just doesn't plant and go quite like he needs to off those rear two to get around those sounder ones. The black one that comes out next here, hey, he's a very practical hog, if you will. His balance, his build is extremely good from the side. When you get him coming at you, he's got to be better in his chest, the bottom side of his neck there, and he's probably the frailest for me in terms of just overall bone and feature comparatively in this class. The one that comes out next here, again, this hog here in terms of body shape and dimension, you like really well. At the same point in time, he's the least in terms of expression when you get up on top of him, and he's the most upright off of both ends of his skeleton in terms of movement, keeping that thing just in a forward motion there in terms of being hesitant. Big-bodied, heavy-boned, burly one that comes out next. Simply structure alone keeps him from getting any higher. We've got to make him longer in terms of his hip. We've got to square him up when he goes away from you. Got to get him to grab a gear when he gets out here on the move. Next one coming out here, a little bit of the same scenario as the other one there above him in terms of structure. He's got the most upright set to his shoulder. He's the choppiest there of that pair, and simply when you get into him, he didn't have the dimension of the one right there above him in terms of just coming or going. One that rounds out next here, a good built one here. We thought got a little plainer in his makeup there, gets a little shallower in terms of the base of his stifle, a little frailer there in terms of his hind leg. One that rounds out the class, just gets flatter in terms of his overall shape. If you study him from the side, he's the least expressive through his forearm, the shallowest in terms of his forerib there versus the ones on up the line. Good class. Give him a nice hand if you would, please.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Rochelle Renner, Hansford County, 4-H. 7th place, Kate Harper Crownover, Wilbarger County, 4-H. 6th place, Lillian Reyna Boren, Bangs, FFA. 5th place, Casey Leanne Barnes, Lavernia, FFA. 4th place, Megan Svintek, Hayes County, 4-H. Third place, Casey Marie Garrett, Coleman, FFA. Second place, Madison Richards, Splendora, FFA. And exhibiting first place, Bowen Bills, Nazareth, FFA. Bowen is also our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 56, dark crossbred Barrows. Breeder that Barrows, Brockman Farms of Montgomery. Pick up their caps at our association table near the show ring.
Congratulations to our top 10 individuals from class number 56. Moving on to class 57 now. 41 total head in this class, and weight ranges on those Barrows goes from 264 to 269. And once again, I'm going to reiterate the Cinderella story, but I think every kid has a Cinderella story. We don't know the background of how they got where they got, but from what we saw, the young lady that came out of the big arena after the first evaluation, they weren't too prideful to say, hey, this one we just didn't get a good look at. We're going to get another good look at her. Pulled her out of the big arena and ended up placing second in her class. I do not know that young lady from Adam, but I can tell you I think everybody in the stands was rooting her on and cheering her on for never giving up out there, and don't ever give up. And that was pretty cool to watch. So moving on to class 57 here, and we'll kind of give you play-by-play and best we can. And once again, they've been pulling between 14, and last class they pulled 18 hogs out of that class and pinned their top 6 and placed 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then brought those other 6 back out and placed those. So I have a feeling, for the sake of time and flow, I don't think they're going to double sift unless they feel the need to.
Well, as they're sorting class 57, this will be the second class of Division II. We have one more class. 58 will be the last one of the Division II. The class here that you're evaluating at weight ranges is from 264 to 269, 41 head in this class. Results from our class 56 for our certified Texas bred was Bowen Bills out of Nazareth, and the breeder of his, Barrow, was Brockman Farms again at Montgomery, Texas. Josh and Carrie are having a great day here in our dark crossbred show. Congratulations to them. They work really hard, been at it for quite some time. So, again, great job. Well done. If you've just joined us, I wanted to share with our listeners about that these dark crosses have to go through a classification as well. Basically, what makes up a dark crossbred? Well, the rules state that Barrows with black or red pigmentation, and when they talk red pigmentation, it's not sandy, rusty, orange, rome, gray, or blue. It's comprising at least 20% of the total body area, and that time at which will be considered a dark cross. These Barrows must be black or red belted, black, red patched, or spotted. They cannot be blue, rusty, sandy, orange, or gray pigmentation, as that would disqualify them. So anyway, I thought that would be interesting for you guys, our listeners, to know that's their criteria that they're looking at.
Hey, both of you.
Also, in each of these classes, 5 of placings are going to be awarded that will become sale slots. They will place through 10th place. All 10 will receive a rosette. The top 5 will go on to the sale. The top 4 will actually go through the live auction. The 5th one will be a non-walking lot, which is guaranteed $1,500, but anyone can give an additional add-on at the sale or online, and they can even do it even after the sale up to through the first Friday of March. So you do have a little bit of time, even after, if you're not able to do it, on that day, you could do it anytime during that next week to be able to help someone that that did make the sale here at San Antonio. All of these dart crosses are going to compete for the champion honor, which then also that champion will receive not only the opportunity to go out on Thursday for the Ring of Champions and compete for the overall and reserve grand overall title, but that champion will also receive a $10,000 scholarship. If they have maxed out, an exhibitor can get up to $20,000 in any total competitive events that they enter in, and once they maxed out, then it goes to like the reserve champion if they have maxed out. So San Antonio's done a good job of working this program. The scholarships for these Barrows and stuff has not been around a super long time. The first crossbred was given back in 2007. And there was not a dart cross class at that time, but it was the first year in 2007 that they gave a scholarship of $10,000. That recipient was Miles Delm. And then later they decided and had the foresight to add the dart cross to San Antonio, and then they awarded a $10,000 scholarship for that, which started in 2009.
All right, we're live. We're back. Once again, we're on class number 57 here. Started with 41 head, and we've got about 15 to 16 pulled, so they're pretty consistent with it. Two out in the big arena right now for a chance at a secondary evaluation here. I'm joined by a parent, and I want to bring different people up here throughout the day and just kind of talk about different perspectives on stuff. I brought Mr. Jay Dudley from New Braunfels, Texas. And he is a parent of some kids. How you doing, Mr. Dudley?
If I was any better, my name would be Landon Rohde.
Oh, I don't know about all that stuff. Maybe Wayne Rohde or Sherry Rohde, but I don't know about Wayne Rohde here.
Walter Rohde.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's a good one right there for those of you who knew my grandfather. So I'm going to ask you a couple questions. Number one, you had your daughter show this morning. Tell me how she did and kind of talk a little bit about that hog.
Yeah, my daughter Gertie, which is my middle daughter, she had a heavy red one in the class 44 Durocs, and she was second. Pig was raised by the Frankowiaks there in St. Hedwig. Good friends of mine, do a great job raising red ones. That litter was pretty neat. The mother to that Barrow raised the reserve gilt here at San Antonio last year. She got bred back this year. She was bred to a boar named No Vacancy, raised by Bryce Bedecker. And we fed that pig, and then the pig that beat her in class, the class winner in that class was also that same litter. They were both 27-litter Barrows raised by Frankowiak there. So it was pretty neat to see both those pigs go out and compete, this far down the road and still, go out there and be first and second. It gives a little credence to the judges as well, I guess, that they could sort those bears together. Neat pig. We ran out of time. He got a little old. Red ones like to get a little bit old on you, and I didn't have enough room to make him any more than he was. We hauled that bear a bunch, kind of like the bear we hauled last year. That went all over the place. That bear actually was a class winner in the lightweight Durocs in Denver back in January, and then we got him back home and put him together as much as we could for here, and we're happy, very, very happy at a show like this to get second and make an auction slot. So she did a good job.
That's pretty cool. And, you talk about, you getting to experience it, the background of the litter, which is really, really cool. And that sow raised another very good litter. And obviously, hopefully, Cade keeps that in mind for next year as well. But, you talk about this far down the road. So let's talk about when the road begins here. So there's a lot of stuff that goes in behind the scenes. Like some of our viewers are like grandparents or, people that support these kids who are watching, their second cousin twice removed, but they're here to support the kids on the webcast here. They don't know what happens behind the scenes. So kind of give us a rundown of what happens behind the scenes gearing up for a big show like this.
Yeah, these bears, specifically bears are different than feeding the females or the gilts. These bears, this is the end of the road for them, and so depending on kind of what you have at home and how many pigs you have on feed, we're the kind that feed a pretty good number of pigs, and then we kind of let those bears determine where they're going to go. So, the pigs that we show here may or may not be originally purchased to come here. It just kind of based on where they're at in their maturity patterns and their growth. That particular bear that my daughter showed today, he was obviously geared for an earlier show. He was geared for Denver. They only sell champion and reserves there, and so we knew going in that he could come back and go to San Angelo or Fort Worth or San Antonio. But what that means on our end is, it's the end of the road for these guys, and so you got to get them big enough. You got to get them maxed out as much as you can get them maxed out, and keep them mobile and going, within the limits of what they bring to the table genetically, of course. But a lot goes into getting these bears ready for this show, and San Antonio being what it is, obviously it's the Super Bowl of bear shows, they say, and I grew up showing here in this same ring, and we thought the same thing about it back then. 30 years ago it was still the Super Bowl of bear shows, and it is that today. And so you gotta be on point. The pigs got to be fit, their hair and skin. You hear the judges talk about it all day about, these pigs are presented with their hair and skin looking right. That's a huge deal today. It's kind of almost the bare minimum that you've got to bring to the table to even compete, and then they got to be capably shown, which is a big deal. And so a lot of these kids that you do see pinned back and in the top end of these classes are the kids that you'll see win a lot of showmanships, get out early in the year and show these hogs or show other hogs that they get out and haul. And a lot of these kids probably see, 100 head gates a year or more that they come out of. And so this isn't something they take lightly either. These families take lightly. And I know for sure not ours and the folks we run with. We try to get out and do this as often as possible. And that practice, gets the kid as prepared as it does the pigs. The pigs the same way. I'm one that will haul a bear that is geared for a big show. I'll haul them, and the reason that people say, well, I don't know, we don't jackpot, and that's fine. But if you're not going to jackpot, the folks that are going to get those hogs out and put them on trailers and haul them at earlier ages and teach them how to drink out of buckets and let them get uncomfortable and let them know they got to trust humans to take care of them, and they're not going to get, attacked or chopped in the head. All of that trust and all of that leads to what you see ultimately in the ring today when you see these pigs out there walking around and knowing what to do. It's practice makes perfect, and so I do think that getting pigs out and kids out is a big part of this game.
Well, and you elaborated exactly on what I was hoping you would. Jackpot shows, whether you like them or not, it's up to you, and it's a personal preference deal. But like you said, you're building a trust with your animal. They know that when they get on the trailer that they're going somewhere, they go to a new environment they may or may not be comfortable with, and it allows them to adapt throughout the year. And I guess my question for you on that deal, do you ever get worried about if you take them around too much, like getting sick or getting hurt? Like what is your protocol on trying to help prevent some of those things from happening for those who are kind of apprehensive about going to a jackpot show?
Sure, there's definitely risk involved with hauling them. a lot of risk, a lot more risk than sitting in the pen at home.
Including the driving in there, I'm sure.
For sure. The drive, the haul, for sure they're being exposed to the other pigs and the diseases out there. I think that most folks are hip to the fact that we got to have these things healthy, and if you're going to haul them in Texas, specifically in Texas, I mean, there's really no biosecurity in the state of Texas. I mean, the truth is these pigs go out, they get on and off of trailers. All these people are going home, and me included. I'm fixing to load up my tack and go home, and the first thing I'll do is go to my barn, sort through my pigs that I've got there, and decide what I'm going to do, which is the worst thing
next?
You can do when you go to a big show. But, my hat's dirty, my jacket's dirty, my shoes are dang sure dirty, and I'm going to go back in that barn, and there's 6 months worth of hard work and a lot of money sitting there. And so, you do risk those things to get out. In order to prevent it, some basic vaccination protocols are good to have in your barn. I know most of the folks I know have vaccination protocols at home on top of what the breeder does, where they're revaccinating these pigs. You would, for sure for PRRS, because it's something that we have a lot of down here. It isn't going to go away, and so you can vaccinate those pigs for PRRS, make sure they've got their myco vaccine, and then as far as giving them, I'm not a big one on prophylactically administering antibiotics to my hogs. I'm not a guy that say, oh, well, do you give your hog a shot of Draxxin or a shot of Linco before you leave the barn. I'm not one that does that. I don't. We do feed, we do a VFD there at the barn, at the farm, if you will, and we do feed some Linco in our feed, and even some chlorotetracycline that we keep the pigs on. And for sure those Barrows that we know need to be growing and doing what they need to do and can't really afford to be sick, those Barrows stay on that Linco and CTC at a maintenance level. Neither one of those really has a withdrawal to speak of at a maintenance level. And so we keep those pigs on that, and that's basically all we do for them. Then we treat them when they're sick. If they've got a fever or temperature, we do treat them accordingly.
And that helps these people at home who are a little apprehensive about maybe taking one to the jackpot. There are things you can do to help those animals, but you're also strengthening their immune system by doing stuff like this.
Folks, put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring.
They're going to go and excuse these exhibitors out of the ring now, and they're going to start placing your tops.
Exhibitors, our judges have excused you at this time. Please have your pink show card ready to give to our committee members as you exit.
I think I still have my eardrums attached there. That was a little loud in the headset
it's
there.
A lot louder up there.
But yeah, no, so, I'm real big on, you want to get, and just like it's no different than kids. I've got an almost 2-year-old at home, Jay, as you know, and I want her to get exposed to things. And it's not, you're not trying to hurt the kid. You're just trying to get them prepped and build an immune system, build some comfortability with your animal and a trust with them. Like, hey, you can take them anywhere and know that they know wrong from right. They know they're kind of equipped for anything that the world may be working against them with. You know what I mean?
That's a real deal. I tell people all the time about hauling pigs. The truth is these things, you're taking something that is not, obviously this is not a natural thing for a pig to do. And so there is a difference. We'll have pigs at home, and those pigs, we get them broke. My kids do a good job training them and all of that. But you get them out on the road, get them in a foreign place, take them out, show them, leave them there for a couple days, feed them, water them, and then bring them home to their home where the only thing they know is their pen. That definitely solidifies something with that pig, that I have this safety net, right? Like, this person isn't trying to kill me, they're taking me home. Now, unfortunately, like today, it's the biggest lie in the world, right? Like, I tricked our bear today. I mean, he's not coming home. This sucks. It's part of the deal. But the rest
part
of it,
life.
Yeah, he's over there happy right now because he thinks he's going home this afternoon. Unfortunately, he's not, and that's what he thinks. So it does, it absolutely works, to do that. So.
Well, we talk about the hog, and probably my favorite thing about, either going to a jackpot show or a county show or whatever it may be, my favorite part about going to those things, Jay, is just the families these kids get to meet and know, and then they could be all over the state, or even, I'll take it one step further, all over the country, and you build a relationship with those people, and it goes and exceeds way past the show ring. And that, to me, what happens in the pens, holding pens back here, what happens at different shows, meeting up with these people while you're waiting in line at different shows, that's where those relationships are formed, and it goes so much farther than what we see right in front of us right this very second on the screen.
Sure. This is a very small window in those kids' time, in the pigs' time, but for sure in the family's time on the overall, scope of things. This is a very small little window. I mean, and if you do this hard and you do it all the time, those people say our show family. And I get that, because you do spend, and my kids, we spend the most time that we spend really with any individual kids are kids that aren't from our hometown, or kids that aren't sometimes even from our state, but they are the kids that we one-on-one spend the most time with, because that's who they show the most with, and so it's a good way to bring like-minded people together, generally from pretty much the same walks of life.
We have the same,
values.
yeah, we do. And we could all have different jobs, come from different career paths, come from different colleges, whatever it may be, but yet we're all here together. We're all versed in different aspects of our lives, but yet we all see the same end goal of this is where we want our kids to be a part of. This is what's going to help make them successful in life. And, I feel like there's no better place to be than where you and I are at right now.
Oh, for sure.
Other than my own bed at night, maybe getting a couple extra hours of sleep, that'd be the only other place I think is better.
The downside to showing livestock is sleep.
Oh, yeah, it's not, hey, there's no sleep for the weary, right? But, man, I'm going to ask you one more quick thing, and I'm going to kind of put you on the spot here. As a parent, what are the emotions you feel as a parent just watching your kid go out there, knowing how hard they've worked and succeed and actually get something that they really, truly deserve?
And it's always kind of, we get, we're real competitive. We try to be real competitive anyway, but internally we may be more competitive than we actually are out in the ring, but we try to be. And so ultimately that's the thing about this game, right? Is it all the culmination of all of that time and effort. And the truth is, I tell people all the time about this industry is that one thing's for sure, we're all over-invested, right? We're all over-invested in this. Mostly because it's for our kids, and then secondarily to that, it takes so much to play this game and to play it at a high level, and so it's not just money. I would say the biggest drain of resources is time, right?
And we're only given a certain amount of it, right?
Yeah, and so
First call, Class 58, dark crossbred barrows. First call, Class 58, dark crossbred barrows. Exhibitors bring your barrows to the holding pens. Make sure to have your pink show card with you as you enter the black gates.
So we do it, and the way I look at that is that I give as much as I can to this with my kids, because that's all it is, right? It's time with my kids. That's what this is. It's a family sport. It's time with my kids. It's a way to tie work to that and some learning experiences along the way. And I want kids that know how to turn water faucets on and off and fix some stuff, here and there.
Change a flat tire, things like that, yeah.
Some stuff that's kind of lost in the world today, they kind of get from this. But it really is just about, for our family, it's about just spending time with the kids. And so ultimately when it culminates here and you do get to see them win or do well, it means a lot. It means a lot not only to the kid. And of course, you always love watching that smile on your kid's face, but from a parent standpoint, it's very satisfying.
Another good class here as we get them sorted down here, particularly in our top five. And I think as you go back and forth here, and again, as we weigh pros and cons, we end up landing on the a young man here in the yellow shirt coming across the center. And as you just get into the hog there and you study him coming right at you, he's the bolder of the two in terms of his chest. He's better in his front foot placement when he hits the ground. You get up on top of him, he opens up with a big back. He's stout out of his hip. And we felt that hog there was just a notch more comfortable, as particularly the longer the drive goes, in terms of just the way that hind leg consistently works and picks them up, sets them down, moves them forward. Nice place to start this particular class. The one that comes out second here certainly is no slouch at all. This hog here has got a good design to him, very eye-appealing. And I'll tell you, that's what I told Nick. I said, man, I like that hog, and I like his freshness and the look that he brings to you, and it's hard to deny that in terms of just the job she's done and presentation of this particular hog, because he does have a wow factor in terms of look and just presence out here. When you get to studying this particular hog, as I said there, he gets a little flatter in his front front foot. You get to watching him. He wants to drag that hind leg there just a shot more, and he's just not quite as powerful in terms of just dimension when he comes right at you. But at the same point in time, you're nitpicking a very good hog that's a very high-quality individual to end up second in this class. The one that comes out third, like the design and like the build of this particular hog, when you step back off to the side of this one, the more the drive goes on, he gets to be the flattest for me in terms of just his body shape, his forerib, and when he comes right at you, he's probably one of the narrower ones of the top three and just not quite as stout about his feature and his head. When you get out and study him in terms of his hip and hind leg, I like his length of step. I like his freshness when you read him up on the top side of his skeleton, and those are the attributes that kept him up here towards the top end of this class. Very good one, though, that has to go third for us. The one that comes out here in fourth, this is one of them hogs. When he steps out of the gate, he's got a big stout head on him. You're thinking everything's coming, and he does. He brings bone and feature with it. Thought this hog got to be the shortest of the top four out of his hip. He drags his hind leg the most in terms of just being the most lethargic in the way he picks it up and sets it down. Didn't read him quite as genuine in terms of just shape when you got right up on top of him. He's probably one of the plainer ones there of the top four in our opinion. One that comes out next, kind of the same story a little bit in terms of just need to be a notch fresher. He gets a little deeper in his neck. He's a little chuffier in the front third of his skeleton. You step right in behind this pig, and he gets to be the shallowest in terms of his stifle. When you read him at the base of his ham, base width's good. He's just got a little rounder, bunchier type of a muscle there. Doesn't make him look quite as smooth when you step off to the side of him versus the ones right there ahead of him. Another good built one that comes out next here. This particular hog just simply run out of gas in terms of feature and bone. When you get to studying him there, particularly in his front leg column, that one there just gets to be a notch frailer, not quite as heavy duty, just gives up the extras versus the ones on up the line. Width, power, and stoutness definitely goes to this cheetah printed one here. He's big back, he's stout ended. For me, he just gets too edgy. He's too flat on his front feet there. We got to kind of bring everything in a little more in check there to allow that one to move up in this class. Next one comes out here, build and design, very good in this particular hog here. He gets a little bit up underneath himself when he sets down on those hind feet. He gets a little softer in his pasturing, and at the same point in time, I think you can see with his body length, he doesn't quite proportion as good in terms of just roundness and boldness versus those stouter ones on up the line. We run into the same scenario here as we close out the class. We've got very high quality pigs, maybe just an area or two. This one gets really flat right out of the backside of his blade. I didn't think that one had as much turn when you got right up on top of him when you read him out of his shoulder into his top line. This bear that rounds out the class, the fundamentals are there. He just simply has to have more shape all the way through when you step in right behind him. Another good class. Give him a nice hand, please.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Crown over Wilbarger County 4-H. Sixth place, Kingston Parks Tucker, Whiteface FFA. Fifth place, Avery Reese Pearson, Grayson County 4-H. Fourth place, Dylan Noors, Abbott FFA. Third place, Colt Smith, Fort Bend County 4-H. Second place, Marley Stone, Tahoka, FFA. And first place, Cody Wayne Robles, Victoria County, 4-H. Cody is also our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 57, Dark Cross Bred Barrows. Breed of that barrow is C&P Livestock of Odom. They can pick up their certified Texas Bred cap at the association table near the show ring.
Back into it. All right, we're moving on to...
All right, folks, we're missing one exhibitor for Class 58. Cutter Don Looper, Lipan FFA, if you're in the holding pens. If you've gone through, could you wave a hand and let us know? Cutter Don Looper, Lipan FFA. Otherwise, we need your barrow to the show ring.
Moving on now to class number 58, 38 head total in this class. Weight ranges on those dark cross barrows goes from 270 to 274. So just touching again, Jay, you talked about the importance of that, as a parent and everything else. But is there anything you want to add in the sense of, say you're a new parent starting out and you don't know why you want to show pigs, your kid wants to show pigs. What advice would you give them to get started on these projects here?
I would highly recommend looking into the poultry as a project as opposed to swine. I'm just playing. I think it's a great place to start. I mean, as most folks that know me, I'm super, super passionate about trying to get this paid forward, if you will. I was just a regular ag kid that grew up showing pigs with an ag teacher that did a great job with me and influenced me to come out and do this with my kids. And I think we have to have that, for this deal to move forward and do what it is. I wish it could touch every family. I mean, I really do. It's tough. It's tough from a financial standpoint. It's tough from a time and resource standpoint. But I would say if you're going to come do it, really and truly, and everybody says the same thing, I know it's cliche, but find your people, search out people out there that are doing this at a high level, that are winning and doing well. Remember that it takes an inordinate amount of work to be competitive these days in this game, and that means that you have to get out and find people that are willing to help you learn to do that and learn to get out and work. And most importantly, and Landon, I'm super passionate about this because of the show that we put on. But kids have to win, right? You have to have these kids get out and do some winning in order to motivate them. We just want too much from them these days in the hog barn and in the hog ring to stay competitive. And in order to motivate them, they have to have some success. And so if you're not having success and you're frustrated and you can't get to the next level, just reach out. Reach out and find those people. I don't know anybody that won't help you. I mean, I really, really don't. I know they may look intimidating or they may look like a jerk. I mean, I'm a big red-faced competitive guy with a beard, and I probably look like a jackleg, but I'm not. And if you come ask, I'll help. And everybody I know that's pretty competitive in this deal will help. And so we're here. This deal doesn't have a future without all of us helping each other. And I think the most important thing these days, and I think the biggest discouraging thing these days for families and kids getting started, is that it seems so daunting, right? It seems so hard to get there, and it takes so much work. And so to get that out of these kids, you have to let them win. And so that's really, really important. It's important even at your, start at your local show at whatever. If you're going to hold your little chapter show, find you a little rinky-dink, smallest jackpot you can find, and go try to win that kid a buckle or a ribbon or something and pay them back for that work because they have to be motivated.
Well, and I know, and I've seen it firsthand, Jay. I've known you a long time, and I'll tell you, and for the sake of just keeping it transparent here, I'm going to go ahead and say this. What Jay does, and this is really cool when he came up with this idea. He gives the kids an opportunity who maybe don't show up many jackpots, an opportunity to succeed. Not only do you have a breed or reserve breed champion, but you also do this thing called a novice champion and reserve champion, where if they show at a minimum or a maximum of like 2 to 3 shows, they have an opportunity to win a belt buckle or a banner or something, some kind of prize, whatever it may be. And it doesn't have to necessarily be a buckle, but Jay gives an opportunity to win their first buckle, or they've never won a buckle before. But it also lights a fire into these kids to be like, hey, what's this feeling I got from winning this buckle or this prize? Like, that is so cool. What I got to do to maybe win another one or another one? And
I think that,
and it lights a fire.
It sounds weird, but I remember it clearly when I was a kid, and it wasn't near this competitive when I was a kid. But I remember, once I won, it got easier, right? Once I learned to be a winner, winning's not natural. I mean, it's just not. I mean, it seems natural and it seems like something you should say, but it's not. These kids have to be taught to win.
And we all start at ground zero at some point. When our first show, we're all on the same level playing field when it comes to your first show. You've never won anything before. We all start there, and you can only go up from there at that point.
Yeah. So that's what I know, brother. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me up.
Man, Jay Dudley, anything for you, man. And like I said, if you ever have any questions or anything, like Jay said, we're all a village here. We're all here to help each other. We all want kids to succeed here in this industry. Thanks for joining us, Jay.
Thank you, bud. Y'all be good.
You just now joined us. We're on class 58, and we've got like 9 pinned at this time. This is the end of our Division II. On completion of this class, there are 38 head in this class, and the weight ranges is from 270 to 274. Our Texas bred results in class 57. It was our first place, which is also our Texas bred class champion, Cody Robles, out of Victoria County 4-H. The breeder of that Barrow was C&P Livestock from Odin, Texas. Congratulations to C&P Livestock of Odin, Texas for breeding the Texas bred class champion in class 57. One thing that San Antonio has done, we've got the dark crosses here, but San Antonio had the foresight to just add some more things here in our Barrow show, in the sense that they added we've got the dark crosses, but then in our second wave we will have the other crosses, and then we will have a light cross division as well. And so within those, your light crosses can only have like blue type markings on there, no black whatsoever. If they do, then that would be classed into the other cross type bases.
Hey, so quick question. While I was downstairs, are these just the 10 they kept, or is this after a secondary sift? Do they only keep 10 in this class?
Now, one more time.
So do they have 18 in here and they sorted it down to 10, or do they just have 10?
They just have 10.
So that's the
they had a cross that came through a while ago, Landon, and it didn't have enough black on it. It got classed out by the classifiers.
When I saw one pig and you said they can't have any red, it was an all red pig.
Well, no, they can have red pigmentation. They just can't have sandy, rusty, orange, rome, gray, or blue.
So this was like an orangish looking.
And they have to have.
It looked like a Duroc with a belt.
And they have to have 20% of those dark colors, which is either black or red pigmentation.
Okay, so okay.
And that's what apparently and there's a 3-judge classification there. So if they can't get at least 2 blue chips out of it, then
they're classed out.
Gotcha. So it's not like one person is making that decision.
Well, while you were out down there, I brought Jay as a parent up here, which was really cool because we could see it from a parent's perspective that's fresh, that still has kids showing. His daughter showed already, so he's done. But I wanted to get his perspective on a couple things, and I know that family likes to jackpot, and for those people who are kind of apprehensive, he kind of gave why he jackpots and why he goes out and get the Barrow, a trust, between the Barrow and the human. And I think that's important because it gets the, animals used to drinking out of a bucket, going off feed a little bit, and kind of gets them prepped for a show like this. And I think that's super important. He puts on a show called the Deutschstadt Throwdown down in New Braunfels or Germantown, as they say in English.
Yeah.
Deutschstadt means German.
Yeah, das ist richtig.
Yeah, das ist richtig for all all those who know German. But it's really fun to hear from those kind of people and perspectives that I don't put on any jackpots or anything like that, but I enjoy watching some because it allows these kids to really get to know other people. And I'm not telling you what to do out there who are listening. I'm just telling you that they are fun. It's a good way for your kids, if they're passionate about this, to get them out to meet other people and to bond with other kids. And that's exactly what we're trying to do here in this industry.
Most definitely. I mentioned in yesterday's show, this ag industry here is like one small but big fraternity.
Yeah.
I mean,
family. We'll say family
oriented as well. It's you can ask anybody that's in this type of network, and it doesn't even have to be in the state of Texas. It can be in other states as well. But they're with open arms if you're struggling with having to improve in some areas and stuff, you can ask any one of the people in this type of industry, and they're more in open arms to try to help you and allow you to succeed. It's not like they're holding back.
Exactly. And, one thing he touched on that I felt like was so important, and it's so true, and it doesn't matter what you're doing it with, but, he said the hardest thing to manage is not money here. It's the time you have to put into it. You have to manage your time, and there's a lot of places you got to be and be gone from, and to make it all work, you've got to dedicate so much time into it. But that's in anything you want to succeed in. You've got to put in the time. You've got to put in the work for it. And he touched on that, and I think that was so important for all these people at home to hear, is that your most important thing you've got to do to make this thing work and to succeed in this industry or in life in general is time. How to manage your time there.
Most definitely, because a lot of these kids, after they get home from school, it's work in the evening and work in the mornings, and yet they still have to manage their time, like you mentioned, in their schooling
between
and their
school and homework and or lack thereof, whatever it may be.
But it teaches them those
organization skills. Yeah,
absolutely.
Organization skills. And being accountable in everything you do in life, and so it's a tough lesson to learn. It's hard to learn as a kid because you want your kid to be a kid. Like, you don't want them to be a full-grown adult. They have their whole lives to do that, but you want them to at least get the foundations there. And like I said, this industry is such a great one. We're at a pig show. I'm passionate about pigs, but there are so many things in the agricultural industry that will allow them to learn those tools. If you want to do the pig show, I'm all about it. I'm 100% for it. But if you want to show chickens, like Jay jokingly said a while ago, or do BB gun competitions, or do baked goods, whatever it may be, there is an avenue in this industry for you and your kids.
And also scholarships as well.
Oh, scholarships. Oh, yeah, no, they want to give these kids, and they want you to be a well-rounded kid. They don't want you to be involved in just one thing. They want you to be involved as much as you want to and can handle. And they're not going to, discriminate between these people on what you do or don't do. It's about what the time you put into it, and it shows.
And we mentioned, you don't have to necessarily max out at 20,000 if you're successful enough to reach that goal.
Yeah.
In just pigs, you could do it in anything to get you to that point. It doesn't have to be. There's other competitive events that San Antonio offers that allows you to do that.
Absolutely. We're down to our top 4 here in this class. Started with 38 head, and now down to 4 here.
Looks like we got 4 out there that really pretty sided.
Oh, yeah, and here's the halfway
First
mark.
call, class 59, dark crossbred barrows. First call, class 59, dark crossbred barrows. Exhibitors bring those barrows to the holding pens. Make sure you have your pink show card with you as you enter the gates.
Yeah, so this is the halfway mark, Wayne. There's a total of 12 classes. This is our 6th class of dark crossbred barrows here.
We're fixing to be, after this class, on the home. We're 4 pigs from being on the home start of the home stretch.
Home stretch here, yes, sir.
Get into another good class here, and both Nick and I thought a very logical place to start here with the young man in the green, and one that comes out here. He's got feature, he's got stoutness, he's got presence about him. He's fresh in terms of his shape. He gets out and he handles it off of both ends of his skeleton. Simply put, I think a very good place to start this particular class here. The one that comes out in second is one that comes out with maybe just a little more extreme in terms of shape when you get right up on the top of him. I didn't read that one to be quite as just dimensional underneath as the one that starts this particular class, and maybe just doesn't get out there and just hammer it out quite as good in terms of, from a structure standpoint, of picking them up, setting them down, driving and going as our class winner did. But I think one, though, that you got to appreciate in terms of just freshness, shape, and the dimension that he brings over the one that comes out here in third. One that comes out in third, again, another good-looking one from the side. Again, of the class, he fits right in terms of type and kind, in terms of balance and build from the profile while. He's still comfortable. He's got a little more set to that hind leg and a little more set to that front pastern than I deem ideal. He doesn't just transition in terms of his top line from his loin back into his ham there, and he just doesn't blend right out of his hip like the ones right there above him. But still, his quality and his extra shape on the upper side of his skeleton is what keeps him up over the black one. Here you go, young man. Over the black one that comes out here next. One that comes out next here, super stout-headed, in terms of bone and feature, fits right in. Thought this one got a nickel drier in terms of just his body when you get off to the side of him. He's not as good in the rear third of his skeleton there in terms of his flank, and just didn't think that one there maybe just maintained that comfortability in that hind leg set as well as you stepped off to the side of that particular hog. One that comes out next gives you a good look coming at you. At the same point in time, this one here just gets to be a little smaller in his stature, a little softer in his front foot there, but at the same point in time, he's still the one of the remaining 6 of the class that still has dimension on the upper side of his skeleton. That's a big hind leg that one's got in there, and he handles it extremely well, particularly when you step right in there behind him. We just got to change him in the front portion of his skeleton, particularly there at the ground in terms of his foot. This bear right here, in terms of just having a silhouette and I want to say grasping your eye when he comes into the ring, he does that. When you get to digging into this one, he gets to be the flattest of those top 6 in terms of just chest, forearm, and you read him back into his forerib, and we just got to lay him back in his shoulder and make him more comfortable off of both ends to move up in the class. The one that comes out next here, again, a good built one here. He's opened up from his hip forward, very, very good. Gets to be the shortest and the roundest in terms of his hind leg structure there, comparatively the ones on up the line. And as we round out the class here, we just simply get into hogs here that maybe don't have as much shape, not as fresh in their overall appearance, and at the same point in time, we run into some structure issues inevitably when we study them off of both ends of their skeleton. Good class. Congratulations to those kids.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
And our placings for Class 58 Dark Crossbred Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Alexa Doreen Hilton, Lubbock Cooper, FFA. 9th place, Connor Habe, Medina County, 4-H. 8th place, Kara Sider, Pretty, FFA. 7th place, Braxton Dean Richters, Coahoma, FFA. 6th place, Coben Blaine Evans, Winkler, Loving County, 4-H. 5th place, Cutter Don Looper, Lipan, FFA. 4th place, Kinsley Ann Hudgens, Iowa Park, FFA. 3rd place, Lincoln Schilling, New Home, FFA. 2nd place, Braylon Zane Brandenberger, McCullough County, 4-H. And exhibiting 1st place, Dallas Martinez, Shelby County, 4-H. And our Certified Texas Bred Registry Clanch Champion from Class 58, Dark Crossbred Barrows, exhibited by Braylon Brandenberger, McCullough County, 4-H. Breeder of that barrow is Burger Farms of Giddings, and they can pick up their caps at the association table near the show ring.
If you just now joined us, we completed Class 58, which was the final class of our Division II. And our judges have just began our start, Class 59, which is the start of our Division III. This Class 59 has 44 head in it. The weight ranges is from 275 to 279. In our last class, in Class 58, our class Texas bred champion was our second place in that class. It was Braylon Brantenberger out of McCullough County 4-H, the breeder of her pig, Berger Farms, out of Giddings, Texas. They've had a couple of these Texas breds, I think, during this Wave 1. Congratulations to them. And they had some good success in San Antonio in the Junior Gilt Show, having bred the champion Red Gilt in the Junior Show as well. So congratulations. They do a great job there in Giddings, Texas. As they're sorting this Class 59, I just want to share with you, if you weren't with us yesterday, about a special program that has come to San Antonio called the Top Judge Program. It started last year. It was inspired by a gentleman by the name of Dan Lane and Scott Greiniger, who saw the foresight to put this program into motion, and they contacted San Antonio about their idea, and they without hesitation, they offered this to start. This is the start of that program here. It starts here in San Antonio. And the purpose of the Top Judge Program is to provide an opportunity for a collegiate livestock judging student to further develop their skills and leadership qualities with a focus on preparation as livestock show judges. This program is built upon experiences of collegiate livestock judging with a goal of preparing them to be successful as livestock judges and industry leaders. It's well said in what their purpose is, and how they want to accomplish this is through skill-based and promotional activities and mentorship experiences. How this comes about is last year it was the first year they had it. A college livestock judging student is recommended, and then they fill out a resume/application, and these are submitted. They're all livestock judgers across the state from various universities across the state. Most of them are normally seniors but they have completed their livestock judging for their career and are ready to go on and have interest in this. So then they are selected by this panel, and like last year there were only 20 selected. I think it took on such a great interest that they had so many applications, they upped it to 31. And so we had the privilege and honor to interview these young people and even get some of them on the mic and discuss the classes as well. So we were very impressed with how these young people, their desire to get out there and learn more about this and want to pursue this possibly down the road. But this is the start of their mentorship. They have some great mentors in this program. They have people like Shane Brenning and Galen McCune and Warren Beeler and Clint Schwab. All these people here, and there's more. And how that works is they actually had about 10 in each species. They had steers, and then they had sheep and goats as a second one, and then Barrows as the third one. And this is the start of the mentorship, and they spent the whole day here yesterday and watching and the livestock. But they started on Wednesday, where they had to go through different speakers and stuff that shared with them different parts and aspects of this program, along with also meeting up with the judges and asking them. They asked the judges what type of hog they were looking for, and they said wide base, heavy bone, muscular, and mobile. And I think they have definitely held true to that. But this is really a great program, and we appreciate both Dan and Scott having the foresight to get this off the ground. And so anyway, we look forward. I think this is a program that's going to continue to grow, because as we go on in life, we're going to need the next generation to start preparing them and prepping them to be the next judges of our young people, and allow them to continue and grow this fine sport that we all enjoy. Looks like we've got 10 so far in this Class 59, being the first class of our Division III. There's probably some more in the back as well. Looks like we've got 11 now. But interesting enough, there's none out in the big ring. They really haven't had hardly any in this dark cross draw, especially where they've put some in the big ring. It appears that they're just putting more penned. They've always had some really good numbers that they've penned. But it's quite interesting enough, I haven't really seen hardly anything out in the big ring for a secondary look. I think there was in like Division I, or it might have been Division II, there was one or so, and that one ended up making the sale, and I think that might have happened in another class as well. Something that's really, I've been real impressed with these judges, and not only that they work so well together and they work with ease. I mean, you know, this is a team effort between these two, and they definitely work together as a team and not against each other. And that, you know, that's what it takes in a two-judge system. But what else is I've really noticed is, you know, not too often you see the lead judge basically visit with the young person. They usually, when they send it on, they send it to the next judge, our secondary judge, like Nick, and he gives an explanation. But Chad, being the lead judge here, he will give them an explanation, and then Nick will give him one as well. So, I mean, in all fairness, I really take my hat off to these two judges for just doing everything in their power to try to be fair to each and every one of these exhibitors here at San Antonio. Like our judges have completed the first sort, and now they're coming to the ring. There's nothing in the big ring, and so everything that they've got pinned here, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 17, 18. I can't tell all the way back to the back. There could be some behind, but there's definitely 17 for sure. So they were going ahead and let out the first ones. A lot of times what they'll do is they'll look at it maybe about 3, 4, and then they'll discuss it a little bit and then end up pulling one back. They did it already with the first 3. Young man in the kind of light pinkish type shirt has been pulled back. One thing San Antonio has done an outstanding job is having such a great auction committee here at San Antonio. The Barrow Show is the second highest amount of revenue that the auction committee raises. The steers being the highest one. The Barrows they generated last year almost $1.7 million. The grand champion broke a record, so did the reserve grand. Grand champion 102,300, and where in 2024 it was 81,100, and our reserve grand was 60,000 this last year, and it's 55,100 last year. So great, in 2024. So they've just done an outstanding job, but that's not the only thing they've really worked on hard. Scholarships, as I mentioned throughout the show, the first time they started giving scholarship was in 1984. They only gave $15,000 and $90,000 worth. Today, or for 2020, in 2025, 2026, and this would include junior ag mechanics, plus the livestock show, calf scramble, pit master, shootout, taxidermy, vaquero, and cookout, and Western art exhibitor. They will award $1,865,000 worth of scholarships. So what a great job that they've done through, getting the word out, getting people to buy into this program and how important it is for educating our young people. Looks like we got 4 pinned back in this class 59. Still have about 2 more to release that they have not seen yet. What's great about what the vision of San Antonio is 3 years ago, this ring was half the size as what it was. And now it's twice as big with a lot of more bleachers surrounding the whole thing. With it being half the size, could you imagine all these barrows out there and how hard it would be for the judges as you're seeing them right now on your screen? If it wasn't twice as big, they'd be on top of each other and you wouldn't have a fair look. So we really appreciate that San Antonio's always working and being open-minded to improve and always make things better.
Folks, let's give these exhibitors remaining in the ring a good round of applause for their efforts today.
Another deep class, they excuse those out of there, and they've worked really hard, and there's a lot of hours that go into this. Most of these kids, they get these projects as early as late August, and they work with them all the way through to this point, and there's a lot of countless hours that are put into these projects in preparation to just get an opportunity to get out here, and just to get panned is like they did and have an opportunity to show is such a great accomplishment here at San Antonio, it being the Super Bowl of all barrow shows in the United States. We got the top 4 now coming out. These barrows in this class weigh from 275 to 279, so we're starting to get into the bigger boys right now. Some good quality out here. I think maybe more, or maybe a combination of some pieces there, and I think that's why they haven't put one quite in there yet, but they are discussing it and figuring out which ones they want to put back to the pen right now before they release any more out, and that's a good thing, because you get 10 or 12 out there, it makes it more tougher to look at the differences, and this way they'll see what they want to put back, and then they'll let a few more out and compare them, and then put another one in. It looks like they're not going to pin them back. It looks like they're going, well, interesting. This is a little different. Okay, they're going from the bottom up now. They've already placed those others. Sorry. I see they've got them placed all the way through 6th. So we're now at our final 3 here. All 3 of these barrows that they've lined up to the top are really cool from the side, really pretty fronted, really extended. Take a long stride. They're not tight in any means. They get out there and maneuver through this big ring that they're driving these barrows.
First call, class 60. First call, class 60. Dark crossbred barrows. Exhibitors bring them to the ring. Be sure to have your pink show card with you.
Young man in the pink was second, and young lady in the blue navy sweater was first. So congratulations to every one of these young people.
Another good class here, and we felt like there was a very logical place to start. The young lady in the navy sweater here, a bear that just comes out here and he puts it together. His proportions are the best in this class. His build, his comfort, his flexibility, his spread, his dimension. He's the one that's a logical place for us to start in here, just from a comfortability and being the combination bear in this particular class. The one that ends up being in second, we thought second, third was a nickel closer probably, and the one that ends up being in second. We gave the advantage to him in terms of just chest, forearm expression, roundness of body when you get up on top of him. He's more appropriate in his front foot setting when you get him out here and you study him at the ground. And then when you step in behind him, we felt like he maintained that width and squareness all the way through the bottom side of his cavity, right back through the base of his stifle to the ground. The one that comes out here in third, again, nitpicking a pretty good one here because he follows right in and build and still got a fresh presence about him out here. He's not as good when he comes right at you in his knee. He gets to be a little easier there in his top line, a little rounder there in his hip than the two on up the line there. Nice pig there. He just got to blend in every aspect to get up any higher here today. One that comes out next, boy, this is one that if you can stand him still, you step off to the side. I like his head. I like his feature. I like his look and build. At the same point in time, we've just got to make him better structurally. He gets to be the most upright in terms of his hock in relation to the top point of his hip there. He just doesn't flex and drive and plant like the ones there above him. But boy, you want to talk about one that gives you a good ring presence and a good look that catches your eye. He certainly does that. We just got to make him better in that attribute. Next one coming out here, good looking in the front third, got great extension. He's another one of those who gets a little easier in his top, just gets a little more off balance when you get him out here. Reed's probably the most mature about his head, and then you get off and study his hind leg set. He's just got a little more pitch to that hind leg than I deem ideal. Running to the same scenario here, got a good balanced one here, just simply wants to tuck and duck, and he's got a little more set to that hind leg. Just doesn't read near as dense in terms of his skeleton versus the ones on up the line there. Young lady that comes out next here, you got one from her hip forward, very good in terms of expression and stoutness. She wants to blend just a little rough there in her ham loin. She doesn't want to just balance in terms of just way her proportions work out. She gets to be a little more jammed up off of each end of her skeleton there. If we can extend her in those two areas and put a little more balance in that one, he can move up in this class. One that comes out next, like the feature and the stoutness about this one. This one here gets a little steeper out of his hip there. We just need to fix his rump there, stout him up in his forearm to move him around. The one that comes out next, here's a burly stout one. Problem with him is a little bit of the same. Need to change that hip structure in him. He's a little lower there, set there from the top of his hip to the base of his tail, and you study that one around as he goes down to the base of his stifle there, gets a little rounder in that rear third of his skeleton. We just need to change that to get him up any higher. Good class. Congratulations.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
For Class 59, dark crossbred Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Braxton Beasley, White Right, FFA. 9th place, Caitlin Alexa Burchett, Burke Burnett, FFA. 8th place, Kylan Fulton, Lynn County, 4-H. 7th place, Aspen Dawn Bowen, Eula, FFA. 6th place, Callan Henry Meyer, Falls County, 4-H. 5th place, Lane Spears Lowry, Comal County, 4-H. 4th place, Hadley Lupton, Haskell, FFA. 3rd place, Jake Evan Schultze, Marion, FFA. 2nd place, Reese K. Huffaker, Post, FFA. And with 1st place, Racy Brooke Pinkston, Brownwood, FFA. Those are placings for Class 59. Our certified Texas Bred Registry Class champion from Class 59, Hadley Lipton, Haskell, FFA. Breeder that Barrows BRS Hog Farm, Kroll. They can pick up their certified Texas Bred cap at our association table near the show ring.
Our judges are in the second class of our Division III. The weight ranges is from 280 to 284. We got 48 in this class, this being the largest class of our Dart Cross Drive here on our first wave here at San Antonio. Results of Class 59 for our Texas-bred class champion went to our fourth place to Hadley Lupton out of Haskell FFA. The breeder of his pig was BRS Hog Farm out of Crowell, Texas. I think they've had one in earlier, but congratulations to that farm and for their efforts in breeding that class champion, BRS Hog Farm. Congratulations again.
Folks, if your club, chapter, or show pig operation is looking for a good set of hog sales, stop by and see Bo Sanders with WW Livestock Systems. Their booth is just out here on the south end of the hog barn there, right there on Freeman Avenue. Bo's been a long time adjunct member of the swine committee, and he'll cut you a great deal on a set of hog scales. Once again, ask for Bo Sanders, WW Livestock Systems.
Well, as we're doing our initial sorting class number 60 here, total of 48 head. This is the largest class of the dark crossbred market barrows here at San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Weight ranges on these barrows goes from 280 to 284. My dad's a lefty. He's kind of getting my space over here. Oh, come on now. Looks like they have about 9 to 10 barrows pulled back so far in this class. I anticipate them to pull about 14 to 16 barrows here. We have two out in the big arena right now, and as if it holds true to what I did earlier today, there was a couple that got pulled out, and one young lady ended up getting second in her class coming out of the big arena.
Our judges are evaluating the second class of our Division III. The weight ranges is from 280 to 284. We have 48 in this class. Looks like what I can see is we've got 13 so far, now 14 that are pinned, and probably some behind us yet. And we have some out in the arena. It's been a little while since we've had that. We've got 2 out here. And any of our listeners that attend and go to the Exarban in September, Nick is actually judging the Exarban. Last year that they had AJ Genter, and he was actually here in San Antonio for our crossbred gilt show last week, and he did a really good job at the Exarban. And Nick's going to be there this September, and in fact, Landon and I will be there as well, doing the commentating for their show. So if you are attending that show, this is a good one to analyze.
Folks, let's give these 2 gentlemen a good round of applause for their efforts today.
If any of you are going to that show, this is a good one to observe what Nick likes and what he will do.
We saw that, Vaughn. Another deep class here, Wayne. I can count 15 that they pulled back. So what they've been doing traditionally is they'll pull back the top end of this class here, which could be anywhere between 4 and 6. And then they'll start placing. Is that correct? Is that what they've been doing in these later classes?
You know, the previous class in 59, they did the 5 and they placed 6th on down. So yes, it's like you said, it's kind of varied a little bit. And some classes they went down with 7 sometimes, but yes, the previous class was 5 they kept back.
Well, and you know what's funny about all that too is that other class they only kept like 10 hogs total back, which is. And I don't know if that was planned or not, but it just happened to sort itself out to where you had 10 exactly.
So, we talked about the classification and of dark crosses. Here's a good example of one that's got over 20%.
This is the one I was asking you about a while ago, right?
Because you see he's got the black around his head area, and then he has a black on his rump area and his butt. That exceeds that 20%. There was one that was classed out earlier that, he just
had less than that.
A lot less than that. It was just a few in that area, and that's what kind of got that poor young man into a bind there. But here's a good example, one that you could show here in the dark cross, because it represents over 20% of either black pigment or red pigment.
He's going to go and pin this 3rd one back here. This one will be the 3rd one pinned back here in this class. And they've consistently been keeping between 5 and 6. I mean, I think they know the cutoff line of 5th place down or up will make the sale here at San Antonio in the dark crossbred barrows here.
And in this dark cross class, Landon, they're going to be awarding 60 slots for this dark cross drive. So what San Antonio does too, we talk about the other crosses, and in Wave 2 they're going to have a white cross division or show breed, and then they're going to have the other crosses. So, like for example, any one of these crosses here could show in the other crosses in our second wave.
So the light crosses will be like your blue butts and stuff like
blue
that.
Blue butts is all that pretty much.
Or maybe a York appearing that has more than a certain amount of spot or blue spots on it. Correct.
Well, and I'll get our listeners. I do have that with me on the light crosses, but I think you could actually put a York in the white crosses, but let me check that just to
Well,
make sure.
And another question I'd have too, Wayne, to maybe look into is like if you had a York that had a few blue spots on it, there's a certain amount. Do they get kicked into the light crossbred classes?
If they had any black whatsoever, they
No,
would be
the blue.
Now, in what?
Like
what?
if you had a Yorkshire, because the York show next wave, correct?
If it was blue pigmentation, it would go into the white
So
crosses.
it would get kicked in the white crosses.
Yes.
Okay.
If it
they
was
don't
black,
get kicked out of the show. They just
if it
move
was
to the white.
black, then it would go into the other crosses. Yes.
I don't think I've ever seen a York with black spots on it. Usually blue spots.
It can happen.
But times have changed though too. So we have a total of 5 pinned back here, and I believe he's going to keep these for his top 5 in this class. And they're talking about it right now, so there may be one more they might pull back here. And then they'll place however many left. Say he just keeps these 5 here, which it looks like he's going toward the buttons, which is kind of what I thought Mr. Day would do here. We have Mr. Day as our lead judge, and Mr. Hofschulte is our secondary judge for the dark crossbred bears here at the San Antonio Stock Show. He's going to play 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in that order.
So as they're doing it, to answer your question, Landon, and kind of let our listeners know, on our light crosses, the rules state barrows with only white, and that's what we were talking about.
Correct.
They could show a York in the light crosses. So barrows with only white or blue pigmentation are eligible for this breed/division.
So the young man in the red was 6th here. Young lady in the yellow was 7th. Young lady in the black and white is going to be 8th. And we have 9th and 10th place, and what they'll end up doing is pulling these individuals out. Young lady in the other yellow shirt will be 9th. And we have one more placing button to hand out before we pull these top 5 individuals back out again. And every single one of these individuals who has been pinned back here will make a sales slot here at San Antonio in the dark crossbred. So I bet there's a big sigh of relief for those individuals. And young lady in the kind of greenish looking shirt, she'll be 10th. And if you had one of these kids out here you're watching that did not make those placings.
Folks, let's give these exhibitors remaining in ring a good round of applause for their efforts today.
They did a heck of a job showing out here today at San Antonio, showcasing their work.
Exhibitors, our judges have excused you at this time. Please have your pink show card ready to give to our committee members as you exit.
Now we're pulling these 5 individuals back out again here in class number 60 of our dark crossbred market bearers here at San Antonio. Every single one of these kids, Wayne, is going to make the sale here.
Absolutely. And 4 out of the 5
will walk across the stage, right, at the auction?
Yes, live auction.
And is that Friday or Saturday?
That will be Friday. Friday afternoon. I'm not sure what time it starts, but it's somewhere, if I remember right, somewhere after 4:30, I would think.
But there's some kids who are going to be excited to skip part of school on Friday, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because they have to be here, I think.
At least an hour or two beforehand.
Several hours
yeah.
before they have to
or that's what they're going to tell. That's what they're going to tell their parents. If they sell about 2 or 3 o'clock, they're going to be like, "Mom, Dad, I need to be there by 9 a.m."
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They'll probably do.
I remember those
Anywhere
days.
to get out of school.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. It was pretty fun.
They're going to say this is an extracurricular activity of learning.
That's right. They just want to go see their friends, and I can't say I totally blame them. Now, education is important.
Call class 61. First call class 61 dark crossbred barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pins. Make sure you have your pink show card with you when you enter the black gates.
Young lady in the blue was just placed 5th. Young man in the blue shirt was placed 4th. Now we're down to our top 3 here in class number 60. Still have 4 more classes to go, so we're about 3/4 of the way done with our dark crossbreds here, Wayne.
Absolutely.
I think we'll be done by with the show by about 6:30 or 7, I would think.
Okay. That's okay. I hadn't forgotten you.
Very nice class here, and I think we got a very logical class winner that both Nick and I, when he came through the gate, agreed upon. And again, and hopefully, around ringside, you can see the appreciation of that one in terms of just a build, balance, comfort, very youthful in his look, still got a good feature at the ground. He's got the extras, but he's got a natural presence about him out here in the ring. He's very comfortable in terms of his skeleton when he gets out here and goes. Very nice one to start the class. The one between second and third, we thought it got a little more challenging, or I shouldn't say challenging, a little closer between second and third. And I just went back to Nick and I said, hey, this painted up when I'm using for second. I said, he's more my kind. I said, his build, his balance, his build, his design, and just overall presence probably fit where we were both more comfortable with. And as we talked about him, we agreed on the fact that in terms of hip and hind leg and where that one goes is very, very good in that aspect, where the one that comes out here in third. One in third, this one here, he is a heavy bone stout power hog. I didn't think that one maybe balanced up and got quite as comfortable in terms of his front pasture and set there comparatively to the one right there above him. He's got a little more set there to his hind leg, but at the same point in time, we're getting critical on the top end of these classes like we have to do. You do have to appreciate that one's power and dimension and freshness that he does bring in the upper portion of his skeleton versus the one there right ahead of him. Very good pair there to be second and third. Coming out here in fourth, another one, a good build and design to them. When you get into these in fourth and fifth here, both these hogs here just simply got to have more in terms of just width and power and dimension and balance comparatively to those ones on up the line there. The one that's heading out there probably just gets a little rounder in terms of his hip, but his added roundness to body shape is what kept him over the one that comes out here in fifth. The one in fifth gets to be a notch flatter when you study him in terms of his shoulder back into his forearm. He's the most closed up of the top 5 when you study him coming right at you. He's got a good build from the side and a good presence about him. Just simply need to have more natural skeleton from top to bottom. You get into one here that's maybe just a tick wider in terms of dimension. We didn't feel that one there had maybe quite as much feature when you studied him up in his front leg. You get to reading that one in terms of just his overall build. He's a notch rounder in all of his aspects. Gets to be a little shallower there in terms of the base of his stifle. Get another one coming out here next. Good build, good design one. Needs to be a little better on his front feet. He's not as shapely as the ones there ahead of him, but his balance and build and just his eye appeal that catches your eye out here puts him in the spot that he's in today. The one that comes out next, a solid black one, we thought this one here in terms of just overall build and design followed next in line. He's one that's got some shape when you get up on top of him. Didn't read that one near heavy enough in terms of structure when you get to study him at the ground out here. And we start to round the class out here. We get into some of these hogs again that we run into structure issues, maybe not as fresh, don't have as much muscle, and that's the scenario we get into with these two here. Just need to crispen them up, freshen them up in their overall shape and look when you get up on top of them. Another good class. Congratulations to those kids.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Ashlyn Stricker, Medina County, 4-H. Sixth place, Ryder Habe, Medina County, 4-H. Fifth place, J.C. Ray Barker, Hale County, 4-H. Fourth place, Grant Schilling, Slayton, FFA. Third place, Megan Grace Lang, Ballinger, FFA. Second place, Quinn Ruman, Medina County, 4-H. And first place, Abigail Self of Royce City, FFA. And our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 60 Dark Crossbred Barrows, exhibited by Grant Schilling, Slayton, FFA. Breeder of that barrow is Night Show Pigs of Shallow Water.
All right, we just finished class number 60. Moving on to class number 61 here. 43 total head in this class, and weight ranges on these barrows goes from 285 to 289. Total of 4 hogs pinned so far in class number 61 here. For a chance at a top 10 placing, Rosette. This rounds out the last class of our Division 3 of our 4 divisions. We still have 3 more classes at the conclusion of this particular class to show. Then we bring all of our firsts and seconds back of each one of these classes and judge for our 4 different divisions of our dark cross breed, for our division and reserve division champions of Division 1, 2, 3, and 4, followed by the conclusion of Wave 1 here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo of our breed and reserve breed selection of our dark crossbred Barrows here at San Antonio. Weather's starting to heat up. We talked about it this morning. It was in the 40s this morning. Now we're hitting like mid-60s. So we went from jackets to short sleeves. We got the fans going now. Gates are up, and so that way we have a little bit of airflow back in the barn again. It's kind of nice. Total of 6 hogs pinned back at this time. Probably still a few more below me. Our lead judge for the dark crossbreds, as we talked about earlier, is Mr. Chad Day, and our secondary judge here for the dark crossbreds is Mr. Hold on just one second. Sorry, my headset fell off. Mr. Nick Hofschulte, I apologize. Nick was our lead judge for our Durocs earlier, and now they flip-flopped for the crossbred breed. Heat's been getting turned up every class a little bit. You know, got a little bit more power, a little bit more width, a little bit more muscle, and it's been fun to watch these classes, the depth, the quality we were seeing in these dark crossbreds here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Market Barrow Show. And Wayne, do you have our top placings? Our Texas bred, certified Texas bred from that last class?
Yes. Let me try again.
Testing 1, 2, 3. I can hear me. Can you hear you, Wayne?
Now I can. Okay, yes, I do. I do have class 60s Texas bred. It was our 4th place there in that class. That was our Texas champion, Texas bred champion. The winner of that was Grant Schilling from Slayton FFA. Grant Schilling is a great family out of Slayton. And the breeder of his Barrow was Night Show Pigs out of Shallow Water. That's being Tad, Cameron, and Scotta. Congratulations to the Night Show Pigs and Grant Schilling for having an outstanding Barrow and winning the Texas bred.
Looks like we have a total of 8 pigs pinned back so far for our top 10 placing. You know, they've pulled anywhere between 14 to 16 consistently, sometimes more, depending on the depth of quality in the class. There are 2 pigs out in the big arena right now for a secondary evaluation at the conclusion of our first initial sift from these 2 gentlemen. As long as they have 10, they make up a class here at San Antonio. But consistently they pulled more, and that just goes to show you the respect these guys have for these individuals and making sure they have a lot of good stock to evaluate for the top 10 placing. Once again, this is the last class of Division 3 dark crossbreds, and then we move into our final 3 classes that make up our Division 4 dark crossbred market barrows. We've enjoyed the past 2 days with y'all. I hope y'all have as well. Want to give a shout out to Taylor Fort and his crew for bringing us all a front row seat here to the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Market Barrow Show. Wave 1. Wave 2 will start promptly at 7 a.m. on Wednesday and Thursday of this upcoming week. So if you have time to tune in those days, that's when the rest of our hogs are going to be shown here at San Antonio, followed by the much anticipated Grand Champion drive at the conclusion of our last breed on Thursday. Total of about 11 or 12 pigs pinned back so far. Wayne, I think there's a few below us right now. Still 2 in the big arena for a chance at a secondary evaluation. And I'm looking at one right now, and it's got a really good front end to her.
Oh, yeah. Really, really opened up coming at you.
And at first I thought she was a little bit more narrow down at the legs, but as soon as she got that head up, it's like, oh, it really popped those legs out wider on that animal. Good Barrow, but I don't know if it can compete with what he has pinned. You really can't tell while they're in a holding pen at the time. Well, they ended up keeping 17. They went ahead and weighed these 2 other individuals that were in the big arena.
And that just...
You're on.
That just shows you the integrity of our judges, and wanted to make sure they check all the boxes. I mean, I thought both of those pigs they had in the big arena had
some good qualities,
great qualities to them. They felt the same. That we're going to compare these two to what we pinned.
Yeah, and I think it's 18 is the total. Somebody else just got pinned, so I believe they've kept between 18, maybe 19. The young lady in the pink's going to get pinned back. That's a very good thing. So what they've been doing, I guess for the sake of time maybe, is they'll pin back the ones that are at the top end of this class, then they will place the rest and then excuse the others. Sometimes they would pin 10, excuse the others, then place 10. And I guess that depended on the depth of quality of the class, whether it be very deep or maybe not quite as deep.
If you've just now joined us, we're in the final class of our Division 3. The weight range is from 285 to 289 is what these barrows weighed, or what was turned in. And we have 43 in this class that they're zeroing in on having and finding our top 10. They have put back now 2 barrows. And they've let out a total of about 10 so far and pinned 2 back. Got the 11th one coming out. Pinned a 3rd one back. Young lady in the white long sleeve shirt just got pinned, and the young man in the light blue shirt just got pinned. So we got 4 back to the pin for a 3rd evaluation. Can y'all hear me okay? Y'all, I'm just making sure. I'm glad. You want to come help make it or what?
I love making sausage.
You know, we drink a lot of beer when we make it.
Well, I like drinking beer too. I'd love to come down and have some.
We make that a couple times. In fact, they just packed some today, actually.
Looks like they pinned 5 back. Looks like they pinned 5 back. Looks like they pinned 5 back to this point. Those will probably be your top 5 here in this class. They're kind of conferring with each other.
So what do we got back, Landon? We have 5 now? Is that correct?
There's 5 pinned back currently. Sorry, I couldn't hear for a second there, but we're good to go now. Want to make sure y'all could hear me. I think they're conferring to see if there's anything else they want to pull back for a chance at a top 5 placing position here. These 5 currently, if these are the only ones they pin back, they will make the sale here at San Antonio. If not, they're going to start placing 6th through 10th here. We had a special visitor just show up, so Wayne's going to take a second to give her a hug. Yeah, they're going to go and start placing. So that young lady was placed 6th. So those individuals that were pinned back, they're going to get a sales slot here at San Antonio. Total of 5 pinned back to this point for a top 5 placing. They have placed now 6th place. And they will place through 10th and then excuse the other individuals out of the ring here. The young lady in the green and blue and the yellow scarf, she will be 7th place. Really studying this class here. The young man in the light blue will be 8th place. So we have 2 more placings before we pull our top 5 back out. Again, young man in the kind of royal blue will be 9th place. And we have 1 more placing to hand out here before we bring out the top 5 again. In class number 61 here at the San Antonio Stock Show, Market Barrow Show. In our 10th placing, he's really taking his time, and that's important as a judge. Yeah, these aren't your top 5, but he wants to make sure he gets these 10 right. That is the most important thing. Young lady with the blue bow, she'll be your 10th place.
Folks, give these exhibitors remaining in the ring a good round of applause.
And if you had a kiddo out here showing here, you got to give them a lot of props for their hard work.
Exhibitors, our judges have excused you at this time. Please have your pink show card ready to give to our committee members as you exit.
All right, now we're moving on to our top 5 placings here in class number 61.
Judges here in 61 started with 43 head to get to these top 5. And this is the final class, if you just now joined us, of Division 3. We have one more division, starting with 62.
First call, class 62. First call, class 62, dark crossbred barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pens. Be sure to have your pink show card with you.
So once they complete this class and place these final 5, then we start the heavyweight division, or class 4 as we call it, Division 4. We only have 3 classes left to go on completion of this class. And then we'll start back up on Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. Barrows will be checking in on Tuesday in the morning hours of Tuesday, and then we'll start showing barrows starting on Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. As he's looking at these final 4 out here, the order of show on Wednesday will start with the Chesters, followed by the Yorkshires, then the Landrays, the Light Crosses, as I mentioned, is a new show, and then the Crossbreds will round out the last of our San Antonio Livestock show for the 77th Annual Junior Barrow Show. There we have it. The judge is ready to give his comments. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Another nice class. I think another logical place to start for us, and the young lady out here in the white shirt, and the one that comes in and just got a very good presence, very commanding in terms of just all aspects of him. He's good in his chest. He's good in his skull. He's got a good build to him. The young lady's got him dialed in from a skin and hair standpoint. She gets him drove extremely well, and you dig in on this one. He's got width. He's got dimension. He's still got comfort with the amount of power that he brings to us out here. I think a very nice bear to start this particular class. It gets a little closer closer as we work on down the line, in our opinion, and we ended up landing on the belted bear right here. And I think in terms of just comfort and build and freshness, he follows suit behind the young lady there that starts the class. And he's not as extreme in terms of his bone and his rear leg structure, but when you get into that one in terms of basic skeleton and build and freshness, he moves himself right up here to second in this particular class. The one that ends up in third is one that maybe just reads a little plainer due to his color pattern, and at the same point in time, I still think when you get in on top of this one and you start to study this one, he too's another one from a skeleton standpoint that falls right into the mix. He's still a big-chested hog. He's still opened up on the upper side of his skeleton in terms of shape. He maybe gets just a nickel wider when you step right in behind him if you're going to get it very critical on him, but at the same point in time, that's still a heavy bone, burly, stout, rugged one that still gets out here and balances up. I just wish he had just maybe just a little more show ring appeal to him to move him up any higher. The one that comes out next has that advantage and got a little more pop and wow factor when you get off to the side of him, but he too is one that gets the notch deeper in his neck, ties into his chest there. He's not near secure when you step right in behind him in terms of the way that hind leg hits the surface and he drives off of it, but a nice bear though in terms of just eye appeal, freshness. Young man's done a good job of getting that hog presented. One that's maybe got a tick more look up front here when you step off to the side in terms of extension. You get to study in this hog. He gets a notch flatter in about all of that, all his aspects, particularly in his chest, his shoulder, his forearm, in the front portion of his skeleton. He's got to be bolder, and then he's just got to be more comfortable in the way he moves and hits the surface and the way he hinges out of that hog, particularly when you step in behind him. One that comes next is another one that I would call very practical in a lot of areas. Good build. He's got elevation. He runs uphill. He's level from blade to hip. He's flatter in terms of his body shape. He too is one that just needs to have more width and dimension, particularly in his skull when you read him coming right at you. But most importantly, just in his forerib, gets a little drier over the mid portion of his body. The one that comes out next has an advantage there. He's probably a nickel bolder in the upper portion of his skeleton. He's just got to be better in terms of his look from the side. He's a little more timid in the way he moves out of his front end. I didn't see that one just balancing quite as good as the black-headed one right there in front of him. Next one that comes out here is a very practical one as well. I think when you step off of him, you start to appreciate him in terms of just his body shape, his dimension. When you study him coming and going, he gets easy in his top line. He doesn't hinge right there in his ham-loin junction. He wants to carry that hind leg up under him just a tick too far, and when you step right in there behind him, he's got to square up a notch better to move up. One that comes out next here is balance and build, and this one here probably just with a shot more fill becomes a different scenario. He's got some width, and his skeleton's good when he comes at you. He's just too dry in his midsection there, particularly back through his flank to move up in this class. The one that comes out next, again, might have an advantage in terms of just feature and in terms of just fleshiness when you compare him to the one there ahead of him, but at the same point in time, he gets rounder in terms of his hip. He gets rounder in terms of just his overall muscle pattern. When you study him there from behind, he's a nickel smaller in terms of his stature versus the one right there ahead of him, a little flatter in his blade, but a good hog here to round out our class. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com.
One dark crossbred Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Claire Ryan Conrad, Armstrong County, 4-H. 9th place, Sheriff Stone Watts Jones, Brownwood, FFA. 8th place, Leighton Greer, Brownwood, FFA. 7th place, Jade Emma Tillery, Wise County, 4-H. 6th place, Gracie Lee Carroll, Meta, FFA. 5th place, Bailey Traylor, Willis, FFA. Fourth place, Jackson Sinclair, Carson County, 4-H. Third place, Peyton Lee Shooping, Floydada, FFA. Second place, Lexi Nelson, Kendall County, 4-H. And first place goes to Cambry Wilson, Midland County, 4-H. Our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 61, dark crossbred Barrows, exhibited by Sheriff Jones of Brownwood FFA. Breeder of that Barrow is F2 Genetics of Castroville.
Well, that concludes class number 61. Moving on to class number 62 now. Weight ranges on those Barrows goes from 290 to 296. And the total amount of Barrows in that particular class is 38 head. This is our first of 3 classes of our heavyweight division, or excuse me, our Division 4 dark crossbreds. And these are our final 3 classes of the dark crossbred breed, followed by the division and reserve division selection of our 4 divisions. And we conclude wave 1 with the overall selection of our champion dark crossbred and reserve champion dark crossbred. Total of 3 pigs pinned back so far in this class. This is the smallest class of the 12 total classes that we've seen. Or excuse me, 10. We still have 2 more to go. So of the 10 classes we've judged to this point, this is the smallest.
If you just now joined us, our judges are on Class 62, which is the start of our final division, Division 4. And weight ranges from 290 to 296 with 38 head in there. I have the results of Class 61 as far as the Certified Texas Bred Class Champion. That was awarded to Sheriff Jones, is his name, from Brownwood, Texas. The breeder is F2 Genetics out of Castroville. Congratulations to F2 Genetics at Castroville, Texas.
Still only have 3 pinned back so far that I can see. Now there might be a few below us. There's one out in the big arena right now for a secondary evaluation after the first initial sort. We'll keep you up to date on how many we have pinned back and kind of where we're at in the class. Thank you. Looks like we have 6 pinned now. Still have a few more to go through, but I think there's a few below us. Like Wayne said, there's some classification rules that happen for the dark crossbred. You have to be 25% a certain color and cover 25% of your body with other features in there too, that factors that may kick you out of the dark crosses. That will get you disqualified from the show. They've only had to kick out one of all the pigs that have gone through so far. But we need a total of 10 to make up a class. And like I said, I only see 6 and one out in the big arena right now. The last class had a total of like 17 to 18, I think was the final number. This one doesn't have quite as many. And we still have 2 more classes to go at the conclusion of this class. That was a really good barrow that just came through that just got sent to the classification and weighing. You have to weigh once again within 10 pounds of your turned in weight card. Say you turned your weight card in at 290. You can weigh up to 300, but no less than 280. We'll be back in a minute. Thanks for tuning into the Taylor Fort webcasting here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Wave 1. We are on our last breed of dark crosses. Wave 2 begins on Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. Looks like they went ahead and took the young lady out of the big arena to get weighed and classified. That leaves us with between 12 and 14 that they kept back in this total class. Pull them out one at a time right now. What they're going to end up doing is pulling between 5 and 6. They've consistently pulled back just 5 of these individuals for the top 5 placings in each class, and they start placing from there. Once again, it just depends on the depth of class and quality and numbers. I do believe the final number of animals they kept back in this class is 13. They went ahead and pinned back 2 to this point. Another young man pulled back here. He'll be the third one. Another young lady's pulled back here on the blue and white. There's 2 young ladies almost wearing the exact same color shirt. I don't know if it was planned that way or not, that they happened to be in the same class. That's 4 now. I think they will pin back at least 1 more and then start placing your bottom part of the class after that. My wife just sent me a picture. Her and my daughter and our cat are watching on the big screen right now, so shout out to my wife, Karen. My almost 2-year-old daughter, Lauren. Daddy loves you. And our cat, Penelope, who just had 5 teeth pulled. You know, we talk about a lot of things here at the Barrow Show, and we never keep it boring here on the mic. They went ahead and pulled 5 back. And I really think, oh, they're going to pull 6. That's a little different. So the judge thought there was another pig in the pen, and the young lady thought she was getting pinned. But it's a little bit of miscommunication there between him and the ring help. But I got to give a shout out to them and our other 7,000 volunteers that make up the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Without them, this would not be made possible. You talk to any one of the paid staff, it's those people that dedicate their time away from their job and their careers to be here to support these kids during a whole month-long process here at the rodeo that makes up the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. And they are going to keep 6 back. So one of these individuals will not make the sale. Top 5 in each one of these dark crossbred classes makes the sale here at San Antonio in this particular breed, depending on the depth of breed and also sheer numbers of each one of these breeds. Now we're going to play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in that order. Then pull these other 6 individuals back out again for our top 6 individuals in this class. And play 6 till we have a class winner. Once again, this is our 3rd to last class of our dark crossbred breed here. We have 2 more classes, and then we conclude with the Division 1 through 4 champion and reserve champion and round out Wave 1 here at San Antonio with the overall selection of our dark crossbred breed and reserve breed champion. Pardon me, that dust is starting to get to me a little bit. The young lady in the green was placed 7th. Young lady in the orange was 8th. We have 2 more placings to hand out, and then the judge will excuse these other individuals out of the ring. Young lady in the red scarf will be 9th, and she actually came out of the big arena and made her way up to a placing position, and the young lady in the blue was 10th. And congratulations to these other individuals who showed their hearts out here today at San Antonio and showcased their animals. They're just a tool and a vessel into showcasing these kids here in the...
Folks, give these exhibitors remaining in the ring a good round of applause.
Now we're going to pull out these other 6 individuals here.
Exhibitors, please have your pink show card ready to give to our committee members and volunteers as you exit.
Apparently my wife heard me, so I sent her a kissy emoji. I'm a big softie. Now we're going to pull these 6 individuals out again. And these will be your top 6 placings in class number 62 here. Pull them out all one at a time. Once they're all out here, the 2 guys are going to get together, that being Chad Day, who is our lead judge here for the Dark Crosses. And our secondary judge is Mr. Nick Hofschulte. They're going to confer with each other on these 6 individuals and place from 6 till we have a class winner. Stay tuned.
First call, class 63. First call, class 63, dark crossbred barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pens at this time. Make sure you have your pink show card with you.
Now that we have all 6 individuals out here, they will evaluate them accordingly here, focusing on all their traits and attributes of each one of these animals. All 6 individuals out here are very wide-based, square at all 4s, pulled apart in their blade and ham, loin junction, and very clean fronted. All 6 of these individuals match up very well. There's a young lady in the corner in the red. You wonder why she's not showing right now. The judge kind of told her to hang back. I think they really like their animal, and they don't want her to wear her animal out just yet. They're not ready to look at her animal. Now she's got her back up and showing. Now we have all 6 going again. Young lady in the light red, she'll be 6th place. And now we're down to our top 5, which is our auction-based kids. All 5 of these individuals left standing out here will make the auction here at San Antonio. So congratulations to these top 5 individuals in class 62. For those of you coming down wave 2, I'm just going to tell you all the pretzels are really good. They pull them out of fresh hot grease, just so y'all know. Just in case those of y'all, it's getting kind of closer to dinner time, so at least here in Texas. The young man in the purple was going to be 5th, or excuse me, the checkered colored maroon and white. Those of you Aggies who give me a hard time about getting my colors mixed up, down to our top 4 here. But going back down to food here at San Antonio, it's really good. My wife and daughter destroyed a turkey leg here when they came to see me. Mainly my daughter. My daughter's almost 2, and she almost ate the entire turkey leg. So if my 2-year-old daughter enjoys turkey legs, I'm pretty sure you will too. Young lady in the light blue and yellow is going to be 4th place. Young lady in the red with the white bow will be 3rd. Now we're down to our top 2 here. And they're both the 2 judges are looking at them. It looks like the young lady in the red is going to be 2nd, and young lady in the blue and white, she will be your class winner. Let's hear from Mr. Day on his comments of these top 10 individuals of class 62.
Get into another one of these dark cross classes, and I don't know if there's anything that just falls into order, as we've said in a few of them classes, but we do feel like this one here is the one that just gets up here towards the top end. When you just step off to the side, you study the basics, you build them from the ground up. He's the one that checks the boxes. He's the best in his chest. He's got the most youthful look about him. He's fresh in his top line. He's square when you view him when he goes away from you. He's got enough body shape and just natural dimension all the way through him. We thought a very logical place to start this particular class. In the 2nd and 3rd here, it does get a little bit closer, and on down through 4th and 5th, there are some differences down through the way. We thought this one maybe complemented our class winner the most in terms of just body type and kind, still having some dimension coming at you, still having some body shape and some roundness to that center portion of his rib. He's stouter probably when you read him through his forearm back over his rib cage versus the next 2 that come out. Sheer substance and density just kept him up here towards the top end of this particular drive. The one that comes out next from the side, like his look, I like his build. He doesn't read just near as bold when you study him in terms of center body shape. He's got a little more set to that hind leg there, and just a notch frailer look about him when you get off to the side. But at the same point in time, he's better in his chest. He's better in his lower body cavity than the one that comes out here in 4th. The one in 4th, again, very similar in terms of just lines when you step off to the side. He's softer about his front foot. He closes up the most in his chest, and just simply not as much on the top side of his skeleton in terms of just overall muscle shape versus them ones right there above him. But at the same point in time, his balance, his athleticism, the hind leg kept him above the one that comes out next. From his hip forward, this one comes at you like a man. He's stout about his skull. He's got good shape. We just got to make that rear rump, rear leg design a notch better to get him up any higher. Next one that's coming out here is one that, again, balance and build right here. Another good hog in terms of just some of the extremities in terms of bone and feature. At the same point in time, this one here, he got a little bit of a bad attitude, but more importantly, that one there's just got to be better in terms of squareness, in terms of mobility when he hits the surface and drives out and drives away from you. A wild-looking one right here that's got a high head carriage about him. At the same point in time, he's one that maybe doesn't balance up quite as good. When you step off to the side, you read him out of that hip when he goes down there to his hawk to the ground. I just like to change him and realign that rear leg structure to get him up any higher today. Another good built one here from the side, gets a little flatter, needs to be a little more three-dimensional when you get right off to the side of him. He's one there, though, that's still got a look about him, still got a ring presence about him. Just sheer quality standpoint moves him right into his spot. As well as the one that comes out next is in the same scenario. Good build from the side. I didn't read that one tying out of the top side of his neck quite as good as the ones there ahead of him. He's got a little lower set about the front third of his skeleton there, which throws him off balance there, as you can see from the midsection back. We just need to tie everything together. Another good balanced one right here. Gets to be a little more east and west when you get off of him from the side there, and you study that one, the rear leg, when he goes away from you. He too's one that needs to be picked up just a notch in the way his head and neck juncture ties there together from an elevation standpoint and from an eye appeal standpoint. Good class. Congratulations.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
And we have placings for Class 62 Dark Crossbred Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Riley Halfman, Tom Green County, 4-H. 9th place, London Futrell, Lubbock County, 4-H. 8th place goes to J.C. Morton, Brownwood, FFA. 7th place, Guthrie True Creel, Young County, 4-H. 6th place, Peyton Elizabeth Go, Fort Bend County, 4-H. Fifth place, Cotton Max West, San Patricio County, 4-H. Fourth place, Mackenzie Lee Duke, Navarro County, 4-H. Third place, Chloe Michelle Myers, Monday, FFA. Second place, Ainsley Bree Wilson, Brownwood, FFA. And first place, Blaine Isabel Bernhard, Victoria County, 4-H. Blaine is also our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 62, dark crossbred Barrows. Breed of that Barrow is Lindner Show Pigs of Comfort.
Well, that concludes class number 62. Moving on to our second to last class, being class number 63. Weight ranges on those Barras goes from 297 to 342 total head in this class. There are two identical classes of this weight range, and both classes, both this class and the next class, have 42 head in them. Stay tuned and we'll keep you posted. Thanks for joining us on the Taylor Fort webcasting here for Wave 1, Day 2 of the San Antonio Stock Show and Radio Market Barrow Show, and we are on the home stretch of the dark crossbred breed. This is the second to last class. I want to go ahead and give a shout out to our certified Texas bred, who is also the class winner of class number 62. That went to Blaine Bernard of Victoria County 4-H, and the breeder of that hog was Lintner Show Pigs. Congratulations to Lintner Show Pigs for having the certified Texas bred class champion in class number 62 of the dark crossbreds. Well, here in our second to last class of dark crossbreds, total of 8 pigs pinned back so far. They're getting a little pickier on what they're wanting here. And rightfully so, there's a lot of good quality here in this class. Eight total pigs pinned back so far, and we actually have 3 in the big arena right now. For an evaluation at the conclusion of our initial sort. Nine pigs pinned back so far. It sounds like another, I heard a bunch of applause back behind me. So I would say that's at least 10 now. I think there's maybe a few getting classified and weighed below me. Once again, you can weigh within 10 pounds of your turned-in weight card on either the top or bottom side of that number. Down to the last one here. For the initial sort, that'll be this young lady in the pink right here. Mr. Hofschulte over here blowing all the dust out of his nose. Welcome to Pig Barn. I know he's no stranger to them. It'll wear and tear on you a little bit. That's why it's always good to have all your emergency packs, your cough drops, all the pharmaceutical stuff you need to get you through being at a stock show. Hand sanitizer, all the things. My mom was a walking pharmacy when it came to showing. Anything you needed as a remedy for a bloody nose to a scratched finger, whatever it may be, my mom probably had it. Have 3 pigs out here right now being evaluated for a secondary evaluation. I think there's 13 or 14 that they've pinned back so far in class.
Attention, swine barn folks. Once again, we need your cooperation as you're loading out your tack. We have quite a few tack trucks out here that have been out there for quite a while. Once you have loaded your tack, we need you to go ahead and move those vehicles. We still have a lot of other trucks coming in that want to get their tack out tonight. So please, folks, we don't need you to park your vehicle and come watch the show. We need you to load your tack up and go ahead and move out so we can accommodate the other exhibitors that are coming in to load their tack. Thank you.
They ended up pulling one young man out of the big arena for a chance at a placing
Folks,
spot.
give those 2 exhibitors a good round of applause for their efforts.
Now we're going to pull them out one at a time here in this class. Pin back the top end of this class and then start placing the bottom end. And then we'll move on to our final class, which is class number 64. Currently judging class number 63. Stay tuned. They pin back 4 now. This will be the young lady in the white will be the 4th one pinned back for a chance at a top placing spot in this class number 63 here. Total of 15 they pinned back for this class. I just counted them, if my math serves me correct here.
Looks like we've got 6 pinned back here in Class 63. Our judges started with 42, and those weight ranges with 297 to 300. And then we'll finish out with Class 64 after they complete this class. And that'll be the final class of our dark crossbred show. In fact, this last class is equally the same weight breakdown of 97 to 300. And also 42 head. Looks like our judge has decided to go ahead and hand out the buttons, and I'm sure what he's going to do is start with the 7th place and work it all the way through the 10th place. There are 10 rosettes also in this class, and of course we're these top 6 are battling for 5 sales slots here at San Antonio. As our judges are placing those barrows down through 10th place, I just want to put a shout out to
folks.
The
give these
swine
exhibitors
committee.
remaining in the ring a good round of applause for their efforts today.
They've excused the rest here in the ring, and they've done an outstanding job. It's taken a lot of work and dedication.
Exhibitors, our judges have excused you at this time. Please have your pink show card ready to give to our committee volunteers.
But they've worked really hard to get this far. Now they've released our first one out to place these off top 6 places. they're looking at these top 6 barrows, just want to do a shout out to our swine committee. They have done an outstanding job. All of these committee members here, majority of them all are volunteers that dedicate their vacation time or pay or time without pay from their regular jobs to come out here and help several weeks, and that's not even counting getting together as a committee and preparing in the preparation before the show starts. They dedicate this time, and it's all volunteer. And to run this entire show, it's 7,000 volunteers that make it up to make the success of this show.
All righty, folks, here it is, the one we've been waiting for. First call, Class 64, dark crossbred barrows. Bring your barrows to the holding pens at this time. Make sure you have your pink show card with you as you enter the black gates. They're really studying these top 4 and conferring on this. Really like the way these young people are just utilizing the entire large ring that San Antonio's put together. It just gives the judges a good view of each and every one of these to compare the differences so they can make sure they check all the boxes and get them placed the way they want to line this class up. Placed a young man in light blue, 4th. Young lady, orange, will be our 3rd. That leaves us 2 boys here, one in the pink and one in the plaid shirt, to battle it out. Conferring one more time, and that's just the character of our judges of making sure they are satisfied with their final decisions, and he's made it. The young man in the plaid and then the young man in the pink will be our class champion in this class, Class 63. Congratulations, and here's our comments.
Another challenging class here to kind of get everything to fit where you want it to. And as Nick and I stood over here and we negotiated back and forth of what we were seeing in them, we come back to the one over here, the young man in the pink to my right with this belted hog. And I'll be the first to admit that one there maybe not one of the first ones to just grab your attention whenever he first came in here. And honestly, you got him sprayed down, got him shined back up. But when you get into the fundamentals of this particular hog and start studying from the ground up, he is the most genuine of anything in the top 5, and particularly in the class. He's good in his chest. He's got a big forearm. He's got shape. He's got spread up high. He's comfortable when he goes away from you. His advantages in freshness and muscle shape is what keeps him up over the young man's painted up one that's going to end up in second. The balance, the build of that one, and the comfort level of that one keeps him in the top 2. When you get on top of that one, I didn't read that one quite as genuine in terms of his shape. He's a little more, he's got a little more cover when you read him down that loin edge there. Love his build, love his presence and his design. Still has enough width and chest on the bottom side of his skeleton and a comfort level, again, like I said, that keeps him up over the one that comes out here in third. One in third, you can talk all day about feature in that one, and this is where I get a little bit, when we talk about extras in these things and bone, I'll take them as heavy bone as you want, but we got to make them go better, and that one right there, he just doesn't want to work out of his hip and hind leg. He's not as good in terms of just his body shape, as he's a nice dryer when you study him relative to those fresher body bearers that are ahead of him. But boy, he's got some extremities in terms of just extra bone and extra feature when you get in on that particular individual there. The one that comes out next, I didn't read this one to just be quite stout enough to get around him, though. He does have balance and he does have build. He's not naturally as opened up when he comes right at you. He's flatter in his body shape. He simply is just a frailer made individual versus those ones right up there ahead of him as we compare him to the top 3 in this particular class. One that comes out next probably has a slight advantage in terms of just being a bolder, stouter one here that you study in terms of just foot bone when you get to the ground. But at the same point in time, he's a little more jammed up in his overall build. He's not near square enough when he goes away, and he needs to be longer stepping off of both ends to move up in the class. Same goes for the one that comes out next. He's a burly, rugged one from the side. He's opened up. He's got some body shape to him. When you get off to the side of this one, he just doesn't balance quite as good. He gets rounder out of his hip. He's not as secure in the way he goes off of those rear wheels when you study him from the side. One that comes out next, again, this one here is an interesting one you step back off the side of in terms of just he is a burly, stout one when you read him in some indicators. But when you get into this one, he gets to be the plainest in terms of just his overall look and design, particularly up in the front third of his skeleton there in terms of the way he ties into his chest there a little deeper. He just doesn't balance. He just doesn't give you quite the show ring presence that we deem ideal here today comparatively to those ones, particularly right there, the couple in front of him. Come out here next, we got another bear. He's got some shape. He's got some dimension to him. As we worked on down through that class, I felt that one still had some freshness about him, still handled it above adequately to stay in the top end, or excuse me, to catch a pin in this particular class here as we moved on down the line. We come down the line here, we end up in a pair of them. Again, we've got some issues in terms of just a little straighter shoulder there. Needs to be a little better in his hawk when he goes away from you. We round out the class there with one kind of in the same scenario from a balance standpoint. We just got to get him to compose himself just a notch better to move him up any higher. Good class. Congratulations to those kids.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Place, J.D. Dawn Clark, Roberts County, 4-H. 6th place, Quinn Johnson, Brazos County, 4-H. 5th place, Colby Lane Barnes, Lavernia, FFA. 4th place, Cutter Jack Griffiths, New Deal, FFA. 3rd place, Lane Stedgy, Groover, FFA. 2nd place, Andrew Brian Newton, Brown County, 4-H. And 1st place goes to Peyton White, Wink, FFA. And our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 63, exhibited by Colby Barnes, Lavernia FFA. Breeder of that barrow is Rising Star Genetics of Brownwood. We're missing one exhibitor for this last class here. Luke Joseph Mitchell, Goose Creek Memorial FFA. If you're in the holding pens or if you've gone through, would you wave a hand, let us know? Luke Joseph Mitchell, Goose Creek Memorial FFA. Otherwise, we need your barrow to the ring.
Well, we're here. We're in our last class of dark crossbreds. Total of 42 head, like I mentioned earlier, and weight ranges are the same as the last class, 297 to 300. At the conclusion of this class, we're going to bring all the first and second places back from all 12 of those classes and get our Division 1, 2, 3, and 4 champions and reserve champions selected. Each one of the divisions is made up of 3 classes. So, in turn, 4 divisions for those of you who are math whizzes. And we conclude Wave 1 with the overall selection of our dark crossbred breed. Have a total of 2 pinned back. I think there's 3 below me getting classified and weighed. So roughly 5 have been pinned so far for a chance at a top 10 placing. And it's been a long but very fun, entertaining, memory made, impacted, whatever you want to call it, past 2 days here. 3 if you include move-in. And 4 if you include getting here the night before. Start Wave 2 on Wednesday morning, bright and early at 7 a.m. And Thursday is the big day. Because at the conclusion of our final breed on Thursday, which concludes Wave 2, we have our grand drive, which is a very, very big deal. Stands are packed. It's fun. If you have time to tune in for Wave 2, we'd greatly appreciate it and love to have you present. Whether you be in your car, at home, wherever you may be, thank you for tuning in to the Taylor Fort live stream here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. My name is Landon Rohde. I'm joined by my father, Wayne Rohde. And we're happy to be here and maybe entertain you a little bit. Brought some special guests up today. Brought Weston Lackey this morning. He led us in some prayer and some scripture. Bringing God back in the barn with his Light the Barn. Also brought up Wyatt Ducos, who was the grand champion market barrel last year here at San Antonio. Brought up Mr. Jay Dudley. He's a parent and also puts on a jackpot show in December called Germantown Throwdown, and kind of talked about, the importance of getting your animals out there and getting them showcased, getting them used to you and trusting you and with water buckets and going in and out of trailers and how important that is. And we'll have special guests the next wave as well. So looking forward to those moments with those people and their knowledge of this industry. Stay tuned. We're on our final class of dark crossbred barrows.
If you just now joined us, we're in our final class, and the final class of this first wave here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. When they complete this evaluation of the first evaluation here of these 42 head, our judges have gone through 515 head this year at San Antonio in our dark crosses. That is up from last year, which last year there was 478. They've also gone through 12 classes on the completion of this class. We've got 4 pen so far, and then we have 2 out in the big arena. Upon completion of Class 64, we will line up all 4 divisions, which will be first and second place. That will come back and be reweighed. They still have to stay within their 10-pound weigh back, either 10 pounds above or below what they turned in. And all 4 divisions will then be evaluated one division at a time. We'll start with Division 1 and go through all of the ones that were in Division 1. There's actually 3 classes, so there'll be 3 evaluated for Division 1 all the way through each of the other divisions. They will select their champion and reserve of each division, and then they'll come back and then compete for the overall division breed title in the dark crosses and the reserve breed title. The champion dark cross will not only receive the opportunity to go on to the grand drive on Thursday afternoon, but also will receive a $10,000 scholarship. Looks like we've got 7 that I can see so far pinned back. Still 2 in the big arena. And speaking of scholarships, the scholarship is something that San Antonio has really worked hard on. To think how far they've come from 1984, which it started with a total of $90,000 that they'd done in scholarships at that particular time. In 2025, 2026, they will award $1,865,000 in scholarships. And not only have they grown in that aspect, but they have to date total dollars that they've injected into our kids through scholarships, auctions, etc. They're up to $279 million total dollars that have benefited our young people to further their education and be leaders of tomorrow. Looks like we've got 10 pull back at this time. Still just 2 in our big arena. For you that are listening, if you are interested in any or in need of a scale, WW will be offering the scales at the end of the show, which will be after Thursday, or you can contact them ahead of time to set up arrangements for afterwards. But they will be having all the new scales that they've had out here that these young people have used to weigh their animals for sale at some good pricing. So if you need one, contact Bo Sanders. Cell number is 580-467-1506. Again, that's 580-467-1506. Or if you're here or can come here to the showgrounds, they have a WW booth just right behind the swine barn there on the main drag.
All right, folks, here in this last cast, let's give this young lady a nice round of applause for her efforts with her barrow today.
I don't know if there's some weighed behind that are being weighed behind us, but we have basically 15 that I can see so far. And they're, of course, letting the first ones out. We're up to 3 now. What they'll usually do is let about 4 or so out, discuss it as they're coming out, and sometimes they'll go ahead and pen one back, especially one that hits them super hard. Penned one back, the young man in the long sleeve shirt, and now also the paisley shirt.
They pinned back 4 here. And they got a 5th one coming. Do you have your mic on?
Oh,
there it is.
They have a
there
5th one coming.
He was talking and there was no sound coming out.
Yeah, yep. Landon could hear me, but you audience couldn't hear me.
Like,
so
if I can't hear you in my headset,
he's tired of hearing me. You guys need to hear me.
Very deep last class here.
Yes, it is. We've penned another one, so that'll be a 6th one. They're conferring right now if they're going to go a little bit deeper before they start placing them. They have 10 placings that will receive rosettes, and then 5 that will make the sale. So the top 5 will make the sale. Of course, the top 4 will go across the live auction, and the 5th one is a non-walking lot that's guaranteed $1,500 plus any add-ons. But also you can do add-ons on the ones that go through the auction as well, of course. But at least, they've done this for the reason of not allowing the sale to go in long hours in the morning, early hours of the morning. It just got too long, and San Antonio saw that happening after quite a few years of doing it, and realized, hey, maybe we can do it this way, and they've been doing it now the last 2 or 3 years, and so it's really helped out. And yet the ones that do get placed 5th or 6th still get a really good price here at San Antonio. So great foresight on their part to come up with a way to help everyone involved.
I think the guys are getting a little tired out there, Wayne.
They know it's their last class.
Uh-huh. They've got, 7 pinned back in this class? This is...
Yeah, 7 so far. Our judges have gone through.
They're going to pin 1 back here.
Our judges have, between yesterday and today, they're going to have evaluated 1,618 barrows, which is up from last year. Last year we had 1,519.
Folks, give these exhibitors remaining in the ring a good round of applause here in this last class. Exhibitors, our judges have excused you at this time. Please have your pink show card ready to give to our committee members as you exit the ring.
Looks like our judges have set it up to reevaluate the top 8 here.
And when we did say top 8, right, he kept 8 pigs back here.
Means the class was really deep in their minds and want to make sure they check all the boxes, and we appreciate that. The judges really worked well the last 2 days, not only working together comfortably and also just relaxed and being able to work together as a team, and that's what this two-judge system is all about.
And they complement each other so well.
Very much so.
To your point, Wayne, when I say they complement each other, there's been a couple of times one of them has missed one or two, and that happens when you deal with all these barrows here. The other one's there to back them up and say, hey, there's another really good barrow that you may not have got a good look at, but take a look at him now kind of thing. And it's great to have that two-judge system and that trust between the two guys up here. It'll be interesting to see if they start pinning them back again and doing like a double sort. Yeah, they will.
Let's just
so
start
young lady
it.
in the yellow, she will be.
And the Paisley's going
and
too.
And the Paisley one, yeah, that's a good barrow too. That's two barrows pinned back, so they will do a double sort here. Have two more to bring out here. They've got two pinned back, so I'm curious to see what they're going to do here, if they're going to pin any more back here. This is where it gets kind of tough. You want to be aggressive here, but also keep your distance so you don't get kind of jammed up with other hogs here.
Yeah, kind of keep yourself spread apart so they can see you better. Not getting behind another one in the judge's view.
There's a couple of them watching them. They're looking at one's looking at him, and they're talking about one. And one, I think one of them likes him, and the other one doesn't. And I can see it. I've been around these guys long enough now to tell that one of them keeps pointing at one, the other one kind of like, I don't know, and then just kind of you can just look. I may be a bad lip reader here. They might be talking about having a family vacation together in Cabo or something. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure they're talking about hogs right now.
I would agree with you.
And with only having two pinned back here, Wayne, I wonder how they're going to place them.
Looks like he's messing with the buttons a little bit
yeah,
there, which is kind of interesting.
And you only have two pinned back here,
yeah.
So
So does that mean that
we're going to go third, fourth, fifth, and sixth?
Mm-hmm. Or are they going to go back up and
or the
drive
other
them
way?
harder?
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what we do here. And I guess we will know more as soon as they pin the first one, and they will go backwards here. Yeah. Which makes sense with only two pinned back for the top end of the class here. And like we talked about all day, top 5 barrows here make the sale. So down to our top 6 here.
Attention the swine barn at this time. We need our first and second place barrows from class 53, 54, and 55. Return to the holding pens for staging for our Division I championship round. First and second place barrows from class 53, 54, and 55. Return to the holding pens for staging for our Division I championship round.
This is where actually you kind of want to hide them a little bit.
Yes, especially from the ground. Judging from the backwards forward.
Young lady will be a 6th. Now we're down to our top 5 here in this class. We've made it through 4th place. Now we're down to our top 3 here in class. Young man, they're going to keep him out here with these other 2 and evaluate him accordingly.
Yeah, he's worked hard to get to that and then be able to compete against these two that they had put in the pen. There is a little variation out here for sure.
Well, yeah, if we're talking about pattern of pigs, there's three different hogs that all are marked up differently. If that's and obviously I know what you're talking about.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with
that as well. There's the joke
of
the day. Kind of the calico-y looking one is going to be third, and now we're down to those two that he actually pinned back from the beginning here.
Second call for our first and second place barrows from class 53, 54, and 55. Return to the holding pens for staging for our division championship round.
Might have a little bit more width than the young lady in the yellow, but then you got that pretty extended, super nice profile in the young man's Paisley hog. So kind of be interesting to see how he's going to finalize this last class of our first wave of our 77th annual Junior Livestock Show here at San Antonio. They are conferring on this, discussing the differences. It's like he's made up his mind. He's going to go with the one with a little more wider base, a little more rib. Congratulations to each of these exhibitors. All of these young people worked really hard.
Another good class, a nice way to round out our dark cross division here class-wise. And we opted to start with the young lady in the yellow here coming across the ring. I think we've got a pair of bears here that are both very similar in a lot of areas. I think both of them got a good build, a good design to them. The young lady's bear, I guess, for me, when you get right up on top of him, I think he reads with just a little more on the backside of his blade. He's a nice rounder in terms of just his center body shape when you get on him. He reads a little more three-dimensional in terms of just bone and feature when he walks away from you. Still very square, very true in terms of his build and design. Still got a fresh, youthful look with just a shot more everywhere over the one that comes out here in second. The one in second, I like the design of this one. I think he commands your attention when you study him when he first comes in the ring from the side. When you get in up next to that one and study him just compared to the one there ahead of him, like I said, I didn't read him just quite as robust and as round in the upper portion of his rib cage versus the one there, and he's maybe just one. He wants to drag just a little more there, particularly on his left hind leg versus the bear there that starts the class. But I think both of them very comparable, very similar in a lot of areas. I think two bears that complement each other, and you could discuss them and however you want to see fit there. I think there's differences in those hogs, but we went with the one that we felt had a notch more natural freshness and notch more natural upper rib shape of that first pair. The one that comes out here in third kind of kept working his way up there, and he's one that's got some density and some skeletal width to him. He's heavy in terms of his foot and bone. He's one when you get on top of him, he's got some spread. He's a little more timid off both ends. Needs to be a notch better when you step right in there behind him. Nice bear, though. They end up being in third. One that comes out next, again, runs in kind of the same song and dance there. He's got width, he's got spread, he's got some body, he's got some muscle. Needs to go better off of both ends of his skeleton as well, comparatively the ones on up there in first and second. One that comes out next here, this is one of those hogs you want to keep kind of working up in there, but at some point in there you got to ask yourself, does he have enough in terms of feature and just overall look? And that's where we called that one just a little bit short in this particular scenario. He, of the top five there, gets to be a notch frailer, closes up more when he goes away from you, just has to have more shape on the upper side of his skeleton. The one that comes out next here, this is another one in terms of from a look standpoint about his head and neck. He gives you a good view from the side there. You get to digging in on this one. He gets to be a notch narrow. He closes up there in the upper portion of his back, right out of the backside of his blade. Then he wants to carry himself under there from the side when you study him, when you analyze his hip and his roundness to his hip and hind leg. Next one that comes out here, another one here that's got width, and this was one that Nick threw back out there, and one that's a little harder maybe to get a read on, but at the same point, once he pulls himself together there, he's got shape, he's got some body. He, to me, gets just a little rounder in his overall makeup versus some of them. If we could just square that one up in his edges there, I think that one there, in terms of just the power he has, almost works to his disadvantage from a roundness standpoint, comparably on up the line there. Come out with another one here. Good build, good design one. Thought that one was fresh back. Had some body shape still to hang in the top 10 in this class. The Calico that comes next, really a nice balanced, fresh appearing one. Just needs to be better in his hip and hind leg. We round out the class here again with another one. At least he got some shape. He's got some freshness about him when you get up on top of him. Nice class to round out our dark cross division.
And we have our placings for Class 64 Dark Crossbred Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, William Hayes Mayfield, Lubbock Cooper, FFA. 9th place, Luke Joseph Mitchell, Goose Creek Memorial, FFA. 8th place, Easton Wayne Schaefer, Canadian, FFA. 7th place, Brecklin Tice, White Deer, FFA. 6th place, McKenna Cox, Jones County 4-H. 5th place, Isabella Gober, Haskell, FFA. 4th place, Cole Robert Rains, Fredericksburg, FFA. 3rd place, Brian Cale Black, Riesel, FFA. 2nd place, Trip Thomas Runnels, Swisher County 4-H. And 1st place, Sarah Albus, Chambers County 4-H. Attention Swine Barn, at this time we need our 1st and 2nd place barrows from Class 56, 57, and 58. Return to the holding pens for staging for our Division II championship round. 1st and 2nd place barrows from Classes 56, 57, and 58. Return to the holding pens for staging for our Division II championship round. All right, folks, I think we're ready to proceed on with selection of our Division I champion dark crossbred Barrow. Your Class 53 champion, Bo Anderson, New Home FFA. Your Class 54 champion, Heath Noble Hinsey, Sealy FFA. And your Class 55 champion, Callaway McMorris, Martin County 4-H.
Well, as we get into these divisions here, let's go ahead and put your hands together. Give them a nice round of applause as with everybody that's left here. I know a lot of people are clearing out and getting ready for the next round or heading home, but we won't take too long to work through them here, but dang sure want to give everybody their credit where credit's due from the standpoint of putting in the time and making it here, and I know it's not an easy task, and it takes a lot of effort from a lot of people for these kids to get here. So do our due diligence here, I guess, as Nick and I sit here and we discuss the trio we've got out here and weigh our checks and balances, I guess, if you will, in terms of where we think presence and just ring build, design, and just comfort out here. Which one puts the most together in terms of balance, in terms of mobility, and as we talked earlier, and still having some of the extras that go along that we're all trying to make in them. Help me congratulate this young man in the shirt on my right. He'll be your champion.
Congratulations to Callaway McMorris, Martin County 4-H, exhibitor of our Division I champion. Now coming into contention, Collins Faith Withers, Prairieland FFA.
We get back out here and we drop that second place in and take a gander at them or see where he fits in. And as we step back off here and I go back to Nick, we agree on that fact that where we think the next one is in terms of just, again, that presence, that freshness when you get up on top of him, comfort, still having some feature about him. Congratulations, this second place out of that class. He'll be a reserve Division I.
Congratulations to Collins Faith Withers, Prairieland FFA, exhibitor of our Division I runner-up. This time we need our first and second place Barrows from classes 56, 57, and 58. Return to the holding pins for staging for our Division 3 round. Oh, sorry. That would be our first and second place Barrows from class 59, 60, and 61. Return to the holding pins for staging for our Division 3 round. First and second place Barrows from class 59, 60, and 61 return to the holding pins for staging for our Division 3 championship round. All right, folks, we're ready to proceed on with the selection of our Division 2 champion winners. Your Class 56 champion, Bowen Bills, Nazareth FFA. Your Class 57 champion, Cody Wayne Robles, Victoria County 4-H. And your Class 58 champion, Dallas Martinez, Shelby County 4-H.
Again, give them a nice round of applause, if you would, please, here. Let's congratulate these class winners in Division 2. Drop these three back out here, and with the 4-division system here, it keeps them a process here of elimination throughout. But when we get in here and we break down the quality of what we've got of this trio again, I think a very good set. I think the build, and again, we try to keep them as fresh as you can in terms of shape, and then still combining that with power. And I think there's one out here that does it. He does it from a standpoint of just commanding your attention. He's got look, he's got shape, he's one that's got feature. He goes from an athletic standpoint. Congratulations, this young man in the green shirt. He'll have your champion.
Congratulations to Dallas Martinez, Shelby County 4-H, exhibitor of our Division 2 champion. Now coming into contention, Braylon Brandenberger, McCullough County 4-H.
Again, we drop that second place in and go back here and kind of converse and go back and forth. And the good thing is when I go back and said which one I thought, we were on the same page. And I think the one that suits us the next best in terms, again, we talked about freshness there just a second ago. This one here is fresher. He's bolder. He's shapelier on the upper side of his skeleton versus a couple of the other ones out here. He's still got feature and comfort. Congratulations, that second place. He'll be your reserve.
Congratulations to Braylon Brandenberger, McCullough County 4-H exhibitor of our Division II runner-up. Attention Swine Barn, at this time we need our first and second place barrows from classes 62, 63, and 64. Return to the holding pens for staging for our Division IV championship round. That's first and second place barrows from classes 62, 63, and 64. Return to the holding pens for staging for our Division IV champion round. And we're ready to proceed on with the selection of our Division III champion. Your Class 59 champion, Racy Brooke Pinkston, Brownwood, FFA. Class 60 champion, Abigail Self, Roy City, FFA. And the Class 61 champion, Cambria